those of you joining me and all of us from India and the rest of the world. I'm Nisha Venugopal. I'm the program manager at Indo US Organization for Rare Diseases and part of the organizing secretariat here for the summit. And it's my privilege and I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the inaugural Indo US Bridging Rare Summit 2023 here at GMU. Yes. So I hope you've all registered and got your bags and had a nice sumptuous breakfast because we're going to begin now. We start with a few opening remarks, and to get us started, I call upon Dr. Amy Adams to give a brief welcome note to all of you here. Dr. Amy Adams is Executive Director at the Institute of Biohealth Innovation at George Mason University and a co-member of the Summit Organizing Committee. And we're so privileged to have her as part of our Organizing Planning Committee. And Amy, welcome you to the stage to speak a few words to welcome all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming on an early Sunday morning to join us and think about how we make a difference in rare diseases. I would like to welcome you to George Mason University, and for those of you not in Virginia, to Northern Virginia and the BioHealth Capital Region. We're honored to host such an inspiring, motivated community from around the world committed to making a difference. Thank you, Harsha, Juhi, Nisha, Ramya, and the members of the organizing committee who made these 2 days possible. I really can't wait to hear what happens throughout the conference. We are honored to host the first Indo-US Rare Disease Summit at George Mason. We're going to hear over the next 2 days from an exceptional lineup of speakers, and I also look forward to meeting each of you and learning about patient needs, as well as exploring the realm of possibilities of how we can best impact patients' lives. A little bit about where we are. We are in Northern Virginia, home to almost 200 life science companies, and as I mentioned, the BioHealth Capital Region, which brings together Virginia, DC, and Maryland, also known as a biopharma cluster ranked third in the United States. In Northern Virginia, we have Northern Virginia Community College, which is one of the largest community college systems in the United States, as well as George Mason, the most diverse and largest public research institution in the United States. As Nisha had mentioned, I lead the Institute for Biohealth Innovation, which brings together over 300 faculty, as well as thousands of students committed to making a difference in biohealth research from infectious diseases, cancer, global and community health, and many more areas. We are working through the Institute to break down silos, much of what we're doing over the next 2 days, in order to prevent, treat, and eradicate disease. So over these next 2 days, let's imagine new possibilities and serve as a fuel for innovation that will touch patient lives around the world. Thank you, and welcome again to George Mason University.
Thank you, Amy. Next, I'd like to call upon John Newby. Mr. John Newby is the CEO of Virginia Bio, a nonprofit association representing Virginia's diverse life sciences industry. John Newby is also a core member of our Summit Organizing Committee. And I call upon John now to speak a few words welcoming you to Virginia.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good to see you. I don't know if anyone else drove in from out of town, but I drove in from Richmond this morning, up I-95, and hopefully you avoided the Marine Corps Marathon blockade that's happening out there. I didn't. I got caught up, but we are here and happy. My name is John Newby. I am the CEO of the Virginia Biotechnology Association. I'd like to thank Harsha and Nisha and the rest of the planning committee for making this very important event happen. Very, very important topic of rare diseases and how we can get together and find some cures and solutions and treatments for these very negatively impactful illnesses. Really happy I followed Amy Adams. She's a partner of mine in Virginia. Virginia Bio has responsibility for the entirety of the life science industry in Virginia. Up here in Northern Virginia, George Mason University is a leader in life sciences. And the big reason for that is when Amy Adams, who's sitting right there, a leader in this area. I'm really happy to follow her this morning. So Virginia Bio, we are the state's trade organization for life sciences. We have just over 300 members. Over half of those are small and medium-sized companies. Companies of all types, probably the largest number of and types of companies we have in Virginia fall in the diagnostic space, medical device space, and in a burgeoning advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing cluster that's happening down in the Petersburg and Richmond area. This is an important discussion we're having here today about rare disease and the solutions for them. This is a current discussion that's happening in Virginia. Indeed, this past September, we had a rare disease day down in Richmond where we invited patient advocates, providers, and also legislators to talk about rare diseases and, most importantly, how the government can help pay for those solutions, cell and gene therapy, et cetera, when they come to bear, because they are going to have some expense, a large expense, but there's a reason for that. And we need to continue to educate our legislators on that, which is a big reason why we're really happy to have this event here to help us do just that. Several of our Virginia legislators at the federal level are very engaged in the rare disease space, who you'll hear about a little bit later today. But we need to get more. And what you're doing here today will help us educate all of our policymakers, those folks who hold the purse strings of government to help us fund research and also help support our patients get access to these great solutions. This morning when I was eating a very brief breakfast, I had a very nice brief conversation with some patient advocates. Kathleen Higgins, who's sitting right over there. Hey, Kathleen, I know you didn't want to get called out, but and also Allison Ambrosio. That's Allison. Kathleen, where's Kathleen? There she is over there. But I point them out because, you know, at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. People who have been directly affected by rare disease. That's what all this activity is for. The energy is about helping people through their rare diseases. And for those who unfortunately have lost their children or loved ones to rare disease, make sure that we don't just stop there, but march forward and find solutions so other people aren't as negatively affected as these ladies were in their own family lives, which hopefully you get a chance to meet them during the next couple of days and they'll tell a little bit more about why they're here. Really hope this is going to be a good conference for you. Looking forward to the next 2 days. Virginia Bio is always here to support you, and happy to be here. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Harsha Rajasimha, founder and executive chair of the Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases and the summit chairperson, to speak a few words about why we are here today. Harsha, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nisha. Wow. This is a moment to reckon. I'm Harsha Rajasimha, and I welcome you to the inaugural Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit 2023. This has been a moment in the waiting for last 10 years since my journey began as a rare dad. And today I'm here to see how we can foster bridges of collaboration between stakeholders of rare disease in the United States with those in India. As when we collaborate, great things happen. So congratulations to everyone as we gather here today to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Orphan Drug Act of 1983. Since in the last 40 years, we have now 1,100 approved orphan drugs, which are not accessible equitably across the world. A majority of the rare disease clinical trials are being conducted in the United States and European Union for various good reasons, but there are various barriers to engaging the rest of the world, including India, where less than 2% of these clinical trials are happening, while India represents the 15% of the global population. With the vast genetic diversity and disease burden, we need to make a change. And who else better than you all, right? This is our moment, and we need to discuss over the next 2 days as we get through various sessions. I'm really honored that the organizing committee has put together a fantastic program over the next 8 sessions. And we will hear from leaders from both US and India, the differing and the common perspectives that we share, and where we need to understand the barriers and how we can break them together. So as we think about the advances in the diagnostic technologies and artificial intelligence, how does that justify that it still takes 5 to 7 years to diagnose a patient with rare disease? All of this technology, and it's still not helping get the faster diagnosis, which is often the critical first step to get to a treatment option. And then we have the definition of rare disease is not adopted in many countries still. And I'm glad that India has a national policy for rare disease that was adopted since 2021, and also a budget allocated towards treatment of rare disease. So we will hear more about that in the keynote talk by Dr. Swasticharan tomorrow morning, as he will share more on the landscape of rare disease in India. The exciting things that are happening at this moment, the US FDA has launched Operation Warp Speed for rare diseases and called it the START program. Super exciting. What we achieved for COVID-19 vaccine in 9 months, why can't we do that for rare disease? Each rare disease is a global public health crisis, and we need to treat it that way. And how the same regulatory processes streamlined and accelerated, that sense of urgency and emergency is felt by the parents every single day as they care for their child with a rare disease. And so I'm really glad that the leadership at FDA and various other agencies are looking at it, and also the support we have received from the Indian ambassador assuring collaboration from the Indian side is also very reassuring. So the other exciting thing happening is we had the first affordable cell and gene therapy approved in India in the last 2 weeks. That is for chimeric antigen receptor T cell treatment, which acts as a one-time curative treatment for B-cell lymphoma. And this is an exciting moment as we all want affordable cell and gene therapies, which could be curative or long-term treatment options for rare diseases. As most of these cell gene therapy trials, there's probably over 1,000 clinical trials going on, very handful maybe in India. And so we need to see how we can collaborate and make treatments for rare diseases faster, but also affordable. So with that, I want to point out that the US and India together represent a quarter of the world's population. Opportunities abound to foster cross-border collaborations among these two great nations for breaking barriers and accelerating affordable innovation. So I invite you to get involved, get informed, get engaged, so we can together ensure that the next 40 years of the Orphan Drug Act will bring affordable rare disease treatments for all patients, including in the rest of the world. Please save the dates for next year, as you will see in the souvenir. It's already planned in New Delhi. So this summit is planned for 1 year in India and 1 year in the US. So we'll alternate, and I will have to request Amy to give us this great venue again in 2025, so we can bring back bigger and better with all of you and other collaborators. So I sincerely thank the planning committee, sponsors, partners, collaborators, and our staff for their tireless efforts in putting together a great agenda for the next 2 days. When we collaborate, everybody wins. So let's collaborate. We are all in this together. So on behalf of the planning committee, welcome again to the inaugural Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit. So I'd like to thank George Mason University for this wonderful venue. Thank you, Amy and Annalise and Katie for your support in this venue. Thank you, John and Virginia Bio, for your support and being part of the planning committee in helping put together this program. Rich Bendis is unable to join us in person, but he has been an important part of our planning committee. He leads the BioHealth Capital Region and BioHealth Innovation, who have been part of the planning committee. So thank you, BioHealth Innovation. Thank you, Dr. Madhulika Kabra and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, for being an important part of the planning committee. We understand you are unable to be here in person, but you are with us in spirit, and you'll be speaking later today on your plenary keynote. We thank Ambassador Taranjeet Singh Sandhu for your kind support and recognizing this important summit. And we have representatives of from the Indian Embassy with us and throughout the summit. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Mark Warner, for your kind letter of support and recognition as the co-chair of the India Senate Caucus. We appreciate your leadership at the US Senate as you have worked hard over the years in representing the interests and the strengths of Indo-US collaborations. We thank Congressman Jerry Connolly for your kind letter of support and recognizing the awardees that will be honored today evening at the gala. Two stalwarts who have contributed immensely for Indo-US collaborations in rare diseases. Thank you for your support and recognition. And now we'd like to thank Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith for your leadership and the brief video message that you have sent us. So if we can please have the video played. Audio, please. Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity to be part of the 2023 Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit. I am honored to speak to you all, and I am thrilled to see so many experts and advocates coming together to engage in meaningful discussions surrounding rare diseases. The important progress you are making in improving care and addressing the needs of those with rare diseases is admirable and inspiring. It would not have been possible without the hard work and dedication of each of you participating in this summit. We know there is still crucial work to be done. I look forward to continuing working with you and being your ally in the Senate to help people with rare diseases in the US, India, and around the world get the attention, access, and care they need and deserve. Thank you.
So we thank Senator for this kind message as she is unable to be here in person. And now I invite back our program manager, Nisha Venugopal, to share about the Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases and the programs and the impact we have been having so far, where we are at. So Nisha, please welcome to the stage and tell us more about the current status of our programs.
Thanks, Harsha. Right, it's a tall order. Hi, everyone. I'm Nisha, and I'm here to speak a few words about what we do at Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases, briefly mention about a few words about our program, and highlight the impact that we've had since our inception in 2019. At Indo-US Rare, our mission and vision is to bridge gaps between the Eastern and Western silos to help patients of rare diseases globally. And we do this through our mission objectives of connecting rare disease stakeholders in India, US, and beyond to collaborate for scientific research, rare disease policy, specifically focusing on India, US, and to bring together stakeholders at conferences such as where we are now. Thank you all for being here, and foster and facilitate cross-border research, because that's the way forward, and also to advocate and help in raising the voices of all rare disease patients across the globe. Brief overview of our programs. As you can see, everything we do is patient-centric, as it well should be. Our most important program that we are very proud of is our patient concierge, where we are able to provide individual personalized support for information access to connect rare disease patients in India, US, and beyond with the latest information, patient registries, and also care navigation, and help them connect to experts across the world, as well as information on clinical trials. We have a Patients Alliance, now currently a coalition of 45 member organizations in US, India, Europe, Australia, and Africa, and we are proud to be partnering with them for all the work that we do. Our corporate alliance, which helps power everything that we do, is an alliance of biopharmaceutical, medical device, and other companies in the life sciences industry that are involved in rare disease research, all sharing a commitment to collaboration to help rare disease patients. Our research programs, which involves a network of experts and clinicians from across the world, our research core, as well as various grant-funded research programs that we have undertaken to increase and accelerate the information gap and bridge the information gap about rare diseases. You can see more about this in our poster and across the sessions that we will be going through over the next 2 days. Our education, awareness, and outreach programs, the Art for Rare program, the artwork which will be featured at the FDA's Rare Disease Day next year, our webinars, our Roar for Rare program, the walk-run event, and multiple newsletters and multimedia campaigns. A policy advocacy program where we advocate for building bridges between India and US at the national and state levels, both here at the US capital, as well as with the Indian government in New Delhi. A brief overview of our impact. Like I said, we were founded in November 2019, and in the span of these past few years, we are fortunate to have 45 Patient Alliance members, 6 Corporate Alliance members, and have assisted over 75 patients. This is up since the slide was made, through our patient concierge, and help them reach experts that help also connect them to clinical trials, access life-saving medications unavailable in the country where they live, and also connect with other patient groups for support. And we thank Patient Alliance members who have helped us in this cause. Our Patient Alliance members collectively represent over 500 rare diseases, 20,000 patients from across 50 plus countries. We've hosted over 25 global events, including events such as this one. And we're proud to have over 16 global partnerships. Our partners are listed here, as well as our Corporate Alliance members. This is a snapshot of our Patient Alliance members. This is crucial to the work that we do. And like I said, we are fortunate to be able to partner with you. Thank you all members who've joined us today in person, as well as joining us virtually. We are who we are because of the support that we get from you. So let's begin the program for today and tomorrow. And our very first session, before we go to the very first session, a few housekeeping points. This is an interactive program meant for having engagement from everyone. So please participate, and everyone is encouraged to ask questions and engage in discussions. I've been told to tell you by Harsha that we have to bring up the difficult questions because that's why we're here today. But even though you have been asked to do that, we still request that you be brief so that everyone gets a chance, and be sure to introduce yourself, especially for the benefit of folks joining us virtually. Please share widely to know that you're here. These are our social media hashtags that you can use, that everyone know that we're here to bridge the gap. Harsha, over to you for session 1.
Thank you, Nisha. So let's get started with our first session of the day, which is patients and caregivers are moving the needle in the US and India. For this, I invite our first US keynote speaker, Mr. Naveen Baweja, and Priyanka, who is unable to join us here. But Naveen and Priyanka are parents of children with ADSSL1 gene mutation. So Naveen and Priyanka have been working tirelessly to advance their journey towards a treatment for this ultra-rare disease, and very inspiring work they have been doing. So please help me in welcoming Naveen, who will share more about their journey and where collaborations can really help speed up their journey towards that treatment options. Welcome, Naveen.
Well, good morning, everyone. Before we start, first of all, I want to thank Harsha and the entire Indo-US Rare team for putting together this fantastic event where we can connect and share ideas and thoughts. So that's a kind of goal. So thank you. You know, these morning sessions as a speaker are always interesting. You know, you all are caffeinated with tea and coffee and, you know, paying full attention. So my goal is to not put you back to sleep, and I'll try my best to do that. But jokes apart, my real goal is to share with you the story of Cure ADSSL1. It's an organization that Priyanka, my wife, and I started 2 years ago when both of our kids were diagnosed with this ultra-rare neuromuscular disease called ADSSL1 myopathy. And we want to share with you our story, our journey so far, what have we done, and where we are going, some of the challenges that we are facing on the way. And I would definitely welcome all the ideas and thoughts as that's what will really benefit through any collaborations. Priyanka unfortunately could not join this session today. So I guess you are stuck with the opposite of better half. I guess that would be me. I want to start with giving you an overview of what ADSSL1 myopathy is and what Cure Rare Disease is as an organization. So this myopathy is an ultra-rare condition, and it's progressive. It's a disabling neuromuscular disease, and currently there's no existing treatment for this. The early symptoms of this disease actually develop when kids are young, like 3-4 year old. Like we could see in our kids, they could not run and jump like any other kids in their peer group, but they could do most of the other stuff. But as the patients turn anywhere between 13 and 25, that's when the progression starts in a meaningful way, and you start seeing the deterioration. It leads to then eventually the loss of ambulation. It leads to impacting their swallowing muscles and all the skeletal muscles, leading to cardiomyopathy as well as respiratory function, where patients have to use BiPAP or CPAP. After a few years, the progression starts. The disease is caused by the autosomal recessive mutation in ADSSL1 gene, and hence the name. The association of the actual mutation in this gene and the myopathy was actually first established in 2016 when a group of researchers in Korea took 4 patients and they analyzed their genome exome data, and that's where they found the link. So before this, actually, this disease was not even known. And that actually reflects in our own personal journey, because for 15 years, the only thing that we knew was that our kids have some sort of hypotonia. That's what doctors did, and then we saw many leading neurologists, and we didn't know the reason. And then finally, when we did the exome sequencing 2 years ago, first for our son, that's when we found out, what the condition do they have. And then soon after that, the same thing was found for our daughter as well. Almost all the diagnosed patients are of Asian origin. And so there's a notion that this is probably a founder mutation, and with some 1 or 2 different types of mutation in the same gene. And that's when, soon after we got that diagnosis, we decided not to sit on the sidelines. We wanted to be a force behind really finding a therapeutic option for this disease. That's when Cure ADCSL1 was formed, and we are working aggressively towards, with all the passion and collaboration of that I'll share, to really find and deliver a therapeutic option, and also support along the way to the patient community, which is growing. We are based out of California, but our patient community is all over the world. Soon after we founded Cure ADCSL1, one thing that we did was to establish a patient registry, and we have done that in collaboration with Cure CMD. So through that, we are connecting all the data points. This is a visual of where the patients are, the currently diagnosed patients are for this disease. I'll start from the rightmost side. Japan has the most patients, 70 roughly. South Korea, 30 patients, 7 patients in India, and then few patients in across Germany, South America, and UK, all of our Indian origin. And then in US, there are only 4 patients that are currently diagnosed. 2 of those are our own children. So since we started, we are now connected with 14 patients directly with our organization. On the top left side, 2 siblings, those are Shania and Nimish, our children, and then that's how it started. But then as the time went on, more patients found us either directly, or in many cases, one thing that we did in the beginning was we started visiting many of these top healthcare facilities in India, AIMS, Gangaram Hospital, PGI, Neemhans in Bangalore, really started creating awareness that there is such disease that exists. So if they have any patient, they can connect with us, and that's how we got connected with many of these patients. And we are fortunate that that we have building this community and bringing a collective hope that we can do something about this. For last 2 years, we have been working very passionately to bring together a group of researchers who are really eager to help and deliver and work on the therapeutic options for this disease. And we are pursuing multiple tracks, and I'll talk about those. And I'll just share some background on some of these names that you see on the screen. With the Cure Rare Disease, which is another nonprofit biotech, we are working on the gene therapy program, and that is currently underway. And that for the preclinical work for that will be done by Dr. Alan Becks in his lab in Boston Children's Hospital. We're working with Dr. Emma Rebelka and Victoria University in Australia. She on one particular compound which holds great potential for this disease. Working with Dr. David Mack, he is helping us really create a disease on a dish model with the starting with iPSC cell lines, and we already have created the differentiated muscles for this disease model. We're working with Dr. Matt Hall at NIH, who's helping us kind of think through what could be the high throughput drug screening program for this disease, and so on. So like I mentioned, we are working on 2 different tracks. One is the drug repurposing And this is something that we have made decent progress on. We are at stage 3 right now. We already have the iPSC cell lines for disease model as well as control model. We have differentiated all those to to the muscle cells at Dr. David Mack's lab. And now we're in the process of doing metabolic analysis on that and really trying to figure out what would be the disease assay, and then converting that to high throughput assay that then we can run through most of the FDA-approved compound and see if one of those would have a positive impact. And we're also going to target some unapproved compounds, which through hypothesis, we hold good potential. And with respect to our gene replacement therapy program, so in this case, as we early on spoke with a lot of researchers across the globe, one thing became very clear is that this would be a great candidate for gene replacement therapy because the size of the gene itself is small enough that it can fit the AAV vector. So that's where we are working with Dr. Alan Begg's lab in Boston Children's Hospital. We now do have a mouse model, knockout mouse model, and we're working on another one. But right now we are at the stage where we are trying to phenotype for these models. And then of course there's a decent road ahead, but that's where we'll be working with cure rare disease to get to the clinical stage for this. So the journey has, of course, not been smooth. We are dealing with these are some, I guess, a summary of the challenges and barriers that we've been facing along the way. And the first and foremost is that this disease does remain underdiagnosed. Harsha mentioned that it takes, on an average, 5 years for a rare disease patient to get the diagnosis. Well, it took us 15 years, and it was a very long journey for us. And so that's one thing that we're trying to figure out. How do we work with these genetic testing companies to first add this gene, and we've already done that for some of the companies here, that this gene is now in the neuromuscular panel, but also just educating the clinician that it's probably the best way to just go straight for the exome sequencing and get the diagnosis sooner. And there are some great options now in India as well, where companies like MedGenome, they are doing a fantastic job of bringing that level of diagnosis to the Indian market. Natural history study is a challenge for us because our patients are really spread across the globe. So we are trying to figure out what could be the innovative ways where that can be done across the countries. We definitely have the language barrier. We have been trying to build connectivity with the patients in Japan and Korea, but still are facing some of the challenges. I think we just have had a little bit of breakthrough just recently, so we're hopeful that we'll be able to work with that. Not a big challenge, but to some extent, we also faced in various pockets social stigma among some patients and their families, as they really did not want this to be publicly known that one of the family member is impacted by a rare disease. But again, that's where the education is really important, that it is giving them a notion that something can be done if we are together. We did not have any of the existing cell models or animal models, so we had to start from ground zero. But with, again, great collaboration, we have been able to make good headways there. There's a limited understanding of the biomarkers of this disease because, again, nobody knew about this one until about a few years ago. So that's where we are aggressively working on really setting up the biomarkers. And there's also not a standard care guide for this. So that's another one that QRADSSL1 is trying to establish working with the various clinicians. And last but not the least, funding is always a challenge. So far, Priyanka and I have been just working through our personal capacity and raising some funds through friends and family. But we do know that this road is long and we will need more support. So we're always thinking through, how we could do that. So I'll just leave it with this. We are always open for collaboration. I think through collaboration only is where we are. And I think there's a lot more we can do. And the patients of rare disease and their families are definitely keen on getting to some hopeful treatment. So we'll welcome any ideas and thoughts from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen, for sharing your journey so far. That's very inspiring, and we look forward to supporting you and collaborate with you in taking this forward. Now, I welcome our next speaker, Gautam Dongre, who is joining us live on Zoom to present about his work as a father of 2 children with sickle cell disease. He has been a warrior, moving the needle for sickle cell disease patients in India, which is predominantly affecting the tribal population there. And he's worked tirelessly to be part of the Government of India's National Sickle Cell Disease Council, India's highest policy-making multi-stakeholder forum on sickle cell disease. He's also the board member of Global Alliance of Sickle Cell Disease Organization. Gautam has been working with the Sickle Cell Society of India, Maharashtra for a decade, and is passionate about preventing new births of sickle cell across India. So thank you. Welcome, Gautam. Take it over.
Hello, sir. Good morning, all of you. Actually, sir, I have shared my pre-video presentation. So please play this video. Thank you so much.
Yes. Let's please play Gautam's video. And Gautam and Naveen and other speakers will be available during panel discussion for your question and answers and discussion. So please hold your questions.
Hello, everyone. Namaste from India. Thank you so much, Dr. Harsha and Team Indo US Rare, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate in Indo US Bridging Rare Summit 2023. My name is Gautam Dongre, father of 2 sickle cell disease warriors, Secretary, National Alliance of Sickle Cell Organization NESCO, and board member of Global Alliance of Sickle Cell Disease Organization GESTO. Our organization NESCO is also a small part of Indo-US Rare. Thank you so much, Dr. Harsha, for including us. On behalf of NESCO, I represent the Government of India National Sickle Cell Disease Council and have been participating in making a sickle cell welfare policy as a subcommittee member. What is sickle cell disease? Sickle cell disease is an inherited red blood cell disorder that affects hemoglobin, the protein that carries oxygen through the body. Normally, red blood cells are disc-shaped and flexible enough to move easily through the body vessels. In sickle cell disease, red blood cells become crescents or sickle-shaped due to a genetic mutation. These sickled red blood cells do not bend or move easily and can block blood flow to the rest of the body. Normal red blood cells can live up to 120 days, but sickle cells only live for about 10 to 20 days. The blocked blood flow through the body can lead to serious problems, including anemia, pen crisis, acute chest syndrome, stroke, jaundice, eye problems, bone damages, increased infections, etc. Sickle cell disease is a lifelong illness. A bone marrow transplant is currently the only cure for sickle cell disease. Gene therapy is also being explored as another potential cure, but both are yet not affordable for us. There are other effective treatments like hydroxyurea that can reduce symptoms and prolong life and manage the condition. Right now, more than 1.4 million people in India are suffering with sickle cell disease. 20 million people are carriers of sickle cell disease, and approx 50,000 taking new births with sickle cell gene every year in India. Huge burden of sickle cell is increasing gradually in our country. That's why our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has announced National Sickle Cell Elimination Mission by 2047 in a recent 1st of July 2023. We are very much thankful to Government of India, especially big thanks to Ministry of Health and Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Honorable Minister Shri Arjun Munda sir, for taking initiatives. India is the only country who announced Mission Sickle Cell Eradication. Since last 4 years, UNESCO has been sensitizing ministries of Government of India and all stakeholders about sickle cell disease issues facing by different states warrior of our India. By organizing various programs like national and international webinars, regular uploading videos in UNESCO YouTube channel regarding warriors' stories, expert opinions and educational sessions. Apart from that, monthly state-wise online meetings, that is 7x7 sessions, and many offline awareness and screening programs by our organizations. Impact of these activities: firstly, Ministry of Tribal Affairs sensitized and involved us for understanding sickle cell disease in India. Since last 4 years, UNESCO is in regular connect with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs regarding sickle cell mission. India is a big country with huge population. Every state is like a country. Out of these 17 major states having more prevalence of sickle cell disease, mostly affected people lives in a remote and tribal areas. India is committed to eradicate sickle cell disease by 2047. It will not be easy, but we are very much confident that Government of India could do this timely. It is more possible when collectively effort will be done by we all stakeholders. So on behalf of Sickle Cell Community of India, I request you all, please do support in your ways with your expertise to aware professionals and common people, community screening, capacity building programs, availability and accessibility of drugs and newer therapies, new researches to make sickle cell disease free India and entire world also. Millions of people affected by deadly sickle cell disease in all over world. We are waiting for you all with new hope for quality life. Once again, thank you Indo-US Rare for having me here. Thank you and namaste. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Gautam. Please stay on the Zoom for question and answers.
Sure, sir.
And I welcome our panel speakers for the rest of the session. I call upon Alison Bones to take stage. Please have a seat. I invite Dorothea Lance from Prader-Willi syndrome to the stage. And I invite Soyok Sate from Lysosomal Storage Diseases Support Society and International Gaucher Alliance to take stage. I invite Naveen Baveja to come back on the stage, please, for the panel discussion. And Gautam, thank you for staying on Zoom. So as I get the panel started, please start thinking about any questions you may have. We will have plenty of time for interactive discussion. So I'll take the seat as well. So thank you for the opening presentations. I now request Alison to introduce yourself and tell us your story, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Harsha, and everyone with Indo-US Rare for the opportunity to share why I'm here. In 2018, my 4-year-old son, Travis, with no other developmental disabilities, came down with a high fever on a Friday night. By Saturday afternoon, he had passed away, despite medical attention from 3 different providers who dismissed his symptoms as simply a case of the flu. It was only after Travis's sudden death that we learned that he was born with an undiagnosed rare disease called isolated congenital asplenia, which means that Travis was born without his spleen. Due to this rare disease, it claimed his life in a matter of hours. And because of that, I started the nonprofit organization called Team for Travis to raise awareness, provide advocacy for better newborn screening and rapid whole genome sequencing access, and also to fund the research to support the mouse model and discovery of the genetic component and genetic mutations responsible for the disease.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity. I think Indo-US Rare. My name is Dorothea Lance. I'm the Director of Community Engagement with PWSA USA. We are a non-for-profit whose mission is to assist and enhance the quality of life of individuals living with Prader-Willi syndrome. My son, Hunter, is actually here today. He is 6 years old and he has Prader-Willi syndrome. He is in the back there. Thank you so much for allowing him to join us today. My son was born in 2017, and I had a very normal pregnancy. He was born at 39 weeks. I went in to have a C-section because there was low to no fetal movement. He was born, immediately things looked okay. I found out that within 10 minutes of him going into the nursery that he was rushed to the NICU. And when I first saw him, and tried to hold his hand, he had absolutely no muscle tone. And if you grabbed his hand, it would just plop. And it took about 24 hours for him to actually be able to use his hand to wrap it around my husband's finger. So we were in the NICU for 17 days. And on day 16, we received his diagnosis of Prader-Willi syndrome. along with a prognosis of everything he would not do in his life. He would not walk until he was 3. He wouldn't crawl until he was 2. He'd never live independently, etc. We quickly found PWSA USA and were lucky enough to be put in contact with Dr. Jennifer Miller, who is at Shands in Gainesville, and she is one of the world's leading specialists on Prader-Willi syndrome. And at 12 weeks, my son started growth hormone, which is currently the only approved treatment for Prader-Willi syndrome. We began intensive therapies, occupational therapy, physical therapy. At that point, he was doing maybe 2 hours of each a week in 30-minute increments. So it was a 5-day work week schedule for that little guy. And then after he turned 14 months, we incorporated speech therapy. And then at 21 months, we incorporated hippotherapy. So for 7 days a week for about 3 years, my son was receiving all of his therapies. When COVID hit, all of that stopped. And we luckily didn't see a regression in therapy, but we didn't see any progression either. Fast forward to where we are today, we're very fortunate to have an organization that has a robust advocacy program, which is where I come in. When I was asked to take the position, I kind of jumped in it head first, like I do most things. And we have made a very big presence here on Capitol Hill over the last 2 years and have been constantly engaging with the FDA through their patient experience programs. We've held patient listening sessions. Most recently, we did an externally led patient-focused drug development meeting, and we're working on the Voice of the Patient report, which we hope will be published right before Soleno submits their NDA for hopefully what will be our next treatment to treat symptoms of PWS.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Harsha and Indo US Rare for having me here. So I'm Suyog Sathe. I'm from Mumbai, India, and I'm a patient of Gaucher disease myself, which is a lysosomal storage disorder. And I've been involved in I was the first patient in India to be diagnosed with Gaucher disease back in 1999. And I've also been the first patient to receive treatment like enzyme replacement therapy since then. And since then, I have been involved in patient advocacy, both nationally as well as internationally. So over the last 12 years, I have been involved in the LSDSS, which is the Lysosomal Storage Disorder Support Society in India, which is the first patient advocacy group in India, which works for rare disease patients and LSD patients in India. And over the last 4 years, I've also been working for the International Gaucher Alliance, which is a UK-based umbrella organization working for Gaucher patients and other patient support groups all around the world. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the introductions. Now I invite Samir Sethi from Indian Rett Syndrome Foundation. He's the president and rare disease advocate over the last 14 years. He will present to us about the landscape of rare diseases in India. Please welcome Samir Sethi.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you very much for that introduction. Good morning, everybody, and good evening to my friends in India. I come here with a hope and aspiration, which I carry from a lot of Indian rare disease patients, and I come with a kind of conviction that we will get what we want. We will achieve what we are looking for. You've got a marathon going on in Arlington right now. And I think we all over here in this room are also chasing and running a marathon. I think that marathon is what we are talking about, is the rare disease cure, which is still elusive to all of us. Every time we see that happening, we see a goal in front of us, we see an end point, and then suddenly it goes down further on. And we just continue to run and chase that elusive goal for us. What I'm going to be talking about is, yes, I'm going to be talking more about the disease which my daughter has been diagnosed with, but it will also give you an introduction. It will also give you a flavor of what rare disease is all about in India. Yeah.
So, yes, we talk about, I'm from the Indian Rett Syndrome Foundation. We call our children as silent angels. And why we call them as silent angels, you will probably realize when I go through the presentation. We also find them to be very resilient, very strong in their approach. And that's what we will see in what we present, what I present to you today. So yes, I've been introduced into this world of rare disease through my daughter, who was diagnosed with various kinds of ailments to start with. And finally, I think like what Naveen said, even I got a diagnosis for her finally when she was 15. So till that time, we had all kinds of, diagnoses like cerebral palsy, global developmental delays, autism spectrum issues. So it was all, and then suddenly we came up with this a genetic test which came up and said, no, she's got Rett syndrome. And we found it to be just another label, changing from what was being diagnosed earlier, whatever diagnosis that we were being given earlier, to say now she's got Rett syndrome. But what it was, we couldn't really understand at that moment. And we couldn't understand that because all the clinicians, all the people that we were involved to get to this diagnosis continue to say there is no treatment which is available. So when we don't have a treatment, and you are telling me that she's got a genetic disorder, what do we do with that label which you're giving to us? And that is what got me involved into working out for several other children who were already either diagnosed or were misdiagnosed or were not diagnosed at all in the country, that we needed to work for them as well. And soon realized why this diagnosis that we have today has become very important for all of us. So if we say, what is Rett syndrome? It's something where we talk about autism, cerebral palsy, Parkinson's, epilepsy, anxiety, all put together in a girl child. When I say a girl child, it's more prevalent in girls because it's an X-linked based mutation. So boys don't really survive or are severely affected with multiple disabilities. And in a girl child who can't talk. And that's why I relate it to say silent angels. So they're silent because they can't speak, but at the same time, they are very beautiful to look at. So when you look at them, they're very attractive and really pull up your attention. And that's why we call them as silent angels. So the prevalence is quite high. Though in India, it's not been really, those studies have not been done to find out the incidence, but we know in the US, they say it's 1 in 10,000. And the prevalence is much higher than what we look at it from comparing it with some other diseases, common diseases like Huntington's and muscular dystrophy. So I will be talking a little bit about Rett syndrome. What are the causes that we see in these in this particular? It's a gene MECP2 which is mutated, which is on the X chromosome, which causes this particular disease. The location of the gene is well identified. It's a gene which is the protein which is essential for neural control of the body functions. And as I said, it affects mostly girls. And we also know that the incidence is roughly about 1 in 10,000. But at the same time, it's a sporadic mutation. It's not inherited. So if you look at the kind of, we call it the iceberg theory, where what we see in these girls is only the tip of the iceberg in terms of the perception. What everyone sees is very different in terms of loss of spoken language. There's stereotypical hand movements, global developmental delays, intellectual impairment. But what we don't see, which is kind of hidden, and is the real reality, what these girls are going through, is very different. Where we see seizures, they experience a lot of seizures, QT, long, very QT intervals, irregular temperatures in their body, so the hands and feet turn cold or warm just sporadically. You don't know why is it happening. They have a lot of problems in digestion. their sleep hygiene is compromised, and they have scoliosis as well. They have issues in behavior where they'll start crying or screaming for no reason. They have bruxism, which is grinding of the teeth, rocking, the various moods that they go through. They have they are non-ambulatory, so they have issues in their walking, their apraxia, balancing, ataxic, dystonia. Of course, we also know that they have learning intellectual impairments in terms of learning disabilities and problems in their communication. But we also think that cognitively they're not as challenged. It's just that the expression is not there in them because they understand things very well. When I'm talking to my daughter, even though she may not respond, but she can understand, she can comprehend what I'm talking about. And I think they are very smart and they're very clever to be able to understand and comprehend the kind of mood that I am with. Am I serious with her or am I joking? And that's what they can gauge very well, much better than what you and I can do as normal human beings. So their abilities are exceptionally well. In terms of treatment, we presently don't have any treatment, which is so-called approved, at least in India. So we are talking only about symptomatic management, which calls for a multidisciplinary approach. As I mentioned, they have multiple issues. So we need a lot of clinicians and specialists to be available for their management, the supportive care which is required by them. But yes, we also have hope because there is a lot of research which is already happening. One drug has already been approved by FDA, and it's something which is for their overall development. But at the same time, there are also a lot of side effects which have been reported in the trials. So we are still very skeptical in terms of saying whether it's a good drug or not. But there are also a lot of gene therapy which is being tried upon. In fact, 2 patients have already been given gene therapy. The companies from US and the patients are based in Canada at the moment. So we are hopeful that things will improve and things are going to get on track very soon. So if you talk about us, we are a registered trust with parents, doctors, clinicians, and healthcare professionals who have all joined together. We have roughly about 400 families, 400 patients who are registered with us in this trust. And we do a lot of activities which are related to trying to improve the quality of life of the patient, of course, and the families who are linked up or the caretakers who are linked with these patients. So if you look at the present priorities that we envisage for ourselves, it's about awareness, counseling, financial support with what these families need. They also need a lot of social support, medical issues which come up their way, of course, advocacy and policy, and the psychological support, what is essential for all the families and the patients themselves. If we talk individually about these, I think I'll just quickly run through this. We do a lot of these meetings where we call on experts and clinicians to guide these parents as to how we manage their overall conditions, provide them with research updates as to what's happening around the world and what kind of hopes that we are looking in terms of finding a cure for this disease. How is the disease progression? And that's where I come back to say that today, if I have a clear diagnosis, I know how the disease is going to progress. I got a very late diagnosis, but if we are able to do that diagnosis quick enough, early enough, then we know how the different stages of progression are. And we can identify and say, you got to be careful in this stage, how the child could go bad, how things could go bad for your child. For example, we know in stage 3 of the disease, scoliosis starts setting in. So we forewarn the parents to say that, please be careful. This is the time when your child can get into an issue with the backbone. Please be careful and try and arrest it as soon as you do notice anything happening. So that's how it becomes very important in terms of sharing those experiences which we have, which have been documented, but at the same time, a lot of experience also which is coming in and playing over there to provide to different parents who are working together with you. Also, this awareness extends up to going to the hospitals, meeting up with the clinicians, making them aware. It's a rare disease. A lot of these clinicians have not had the exposure to have seen so many patients with rare diseases. How do they get to know that This is a patient here. We have a patient. So the misdiagnosis or the undiagnosis happens because of that, because they have not had the experience of seeing so many patients with rare disease. And that's what we do. We go through these hospitals. So it's a two-way process of doing that exchange, where the clinicians gets an opportunity to see so many patients with the specific rare disease. And at the same time, we also provide that opportunity for the parents to consult these clinicians and experts to be able to get an opportunity to get the treatment and the supportive care which is required for them. We also run these special clinics where the patients can go to the hospitals and get the kind of treatment whenever they require. And of course, have these meetings with the hospitals and clinicians into the specialty times that we have. Of course, diagnosis becomes a very critical thing. And that's what we do in terms of supporting the parents to know how do they go for diagnosis, where can they get the diagnosis done, what is the kind of test which is required for them. Another very important thing is planning for their future pregnancies. If for the high-risk patients that we have, a prenatal is required. How do they plan for that? So all those comes up as a part of our support services which we provide for the parents. Having said that, again, there is still a lot of challenges which we see along the way, which is the population is scattered all across the country. So how do we reach to them, or how do they reach to us? And that continues to be a challenge. We do have these programs running all across the country, but still, are we able to reach to everybody? Not really sure. And that's where the issue is, and that's what we're trying to see how we can bridge those gaps to include everybody. There is still a lot of apathy towards these girl children. They become a constant burden on the family in terms of the expenses which they have to incur for the medical expenses, because India does not have a very good, robust insurance policy which is running for these rare diseases, for genetic rare diseases. So they have to spend money from their pocket, and that is what causes that extra burden on them. Whereas a lot of these families are looking at a child to be a source of income in the future, whereas over here is a child which is a burden on the family in terms of the expenditure. So how do they manage that? How do they balance that? And that's what we are trying to support and try and see how we can, bridge. Again, it's bridging those requirements what we have. And of course, the engagement. How do we continue that engagement with the parents? Because we soon find a lot of the parents and a lot of the caretakers, they abandon the whole story and say, this is just a waste of time. There is no cure which is available for them. There is nothing that we can really do about it. So why do we, continue to do this, pursue this whole experience, or continue to go? So it kind of, they look at it from a more of a painful experience rather than from a positive experience that they should be looking at. And of course, for us, it's a cost for organizing these kind of events. One of the most essential, as I said, insurance is not available in India. So we need to provide them with medical support. And that's what we do in terms of fixing up the parents with the consultant, the experts to be available for them. And these experts are not only within the country, but also from outside the country. We do invite these experts to come in and have one-to-one discussions with them, guide them. How can they do things better for these children? Of course, we know there are going to be always emergency support what is required. How do we make sure that during the emergencies, those requirements are fulfilled? So we have to be in touch with the doctors, with the hospitals, to be able to address those emergency needs which arises as and when it happens. And of course, we also need to have periodic reviews for these children and parents. So we need to be in constant touch with them. We need to provide them with updates on what's happening in research, what kind of medicines are we expecting, when are we expecting those to come, and what kind of cheaper options of medicines. When I'm saying they are generic medicines which are available. So we want to mitigate the high burden of cost. We try and see if any alternatives are possible. So in line with the consultants and the clinicians that we have, we try and see how we can lower that burden of expenditure which is there on these families. Of course, rehabilitation becomes a very important part for them. So what kind of therapies are required for them? What kind of occupational physiotherapy, speech therapies can be involved into them? And we try and do this at their doorstep. We run a program where we are able to provide these services to these children who can't afford to, or where the family members cannot afford to leave their work because they're on daily wages. So how do they leave their family? How do they leave their daily work and go to the hospital or to the therapist to get the therapies done? So instead of their coming to the therapist, we try and provide the therapist to their houses. And that's what we try and do, so that at least the therapies can continue for these children.
Sorry to interrupt, Sabir. You have 1 minute to complete the presentation. Then we will have more time during question and answers.
Okay, so maybe another 2 minutes. Okay, so just as again, there are equal number of challenges that we see in this area as well. I'll just quickly run through this. So counseling again becomes a very important thing, which is talking about the psychological support, what is required for the families, for the children, for the child, and for the family both, because the parents also need equal amount of support to be able to understand, to be able to provide that. A healthy mind is essential for providing that support, what is required for these children. I'll just go through this because so I'll straight away come up to the challenges here. Here we see a lot of burnouts, which is happening in the families, where they say they abandoned the total program for treatment and for saying that, no, I think this is just a waste of time or waste of expenses and resources. And that's what we're trying to see. How do we figure that out? How do we try and bring them back on track to say that it's essential for them to continue the treatments, what we require for these children. Acceptance. Many times we see that the parents don't accept the fact that there's a special child in their house. And that's because of the social stigma which is attached to some of these rare diseases. And they just refuse and say, we don't have a child like this. And how do we overcome that becomes a challenge for all of us. I think I'll skip this because I can just go on for talking about this, but so yeah, we also are doing a lot of advocacy work for the policy, for registration of the policy, for the advocacy in terms of getting the policy in the first place. And now we're talking about the refinement of the policy terms, which we see over there. How do we get insurance into this whole fold so that the burden can be shared by the insurance companies? We're also pushing up to see how the Orphan Drug Act, something similar can come up in India, because that's what is the call of the need at this point in time. Okay, so I think Harsha did mention this. I'm just trying to, kind of highlight the average cost that we see of clinical trials has gone up from 220 million in 2010 to about 504 million, which is an average growth of about 6% in the US. We also know that the median cost has gone up nearly about 15%. From 2010 to 2019. And even though the cost has gone up, India's contribution to the clinical trials is only about 4%. So why is it not happening, or what can we do to make it happen in India? Is the heterogeneity. We know that there's a wide population of heterogeneous patients which is available, which is there in India, and we can tap them for the trials which is required. We also have this very large population of patients who have not gone under any clinical trials for the time being. There is a very specific exclusion clause that you see in any of the trials where they say that if you're a part of a trial, you cannot enroll for another one. So I think if that is the case, India does give that opportunity to have that untapped market so far for doing the trials. The regulatory reforms since 2014 have really been very supportive for conducting these trials in India. They have all kinds of new rules and regulations, which is making it, of course, they're being harmonized and synchronized with the regulations that we have across the world, but it's also making it much more transparent and time-bound approvals. The intellectual property rights have been strengthened up So it's getting more and more strengthened up in terms of the laws which we need to control the piracy which is happening there. The government support is also there, where we have production linked incentives to be provided to the production farmer units over there. And now they're also talking about research linked incentive, which is going to directly link the orphan drugs, which is being developed within the country. We have 11 Center of Excellences across the country under the policy. We also have about an amount of $600,000 to be provided for specific rare diseases in the country, being provided by the government. So the money is available. It's not that the government is there to support the patients, but the question is, where is the treatment, which is still elusive? We have an excellent so-called clinical trials network, which is available there. The government is supporting with exemption of import custom duties. We have a strong infrastructure of hospital network, which is available right across the country. The number of investigators are also available to do the kind of research which is required. And we have the kind of starters which we need for all these research which is there. In the end, I would just like to say that we need to start developing, collaborating, being innovative with newer drugs to be available for these rare disease patients. It's imperative. We used to learn in school times to say necessity is the mother of invention. But here, it's not only a question of necessity, it's also a question of urgency, it's also a question of accessibility, and it's also a question of cost. What is the price at which that I'm going to get these drugs? And all these things need to be put together. And I think India does offer that opportunity to be able to do the kind of research, the kind of trials which is required in a collaborative manner, so that we are able to cater not only to the patients in India, but across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. Please have a seat for the panel discussion. I now invite Alison to present a couple slides. You can do it from there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's have the slides for Alison, please. You can still have it once the slides come up. We can...
Good morning and good evening to our friends in India. I'm Alison D'Ambrosio Bones. I'm the founder of the nonprofit organization Team for Travis, and I'm here to talk about tackling tragedy. And what that means to me is turning compound grief into action. As I mentioned, in 2018, my 4-year-old son, Travis, died within a matter of hours after first contracting a high fever. It was only through his death that we learned that he was born without a spleen, a rare disease called isolated congenital asplenia. And during that time, since his death, I've founded the 501c3 nonprofit, and we have been involved in advocacy, awareness, and funding the research. Some of our accomplishments were to include funding a new mouse model at UC San Francisco to help understand spleen development and the genetic mutations responsible for the disease. We've also received proclamations from 2 different Arizona governors where I reside, calling attention to asplenia awareness and proclaiming August 25th, Travis's anniversary, as the Team for Travis Asplenia Awareness Day in the state. And earlier this year, we worked with one of our state congressmen to get a passage of a bill to provide for Medicaid coverage of rapid whole genome sequencing for all critically ill children in Arizona's NICU units. So that was one of our biggest accomplishments to date. What we knew about Travis. This kid was active. He was involved in his community as just even a 3-year-old. He was very smart. One of some of his favorite things to do were to solve jigsaw puzzles and compete against both of his grandmothers, solving them quicker than anybody. He could count to 40. He knew his ABCs, and he had a voracious appetite for life. Some of his favorite foods included medium rare steak and fresh raspberries. He was a typical Italian, talking with his hands and twirling pasta like a pro. What we didn't know about Travis was that he was born without his spleen. This rare disease impacts approximately 1 in 300,000 children throughout the world, although the doctors and researchers we're working with say that the prevalence could be as much as 1 in 50,000 due to lack of diagnosis. And it's in fact, ICA is the only known disease in the world that affects a lymphoid organ with no additional developmental abnormalities. Some of the challenges that we have faced, again, are lack of prenatal education. Currently, obstetricians are not looking for the spleen during the routine anatomy scan done at 16 to 20 weeks. Early symptoms are easily overlooked or misdiagnosed, as in Travis's case. We were told he had the flu. Lack of understanding or knowledge among the medical community about the disease, and access to better and expanded rapid whole genome sequencing and newborn screening. Some of the accomplishments we've had in the last 4 years include congressional recognition from Arizona Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, Governor Doug Ducey, and Governor Katie Hobbs presenting us with a Splenia Awareness Recognition Day, and then funding research. We did our first grant in 2022 in partnership with Uplifting Athletes to co-fund the establishment of a new mouse model at UC San Francisco. And again, as I mentioned, speaking with Congressman Montenegro in Arizona and testifying to the Arizona Senate and House Health and Human Services Committees, and also the Senate Appropriations Committee to get the bill passed in Arizona. And here at this wonderful summit, where we look to bridge not only across continents with Indo and US researchers, but also across rare diseases, and find those commonalities among the rare diseases, commonalities among the genetic mutations. And so some of the things that I think can come from this wonderful opportunity is the establishing of new relationships with researchers, finding even more ICA patients and getting them enrolled in genetic testing, and developing an educational campaign for sonographers and also radiation technologists, so that when they're looking at babies in the prenatal period, they can determine if they have a spleen or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Suyog, can you please take next?
Hi, everyone. So this is Suyog again. Yeah, just. Hi, everyone. So as I introduce myself, I'm Suyog Sathe. I work as the secretary for the Lysosomal Storage Disorders Support Society in India. And I also work as a director for the International Gaucher Alliance. So I'm here today to present, give you an overview of what our organization is and the overview of the LSD situation in India. So to talk about the LSDSS, so as I mentioned, it is the first patient advocacy group for rare diseases and LSD patients in India. And it was founded back in 2010 when the parents and caregivers of LSD patients had come together in New Delhi for a gathering. And we felt the need to form a formal group and an association to raise our voice, to create a collective voice and advocate with the government. So this group was formed with the three primary objectives of, first of all, creating awareness about LSDs, which was quite low at that time, and also creating a sustainable healthcare mechanism and a funding model for LSD patients in India, and also promoting early diagnosis and treatment. So to raise the awareness, we have been, conducting various initiatives over the last 12 years. Like we were the first organization to observe the International Rare Disease Day in India back in 2010. And we have also been conducting various other initiatives like disease specific awareness days. Like there are various types of LSDs. So LSDs are a group of around 45 to 50 different types of disorders. And so we have been trying to conduct disease specific awareness days. Like Gaucher Day is conducted in October. Then there is MPS Day conducted in May. So different kinds of days. And also we have been conducting CMEs for the healthcare professionals all across India, which has, started giving fruits, and the awareness levels amongst the healthcare professionals have improved substantially over the last few years. And we have also been conducting media awareness campaigns to raise awareness in the general public as well as the policymakers. And as of now, we have around 420 registered patients all across the country with us. So to talk about the key achievements of our organization, as I said, we are the first patient advocacy group in India for rare diseases as well as LSDs. And in 2010, as you can see from the photograph, we were the first to observe the International Rare Disease Day. And in the same year, we collaborated with the ICMR, that is the Indian Council for Medical Research, and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS, New Delhi, to form a LSD task force, to create a framework for improving the diagnosis as well as awareness about LSDs in India. And we have also managed to successfully secure state-funded treatment for around 80 patients all across the country through judicial intervention. And we have also, working with some public sector undertakings like the ESIC, which is the Employee State Insurance Corporation, who also provide treatment to, the children of some beneficiaries. Apart from that, we have also been working with pharmaceutical companies. For example, Sanofi Genzyme has were providing treatment under the charitable access program since the beginning in 1999. So in fact, I was the first patient to get this treatment back in 1999 through Sanofi's charitable program. And so LSDSS has also worked with other companies like Shire, that is now Takeda, to initiate their charitable program in India, which is benefiting another 120 patients in addition to what in addition to the beneficiaries of the Sanofi's program. And apart from that, we have overcome various other challenges, like in 2018, India transitioned to a new tax regime, that is the GST. And there were some initial teething problems in this regime. For example, even the drugs, life-saving drugs imported under the humanitarian programs were taxed under this regime. But we successfully managed to persuade the finance ministry to exclude LSD drugs from these taxes. And as I said, we have also been working with the judiciary in India, and we have filed court cases in several states in India for several patients. And one of the most important milestones was one of the cases for a young boy based in Delhi. So it was in this case that the Delhi High Court directed the central government of India to formulate a national policy for rare diseases. And in 2017, in fact, the first policy for national policy for rare diseases was formed, which was a landmark policy, and it allocated a sum of around 1 billion Indian rupees for LSD patients in a 60-40 ratio split between the central and state governments. But unfortunately, this policy was later kept in abeyance, and it was replaced by another policy, which is the National Policy for Rare Diseases in 2021. And we have also been recipients of several international recognitions. For example, the Genzyme's PAL Award in 2011, as well as Global Gene Champions of Hope Award last year. So to give you an overview about LSDs, as I said, LSDs are a group of around 45 to 50 rare genetic disorders. And so their incidence is quite low, like rare. And for example, most of the LSDs have an incidence of about 1 to 100,000 people worldwide. The most common of those is Gaucher disease, which has an incidence of about 1 in 50,000 people. But combined as a group, LSDs have a incidence of about 1 in 7,000 people worldwide. And the most common LSDs are Gaucher disease, Pompe disease, Fabry disease, and mucosaccharidosis, that is MPS. So out of these 45 to 50 disorders, treatment is currently available for only 7 LSDs. So the treatment primarily comprises of enzyme replacement therapy, which is the deficient enzyme that needs to be given back to the patient through intravenous infusions, and it is a lifelong treatment. There is also a new therapy for Gaucher disease, that is substrate reduction therapy, which is an oral pill that needs to be taken once daily. And currently it is only available for Gaucher disease, and for other disorders, it is still in research. And there is also gene therapy, which is going on, like the research is going on for Gaucher disease as well as for some other disorders. And for Gaucher disease, there are also clinical trials going on. So as I said, these are extremely rare disorders and they'll need lifelong treatment. So the cost is very prohibitive, and the average cost per patient, annual cost per patient, ranges anywhere between USD 60,000 to anywhere between USD 250,000, depending on the patient's body weight, because the dose of the medicine varies with the patient's weight. And talking about the registries, so the Indian Council of Medical Research in 2019 came up with a national registry. It is a hospital-based registry in collaboration with AIMS New Delhi, which is aimed to collect, epidemiological data about rare diseases, which was currently lacking. And there are currently around 11,000 cases registered in this registry. So talking about the policy and the resources, so currently we have the National Policy for Rare Diseases, NPRD, which was notified in 2021. And this policy offers a one-time support of around $60,000 per rare disease patient. And for other disorders like LSDs, which need lifelong treatment, the policy suggests CSR funding and crowdfunding solutions for disorders like LSDs that need very expensive and lifelong treatment. So speaking about the current situation, we have around 420 patients registered with us. And out of these, around 220 patients are receiving treatment through the charitable programs of a couple of pharma companies like Sanofi and Takeda. And around 80 patients are receiving state-funded treatment through the judicial intervention that LSDSS has done. And apart from that, some patients are receiving treatment through the public sector undertakings like ESIC and even the armed forces. But the remaining patients are unfortunately without any treatment, and they have an uncertain future. So the national policy for rare diseases, as I said, it offers only a one-time support of 60,000 USD, which is not enough for disorders like LSDs, which need lifelong treatment. And it suggests CSR and crowdfunding for these kind of disorders, which is again not a sustainable solution. And further, the national policy also has designated 11 centers of excellence all across India, which have great experience and expertise in treating LSDs over the years. So speaking about the challenges we face, so the most important challenge is the costly treatment, because as I said, the annual cost of treatment for a patient can range anywhere between 60,000 USD to 250,000 USD. And so this needs a concrete and a sustainable budgetary allocation from the government. And there is a low awareness about LSDs because, as I said, the prevalence is very low, and so there is a lack of awareness amongst the policymakers as well as the healthcare professionals. And in some parts of the country, especially in the southern parts of the country, there is a practice of consanguinity. So, marriages within cousins and blood relations, which further increases the prevalence of such genetic disorders. So there is a need to spread awareness, to prevent such consanguineous marriages. And there is also a problem of diagnostic delays because many of the LSDs have non-specific symptoms. So they are often misdiagnosed for something else. And there is also limited access to, specialized healthcare infrastructure like genetic testing labs, which again, delays the diagnostic process. And also there is a shortage of trained healthcare professionals, which again adds to the delays. So a couple of few suggestions about the recommendations and the roadmap for the future. So first of all, early diagnosis is essential because timely intervention can really, transform the patient's life for the better. So there is a need to implement, programs like the newborn screening program and prenatal screening for early diagnosis. Also, there is a need to expand access to the existing treatments as well as develop new therapies for LSDs. And there is a need to create awareness and launch comprehensive awareness campaigns to improve awareness amongst the policymakers, general public, and even the healthcare professionals. So as I said, there is a need to, create a sustainable healthcare funding model because as of now, it's just a one-time support from the government. So there is a need for a sustainable model, and also there is a need to, try and reduce the cost of the existing treatments through, various ways like maybe local or regional manufacturing of the drugs. And also, of course, there is a need for cross-border collaborations between different stakeholders, nationally as well as internationally, because sharing expertise and research findings can really help in the development of new therapies and support. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opening presentations and remarks, everyone. Now, moving to you, Dorothea, and thank you for bringing your son. It's really cute to see him here. Thank you. So you have been a very active advocate on the Capitol Hill. If you could share your thoughts on how it has helped yourself, your family, and community of Prader-Willi syndrome.
Thank you again. I tell people that our story is the most powerful thing that we can share. And I find that people genuinely want to help our community and the rare disease community, but they can't help if they don't know what it is. So we started by doing just that. And we did our first DC fly-in in September of 2021, just to reacquaint ourselves with members of Congress and say, hi guys, we are here. This is Prader-Willi syndrome. We explained it's a spectrum disorder. And it falls on chromosome 15. We asked for a Prader-Willi syndrome awareness day. We had already received Prader-Willi Awareness Month in 2010, but not much advocacy work had been done since. So we took this opportunity to go ahead and gain support. And Congressman Tonko co-filed our awareness day with Congresswoman Salazar, who is my congresswoman. And we just started getting the word out. We had a group of individuals. We had about 51 individuals who came from 21 states, and we had 86 meetings with members of Congress in one day. And our community felt empowered. They were no longer afraid to speak with an elected official. We went through a rigorous 6-month training process where PWSA held webinars with different organizations who had established a presence in Washington. We did a webinar on how to tell your story, where we brought in a writer from Columbia University who specializes in putting together and crafting rare disease stories. So everybody learned how to put together their 5-minute, 3-minute elevator pitch. And I found that some of the people who were the most apprehensive about going have become our strongest advocates. Since then, we have come up to DC either individually or as an organization 10 times. And we are well received by members of Congress. We have been asked to participate in the crafting of legislation that could help rare disease, which we are very excited about. We have partnered with organizations like the Every Life Foundation and NORD and Global Genes to bring more awareness to Prader-Willi syndrome. And just this week, we were really excited to take part in a congressional hearing where there is proposed rare disease legislation that would really help the rare disease community. Most of our drugs are already used for one indication, and this would give pharmaceutical sponsors an opportunity to actually have their phase 2 trial go into their phase 3 trial, file for preliminary approval, and get these therapies into the hands of the people who need them most faster. So yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's so important that we advocate and speak up and share our story, especially to our elected representatives, which is a phenomenon that we are trying to bring about in India also, which we have seen the effect of that in the US and reaping the benefits now, and still a long way to go. But we have advocacy at the state level and at the federal level. It's that's one aspect of learnings from the other side that I like to highlight.
I'm just going to follow up. We are all also doing this on the state level. Currently, PWS is only recognized as a developmental disability in 14 states. And considering that the disease is over 50 years old, that's not good enough. So over the past 9 months, we've actually had advocates who joined us in DC. They got the advocacy bug. And we now have an additional 14 states that are in the process of recognizing PWS as a developmental disability, which of course helps for insurance, helps for service purposes, and everything in between. So at the state level and the federal level.
Great. Thank you for mentioning that. In India also, healthcare is a state level subject. And so it's important that we engage at both center and state. So let me remind everyone here in person that there are 2 microphones on each side. If you have questions for any of our speakers this morning, please line up at those microphones, and we welcome questions from those joining us online. If you drop in the question and answer box, they will be sure to pick them up. So moving on to the next topic of this panel discussion, wanted to check what's your ideal practical solution that you have for your own community as of today. What's the best thing that can happen for a new person, child diagnosed with the disease that you're battling for? Maybe Dorothy, you can go first and then we'll go around.
Having another approved therapy to treat PWS would be the best thing for our community right now. PWS has a multitude of symptoms, but the hallmark symptom of PWS is something called hyperphagia, which basically is the inability to ever feel full. So if you can imagine not eating for 3 days, and then you imagine yourself feeling that way, with everything that comes with those feelings, agitation, exhaustion. You feel that way 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, every single day of your life, no matter how much or what you eat. If we can do something to assist in treating hyperphagia, it would be monumental for our community. And in addition to that, with all of the other symptoms, we're finding that research is telling us if one treatment, if one of these symptoms is treated, it helps with all of the other symptoms. So for example, if hyperphagia is decreased, then the anxiety level of our population will go down. A lot of the times the sleep disruption is caused by the fact that they're starving. So it can assist in proper sleep development. So for us, it's really about another treatment to help with some of the other symptoms of PWS. That would be a miracle for us.
Wonderful. Allison, what would?
Yes, for us, the biggest challenge and the biggest reward would be to have asplenia be able to be diagnosed universally for all children, to just determine if they have a functioning spleen or not. Because I'll give you a case example of another one of our patients. She was 2 years old when she first developed a high fever. Her doctor dismissed it and treated her with antibiotics. Those antibiotics did keep her alive, but in the process, she spent 8 days in the NICU at Boston Children's Hospital as the sickest child in the unit. And in the process, due to the infection that was invading her body and her body's inability to fight the infection with her missing spleen, she lost 6 of her 10 fingertips and 1 of her toes. And now she survived. She's now in 2nd grade. But she had to endure extensive physical, speech, and occupational therapy. And now she faces the questions from her peers. well, why are your fingers different? So she has, as you said, Dorothea, the effective storytelling to share with her peers and even adults who may wonder, why is this little girl missing 6 of her 10 fingertips? Her and her parents are helping her to learn how to tell her story. So with the better detection, we can prevent outcomes like Travis, we can prevent outcomes like Grace, and give these children a chance to battle infections that any other child with a functioning spleen would be able to overcome.
Thank you. Suyuk, what's the best thing that can happen to someone new diagnosed with Gaucher or a lysosomal storage disease?
Sorry. So I think there is a need to improve the diagnosis because currently, as I said, there is very low awareness about Gaucher or any other LSDs in India, apart from the major cities which have the centers of excellence, especially in rural areas. Even the primary healthcare providers do not have, they haven't even heard of any such disorders. So most of these patients, need to travel very far distances to other metro cities to get a diagnosis. And even after the diagnosis,
Sorry to interrupt, Suyuk. So anywhere in the world, right? So if a patient today is diagnosed with a lysosomal storage disease or Gaucher, what's the best thing that that patient could hope for?
So I think so once the patient is diagnosed, the main thing that they would be looking forward to is getting a treatment. But in India, the situation is very different because, as I said, most of the patients are receiving treatment through humanitarian programs of pharma companies. And those programs, are currently closed for any new patients. So they are not accepting any new patients. So most of the patients who are getting diagnosed now, have a very uncertain future. So they have to rely on other kinds of, fundraising sources like crowdfunding or, ask for in maybe CSR donations of corporate companies and things like that. So because as I said, the government's support currently is limited to a one-time financial support of around 60,000 USDs, which is not enough. And yeah, so that's a challenge.
Thank you. Naveen.
I think for us, the biggest thing that can happen, the most important thing is that if somebody is diagnosed with this disease, they get a chance to understand that there is something being done about this disease. Because when we look back at our journey, there was nothing, and it really was a very scary feeling. And because the disease is just not known, not even in the clinical community. When I remember when we went to one of the doctor at a pretty big institute here in California, the one thing they said was that you are probably the first and maybe the last patient that I'll treat or look at with this disease. So that's the first thing. And of course, practically speaking, then the next thing the patient would need to understand is, okay, what can be possible as a treatment. And for this disease, we are really working hard on drug repurposing and some of the non-approved drugs as well, which hold good potential. So we're hopeful that next year or two, if we are able to get something in the clinical trial, and FDA is amenable to really look at the only safety aspect of it and not hold us to the standards that normally a drug company with millions or billions of dollars. I think that's what we're hopeful for, and in the long run, of course, we are working on gene therapy as a cure.
Great. Yeah, Sabir.
Okay. See, I think just when a patient or a parent of a patient gets a diagnosis, the biggest challenge or the biggest, I would say, issue that they face is disillusionment. They don't know, they don't understand. There's nobody to guide them. There's nobody to tell them what they should do, where they should go, what is it that needs to be done. And they suddenly feel isolated in that disease diagnosis which they have just got. And that's where I think it's very important for patient advocacy groups to step in, to give them that sense of belonging, to give them that sense of being together in that challenge which they are facing individually, but at the same time, they know that there are other parents, there are other patients which are facing the similar kind of challenges. So that's the immediate consequences, that's the immediate need which arises and which needs to be mitigated. And of course, I think in the long term, everybody is looking for a treatment. Everybody needs a cure. How do we get to that cure? How do we get there? Is something which, again, you have to keep that hope alive. You have to, not allow them to get burnt out in terms of saying, okay, nothing is possible, so let's just forget about it.
Thank you. Gautam, you're joining us on Zoom. What's the best thing that can happen to a new patient with sickle cell disease?
So I think sir said that everyone need a cure and best treatment. Regarding sickle cell disease, I must tell you that 1.4 million people are waiting for the right treatment. And this is not so much difficult. Actually, as I said that the bone marrow transplant and gene therapy is the last option, but yet we are only depending upon the hydroxyurea treatment. So hydroxyurea, luckily, is not so much costly. It is very economic. But what we need the education to the professional, because district health officers, doctors, mostly don't know about what is the sickle cell disease and what is the treatment protocol regarding hydroxyurea. Our most of the patient can live full life with the hydroxyurea treatment, and which is very easy because my two kids both are sickle cell disease warrior. They are taking hydroxyurea with proper doses. So 3 years before, they were taking hydroxyurea with low dose, but having more and more crisis within 2 months. Hospitalizing were increases. But after setting a proper dose of hydroxyurea, now since last 3 years, both are very good and performing as a normal human being. So I would like to share my message that in India or all over the world, the simplest protocol of hydroxyurea should be known by all professionals, and that will be the easy to take care each and every sickle cell patient of the world. And diagnosis, 2-3 major symptoms are there, just like a severe pain, severe anemia, and especially jaundice. If these three symptoms are regularly facing by the patient, then doctor should advise the sickle cell test. This is most important in rural area of India. So the diagnosis is very important, because right now most of the patients, millions of the patients, are waiting for the diagnosis. Once the diagnosed, then we can start a hydroxyurea treatment firstly. Then many of the patient we can save, because the early deaths are happening in India, just like in 2 year, 3 year. They are not seeing their 5th or 6th birthday. So we can save their life by educating professionals as well as the common public in India. Thank you so much.
So much, Gautam. Appreciate that comment. We have recent approvals for sickle cell disease treatments by the FDA in the US. In the next session, we have Ginger Davis speak about the situation, standard of care and options in US. It'll be great to see how that there can be some cross-border learnings there. So we have one quick question here, and then we'll close the session.
Thank you, Harsha. Dean Sir with MLD Foundation. I know you're on the clock here. So the good news is I started this session with a question, but you provided an answer. And Suyog, I'm with MLD Foundation and a lysosomal disease. And my question, which I think is of interest to everybody, is how can we better create relationships between advocacy here and advocacy in India, certainly globally, but specifically here in India, to share what we know? we have a therapy that's in front of the FDA, or a PDUFA date in March. We need to get that to our Indian peers and so on. So I have an answer. I know what to do, but I'm sure others have that same question.
Yes, great question. And that's the closing question to the panel anyway. So thanks for asking that. Is what's your
I'll make it brief. It's not, he asked the question.
Sure.
But I did want to make a comment.
Go ahead, Ginger.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask, but there is so much commonality between the rare diseases that you've all talked about. We have extreme fatigue. We don't have a problem with getting energy. We just don't eat when we don't feel well. You know, one of the things in children with sickle cell, you either have splenic sequestration where your spleen swells, or it atrophies, or it has to come out because of the swelling and the inflammation. And so there's a lot of commonality in terms of how things are being treated because the education isn't there. You know, so again, how can we work collectively, you know, representing each of our rare disease, but collectively as a rare disease community to get improvements everywhere. And it's not just you're looking at other countries. We're having these problems right here in the US. So I look forward to collaborating with everyone.
Thank you, Ginger.
And there's a question online.
We unfortunately do not have time for that, but I'll ask, so there will be opportunity to during the networking and online conversations. But the final question for the panel is, what's your hope, wish that how US-India collaborations and cooperation can help move the needle for your own community? What is your hope for future of not just US and India, but more international and cross-border collaborations engaging the rest of the world in this rare revolution? Go ahead.
Well, I would just like to say thank you to Ginger for that question, because as you said, the commonalities within our rare diseases, the fatigue, the connection with sickle cell and the spleen development and what happens to your patient community. And the whole purpose of coming here today is to bridge those gaps, to find that commonality, because although we may only be working with, in the example of asplenia, we may only be working with a handful of patients. What do we have in common? Where can there be commonalities found in the genetic mutations? And that's at events like this, that is how the conversations start. And we continue to move forward to bring that not only to India and to the US, but globally.
Thank you, Alison. Samir, yeah, please.
Yeah, I think, the rare disease community cannot be limited to a country or to a section of the society. We are living in a global world today. We need to break these barriers which exist in terms of saying that this is for the US market or this is for the North American or the European market. We need to look at it as a global issue, a global challenge which is there, and integrate all rare disease patients for the treatment which is essential for all of them. We can't just do it in terms of saying this is going to be limited only to this part of the world. We have to break those silos or those barriers which is existing over there and integrate everybody together. So the clinical trials, the research which is happening has to be done in a global way. You have to look at the markets. You have to look at the patients all across the country. It cannot be limited to a particular section only. It can't be done like that.
Naveen? Yeah, I think I have two thoughts on that. One is the overall diagnosis and linkage of the patients and their families to the organization which are really pursuing this cause of advocacy. And that linkage cannot come without the full participation from clinicians all over the world, right? Because they are the conduit. Patients don't know how to connect, who's working on what, and clinicians, their awareness plays a very important role, and then playing that important role. The second thing I would say is also, going back to the point that it's a global community, right? Patients are all over, and in many cases, like when you have to run some of the experiments or when you have to run some natural history studies, you cannot rely on the old protocol of when you're trying to do that within a small geographical region. And that's what I hope for, that, through this kind of forums, and we can create that awareness, that dire need of doing that.
So your closing comment?
Yeah, I think so. Collaboration between the two countries is very important because the US has a very matured and a comprehensive research infrastructure when it comes to rare diseases. As we know, with the Orphan Drug Act, there have been so many therapies that have been developed for rare diseases. So this knowledge sharing and information sharing will really help more therapies to be developed for LSDs as well as other rare diseases all over the world. And I think also the point of clinical trials that was discussed earlier. So most of the clinical trials for rare diseases are concentrated either in the US or in Europe. And there are very few trials that are conducted in India for rare diseases, even, despite having a large population and, very heterogeneous population. So which can in fact be beneficial for the researchers. So I think those 2 points, if they are taken care of, then that can be really beneficial to the community.
Thank you, Suyog. Last year, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the first orphan drug approved, that was for Gaucher in 92. And you are a recipient of that treatment. So congratulations and thank you for being here in this inaugural summit.
Thank you.
Dorothea, your closing comments.
I couldn't agree more. What we've done as an organization to start is we are part of a larger worldwide organization, which is the International Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. And we collaborate with them on a regular basis. We are doing a joint conference in Arizona in 2025. So as a Prader-Willi community, we're trying to bridge that gap. But it seems to me that when you have two of the most populous countries in the world working together, it would just make more sense for cross collaboration. It seems that when you have a population where a rare disease is considered one out of every 500 or 500,000 rare diseases versus where in the US it's 200,000, we have a problem with, getting people in clinical trials because we have such a much smaller population. So I think that there is an opportunity for us to maybe conduct studies in the US and in India at the same time, and being able to combine that data. I'd also like to see the FDA be able to use that data and rely on it as if it were in the United States. I think that that's policy that really needs to be looked at here in the United States. I know that they do it every once in a while for trials that are going on in Europe, and I think we need to open it up to the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. That was a great closing comment. From my side, just listening to all the panelists this morning, it's very clear that the recent visit by the FDA commissioner to India as the pharmacy of the world, pointing out the need for affordable and more accessible therapeutic options, as well as what Dorothy just pointed out in making sure the treatments that are approved by the FDA are automatically approved in India also by the Indian regulators if it is an orphan drug. And hence, that's the one of the key takeaways of this panel is how can we work together to ensure more treatments that are being developed are inclusive in also getting those treatments to India and other countries. Gautam, you will have the final word.
Two things are there, sir. In sickle cell disease, we need one is to stop the new birth of sickle cell disease patient, and second, those who are living with the sickle cell disease, we want for them a better quality of life. For those two things, I must request to the all over the world that please support for the community screening with the diagnosis, and second, for this to improve the system, and also please research some newer medicines or whatever therapy, because we are right now only depend upon the hydroxyurea. So I must request to the all researchers that millions of the people suffering with sickle cell disease are waiting for your research so that they can see the beautiful world. So this is my request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please help me in thanking the speakers this morning. So before we break out for networking, I would request all of you to stand up with this souvenir in helping us inaugurate the summit holding, and our photographer will capture this moment.
That's okay. Hold them up high one more time. Thank you all.
Now we break for networking and regroup by 10:30. Thank you.
This happened at an investigator meeting of ours.
Oh, I see.
All the KOLs out. This is
Okay, let's,
right there.
yes. For everyone waiting online, there is a fire emergency alarm here, so we are stepping out. We will be back momentarily or as soon as the emergency is cleared. Thank you for your patience. Please hold on. yet.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone on the virtual platform waiting. We had a fire emergency here, so everybody had to vacate the building. But we are back in the room, so we'll get started. Without further ado, session 2, what does diversity, equity, inclusion, and access mean to us today? Definitions and inadequacies and the way forward. So to take this proceedings forward for this session, I invite Sarah Freidhoff from Astria Therapeutics. Sarah is a patient advocacy and engagement professional who brings experience designing thoughtful, innovative, and compliant relationships with both patient and professional organizations. She serves as the Director, Patient Advocacy at Astria Therapeutics, a biotechnology company devoted to bringing life-changing therapies to patients and families impacted by allergic and immunological diseases. So please welcome Sarah to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. My name is Sarah Freidhoff. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a woman who's wearing a brown sweater and black pants. And I'm going to get started by talking about DEIA in the context of the United States lens. So I want to first acknowledge that in my role as an industry patient advocacy professional, that you have to go in knowing what you don't know. And so what I'm going to speak to you today about is what has been sort of codified and written based on US laws, definitions, et cetera. But what I think what's I'm most excited for is the opportunity to learn from each of the panelists that you'll hear from shortly, and we'll go from there. So defining rare disease in the United States, you may be familiar that under the Orphan Drug Act, rare diseases are defined as diseases or conditions that affect less than 200,000 people in the United States. You may also have heard the term ultra-rare disease thrown around. There's no official codified definition for what that means yet, although there's some scholastic literature that says anything under 10,000 people in the United States might be that threshold. But the current definition that we have here in the United States is less than 200,000 people. So what do we mean by DEIA? So I had help from Harsha to look through what does the United States define that as? And unfortunately, or I think there's room to grow, so there's a fortunately to this too. There's not a whole lot of codification when it comes to DEIA. One of the best resources for it was from an executive order on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. So the language that you see up on the screen, and I see some folks taking pictures. My slides are text heavy, so I encourage you to take pictures. But you can see here diversity, including many communities, identities, races, ethnicities, backgrounds, abilities, cultures, and beliefs, including underserved communities. I've bolded that because we're going to talk about what that means. That's an extra and added layer. Equity, consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including individuals who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment. Inclusion, the recognition, appreciation, and use of talents and skills of all backgrounds. And accessibility, the design, construction, development, maintenance of facilities, information and communication technology, programs and services so that all people, including people with disabilities, can fully and independently use them. So in my job in a small biotech, we talk a lot about how we're going to design our clinical trials and how we're going to engage the community so that everybody has equal and equitable access to clinical trials and that we serve all of the communities that are affected by this disease. And so we often talk about race, we often talk about gender, we often talk about age. But as we all know, everyone has intersectional identities. And so there's so many different layers to making sure that you are actually providing equal, fair, and equitable access. So in addition to having communities of color and people of different sexes and genders, you also have to take into considerations people who have limited English proficiency, people who live in rural areas. All of these things are complications or at least factors in how they may or may not be able to engage in their own health. So why is this so important? I'm sure preaching to the choir here, but the US population is often touted as a melting pot. And so we're very heterogeneous. And we know that different groups can respond to different medications in different ways. And so it's super important for us to make sure that trials are inclusive so that we know how well the drug works and the drug's safety in all groups of people and not just a select few. All right, there's another slide, text-heavy slide, but only to say that FDA has shown a strong commitment to enhancing DEIA in clinical trials. One of the most recent guidances released was enhancing the diversity of clinical trial populations, eligibility criteria, enrollment practices, and trial designs. And you can see under 1, 2, and 3, I've sort of listed out the main sections here, but they've given some really wise advice, including in section 3, talking specifically about eligibility criteria and recruitment for rare disease clinical trials. So I encourage you, if you haven't read it already, to take a look. But one of the things that guidance suggested is that there be diversity action plans that are submitted to FDA, that we have a way of measuring and codifying and making sure that industry is having clinical trials that represent all people and not just a select few. And that can sound really intimidating in rare disease when a lot of us think, well, it's a super small population. How can we know if it's representative or not? And so I'm just going to give you a brief case study from the disease that Astria is focused in, hereditary angioedema. So hereditary angioedema is a rare genetic disease caused by a missing protein in the blood. And what it does is it causes random bouts of swelling. So if you can imagine getting your hand caught in a door, your hand swells up, eventually your hand calms back down. That level of swelling, the intensity, the size, the pain, the numbness, the tingling, happens completely at random. We know that it can be triggered by stress, but it can also happen completely without any pre-existing background. And the challenge with that is, of course, if it happens on your face, if it happens on your hand, you're limited in your quality of life and your utility of those certain parts of your body. But more importantly, it can also travel to your throat and compromise your airway. And so before there were treatments for HAE, and thankfully there are a few now, there was a high level of mortality because people would lose their airway. So what did the patient advocacy organization do? Well, they came together a little less than 2 decades ago, and they formed a registry. And so what you see up on the screen is just an overview of an abstract that they recently published. And their stated goal was to take the registry and the information they'd collected and improve upon our understanding of HAE, which in part helps companies like mine understand, well, what does a representative clinical trial look like? So the US HAE Association, also called HAEA, collected information into their online registry between 2009 and they're still collecting it today, but the data was cut at April 7, 2021. They used a series of different questionnaires, demographic, natural history, family history, and outcomes from the disease, and prevalence of comorbid conditions. And their conclusion, which I'll get to, you can see in the bold on the bottom, is that this registry helps provide a mechanism to enhance knowledge of HAE. And what they did find from the research they've done so far is that females with HAE showed a significant increase in the prevalence of depression, sleep disorders, kidney disease, anemia, and hepatitis. And cardiovascular morbidities were significantly reduced in the HAE C1 normal group. So again, I'm excited to have this conversation and talk about rare disease and DEIA. And it'll be my pleasure in just a moment to introduce Dr. Tangaraj to talk about this further. But hopefully this has been a useful primer as we begin to explore what we can be doing to make DEIA more of a central focus across the work that advocacy groups are doing and the work that industry is doing. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Tangaraj to introduce himself and give his presentation.
Could you please unshare the slide? So good morning, all of you. And I must appreciate Harsha and his colleagues, Reena, Nisha, and others for their effort in organizing such an important meeting. My apologies that I could not able to come in person. However, it's my pleasure in talking to you in this platform. What I'm going to talk to you is that all of you are aware that in India, it's one of the nation where you find large number of rare diseases. I'm going to tell you, so what is the reason for having such a huge number in India? I'm a population geneticist. I have been working in this area for last 30 years. I'm going to tell you that how studying the population genetics helps us in better understanding of health and disease in broad and rare disease in particular. So India is an ethnic museum because we have collection of large number of population groups. And as you see here, we have population similar to Africans, we have population who look like Europeans, we have population who look like Southeast Asian, we have also a population who are typically like Indians. The reason for this difference is that population in India and South Asia are stratified in many ways. One of the stratification is based on the language. We have 4 major linguistic groups like Dravidians, Indo-European, Austroasiatic, and Tibeto-Burman. And also there are some isolated languages like Andamanis, Nihalis, and few more. Again, under each linguistic group, there are several languages. For example, if you take Dravidian language, you have Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, and Kannada. Similarly, other major linguistic groups also has several languages. Under each language, there are several social groups, so-called upper caste, middle caste, lower caste, tribes, and primitive tribes. So all of this makes India is one of the complex nation. And some of you may not aware that in India, we have 4,635 anthropologically well-defined population groups that include several caste group, tribes, primitive tribes, and some of them still follow hunter and gatherers lifestyle. That means just go and hunt for food. They don't do any job, including agriculture. So in this context, I wanted to tell you that how such a complexity arose in India. We all know that the human population, or Homo sapien arose in Africa about 200,000 years back. And the question is, how did they migrate to spread rest of the world? So one of our studies showed that the Andaman tribes are the first modern human who migrated out of Africa and reached Andaman and Nicobar Islands about 65,000 to 70,000 years back. So that's the first modern human who migrated. That means India is still having a population who have migrated out of Africa for the very first time. And subsequent studies showed that in India, there were 2 founding populations. One, we call them as ancestral South Indians, who are closer to Andamani. That means they are the first modern human who migrated out of Africa, and they are part of this early human migration. The second one is ancestral North Indians, who probably migrated much later, and they have some kind of affinities with the European. There are several studies which have proven. I don't have time to tell. Just quickly say that the skin color mutation, which is present in Europe, Middle East, and also northern part of India, but not in southern part of India. All this says that there were 2 founding populations in India, and they gave rise to many populations. On the other hand, if you look at this PCA plot, where you see this, the European HapMap sample, Africans and Chinese, there were many individuals, but they are in a single cluster. Whereas look at Indians, each population is very unique. They follow endogamy, therefore they preserve their, whatever the mutation takes place in that particular population. That's what makes them unique. But on the other hand, although they are unique, but still each population has some kind of genetic affinities with the other group. Okay, that's very, very unique in India. So now what I am going to give you is that when this admixture took place between ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indians, in this study, what we have shown, initially these two groups were independent, but independently they gave rise to many population groups, both ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indians. And these two groups have admixed during the last 2,000 to 4,000 years. That means the genetic component have mixed between these two groups. But what happened last 2,000 years is that every single population after admixture started maintaining the endogamy. Endogamy means marrying within the group. So 2,000 years, every population marrying within the group makes every population very unique, because the genetic mutation which happened in every single population remains in that particular population. So this probably because of the caste system which arose in India or South Asia, put every population strictly marrying within the group. So now what I'm going to talk to you is that how that has impacted on our health and diseases. So to understand that, we took another study taking 2,800 individuals from 275 population all over South Asia, including Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and other South Asian countries, because our other study, which I'm not showing here, tells that whatever you study in India, it's also true for other South Asian countries. Okay, so in this study, what we have shown is actually there's a possibility that every single population, at least 3/4 of the populations are expected to have a population-specific mutation which might cause population-specific diseases. So here, what I'm showing, but I don't want to confuse you with this IBD score. Every single line represents one population. The line is shorter, that means the IBD score is less. The line is long, the IBD score is more. If the IBD score is more, there's a more chance that the population might have a population-specific mutation which might cause population-specific rare disease. You can actually see here the Ashkenazi Jewish and Finnish population. You know that the large number of recessive disease has been mapped, but they have very tiny IBD. But you can imagine that in India, large number of populations are having multiple fold of IBD score. You can imagine that how many such disease might exist in Indian subcontinent or South Asia as a whole. To understand that, we took few populations, including Kallar, Yadav, and a few more, because until then, we don't have any clue that whether these populations have any disease or not, because these are purely selected for understanding the population history. While we selecting these, some of the populations, we have done the exome sequencing to understand, is there any mutation which is highly prevalent in this population. While doing this, we collected additional sample. We also inquired at the time whether there's any disease in those populations. Then we found that in a population called Kallar, that is that community live in 3 or 4 different locations in South Tamil Nadu near Madurai, and we found there's a disease called junctional head-lids epidermolysis bullosa. When we collected the sample, because these children with skin rashes and congenital heart disease, they die in very few months after the birth. Parents are absolutely fine. There are multiple children dying in the family. Then we did the exome sequencing. In a family, we found that the parents are with heterozygous mutation. That means there's 11 base pair deletion in LAMB3 gene present in one copy of the gene. Other copy is normal in both the parents. But the children who are dying, we could be able to do the exome sequencing and found that there was a homozygous mutation. That means the parents, because of the endogamy, this mutation must have arose somewhere in that particular population, but it got well spread because they marry within the group, and because it's a recessive mutation, it doesn't affect the individual with heterozygous mutation. So what we did, we have looked at the family. There are 8 such families where there is a multiple death in the community. Then we went on to screen the population. Before that, we have identified a mother with pregnancy, a few months. Then we brought that mother to Chennai because it's very 300 to 400 kilometers because there's no facility at the time to collect the amniotic fluid. We did simple PCR test and identified this is amniotic fluid. This is a homozygous mutation, heterozygous mutation. We found the mother carrying heterozygous mutation. Therefore, we advised the mother to continue the pregnancy. And I am happy to show that this child born in last June with the perfect healthy condition. So that gives us the satisfaction that whatever the basic study which we have done actually leading to some kind of application and try to help the population. Then we wanted to screen the entire population. Therefore, we organized a camp and we collected the samples. And in the meantime, we also found mother with pregnancy. And this time we could collect the amniotic fluid in mother itself. And fortunately, that mother also carrying fetus with heterozygous mutation. So having this background, when I was heading the Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, I initiated a new program called Mission Program on Pediatric Rare Disorders, okay, which was funded by DBT. And there are some 20 different institutes all over India is participating in that. And just we had a progress a meeting and found that it is progressing well and it has several components. Identify the patients and their family, do the exome sequencing or the whole genome sequencing, and do the animal model, different animal model, and also try to do the therapy using lentiviral method. And also we wanted to advertise with various means. Therefore, the common people will know about this particular study. Therefore, we can help those family. And in fact, this was launched recently by the Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, when I was in CDFD. I'm sure that it's going to help the population with the individual family with rare genetic disorders. So how actually it means to the population which are living in US. The Indians who have migrated to US, because the initiative, I think it's well conceived that Indo-US, because the population, some of the individuals with the heterozygous mutation were healthy, who migrated to US, and they marry someone with similar mutation, there's a chance that they would have, the children would get the disease. But I don't have the example to say in US, but I have the example to say in UK. I've been collaborating with the Institute of Neurology from University College London, where my collaborator asked me to check for a mutation, which they found in 3 Indian families. But initially we didn't say, but they have looked for the mutations in these 3 families, which are known to cause a mutation in the European, but they could not find. Therefore, they have sequenced the exome and identified a mutation which causes mitochondrial diseases. This is also a group of rare diseases which is present in a gene called RNA-SEH. But when we try to look for the mutation in the mitochondrial disease patient who are from South India, we did not find that. But when I asked him, where did these patients have come from? He said that they are from Gujarat. Then I explained about the complexity. So India, again, is not considered as a whole because every population is very unique. That's another challenging to identify and treat these patients. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And I think I appreciate once again Harsha and his team for taking this initiative while we are trying to treat the patient with the existing drug or new drug, but we try to understand the cause and try to prevent that in the next generation. So with that, I would like to thank all my colleagues and students who are part of several other studies, and funding has come from various organizations. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tangaraj. And I'd like to now invite on stage our panelists to come and join us. I believe we have Maria joining us via Zoom as well. Right, so just making sure, Maria, can you? Oh. Maria, can you? Maria, can you hear us on Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. You can hear all of us in the room, all right?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce, well, actually, I'm going to have them introduce themselves, but it's my pleasure to have on the stage several incredible advocates, and we're going to dive into this issue of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And Maria, if you wouldn't mind, I would love for you to just introduce yourself first.
Sure. First, I want to thank Indo US Rare for inviting me to be part of this inaugural event and this esteemed panel. My name is Maria Della Rocca, and I'm a bilingual genetic counselor who's been exposed to rare diseases from early on in my life when I worked at a daycare center in a rural community during my undergraduate years. I met an infant with cystic fibrosis, a toddler with hereditary fructose intolerance, and a teen with ectodermal pigmentosa. And I've had several family members diagnosed with rare diseases, an aunt with myasthenia gravis and a cousin with a myelodysplastic syndrome and paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria. From an early age, I saw firsthand the experience of underserved communities and challenges they face. My cousin, who was of mixed race, had a difficult time finding a match for his bone marrow transplant. And not having an option of a related donor, had to find an unrelated donor that was a perfect match. As we know, finding a match can be very, very challenging, especially when you're of mixed ethnicity. It is even more challenging. Although a donor from Brazil was found, unfortunately, my cousin never had a bone marrow transplant, and he ended up passing away before his 18th birthday. All of these experiences inspired me to work within the rare disease space with a focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Currently, I'm the Senior Director of Support and Education Programs at Global Genes. Global Genes is a rare disease patient advocacy organization focused on providing advocates worldwide with a continuum of services to accelerate their path from early support, diagnosis, and awareness through research readiness, using a collaborative approach that involves patient advocates, biopharma researchers, and funders. At Global Genes, I oversee the various support and education programs, including the Rare Concierge Program, which is a free patient navigation service that assists undiagnosed and diagnosed patients, caregivers, and families affected by rare diseases. I also oversee the Rare Compassion Program, which is a program that provides medical students the opportunity to learn about the unique challenges and needs individuals and their families face when living with an undiagnosed or diagnosed rare disease. And one of the other programs I oversee is the Global Advocacy Alliance, which is a global community of close to 700 nonprofit organizations and support groups. Global Genes believes that DEI and A is at the core of our work. We strive to ensure that all of our programs work in ensuring DEIA. Two of our support and education programs exclusively target historically marginalized and underserved communities. Our Know Your Family History initiative, done in conjunction with the Rare Disease Diversity Coalition, and our All in Rare program, which is in partnership with Rare KC and the community of Wyandotte County in Kansas City. Our Know Your Family History initiative aims to increase awareness and understanding of family health history and its importance in reducing the time of diagnosis within the African American, Black, and Latinx communities. Our All in Rare program supports bi-directional communication and education about rare diseases between underserved and historically marginalized communities and diverse stakeholders via community health ambassadors. Together with these community leaders, we're working to improve health outcomes, provide increased access to patient support and diagnostic tests, as well as bolster trust and participation in rare disease research. We established our All in Rare program because we know that underserved communities are largely underrepresented in research and clinical trials, with 16% only comprising 16% of research study participants, which often leads, as we all know, to a lack of understanding about how effective current therapies are for these diverse communities and missed opportunities on how to improve diagnostics. Compounding this issue further is the fact that some rare diseases are known to disproportionately affect people of color, like what we see in sickle cell anemia and transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, which is a genetic condition that disproportionately causes heart failure in people of African descent. One of the most commonly known variants for that disease in the US is believed to affect up to 5% of the West African population. Nonetheless, although clinicaltrials.gov lists studies for this condition, they do not appear to include African countries as sites or recruitment centers or state explicit goals for the recruitment of Black patients. Another population, which some of my colleagues have already mentioned, that is underserved are those living in rural communities. Clinical trials may be less accessible to them, and they're estimated to make up 19% of the US population, as most clinical sites are mainly conducted in urban medical centers and typically require long travel distances. Another factor that might contribute to the longer travel time is the fact that the number of sites for many rare disease clinical trials are limited. The time commitment and inconvenience of participation in clinical trials are greater for rural residents, especially when the trials include multiple in-person visits. As you can imagine, the complexities of managing travel logistics create an emotional and financial burden for these patients who are already under physical and emotional stress. Many cannot contemplate participating in clinical trials because of these additional challenges. And I'm sure you'll hear from others about the language barriers that are also represent an issue of particular importance in clinical trial recruitment. For example, the geographic origins of the US Hispanic population are heterogeneous, as similar to what we're hearing about the Indian population. They're representing more than 20 different Spanish-speaking countries here in the US. Because 38% of US Hispanics are estimated to speak Spanish primarily or exclusively, Spanish translations of research-related materials should be universally rendered in a manner that promotes understanding and inclusivity. Variations in dialect and terms, as well as variability in culture, can present translation challenges and require a thoughtful approach to translating English language recruitment content and messaging into Spanish. And the same can be said about India. As a country with over 120 different languages, the diversity present requires in-depth understanding and knowledge of the language and culture. Not only will it be important to translate materials like informed consent forms into participants' languages, we also need to ensure that the staff working closely with these study participants speak the language and are aware of the culture, or that have a professional translator available to assist. To further add to the complexity, the varying literacy levels found within the country creates another set of challenges in producing appropriate and effective documents and publications. It's also important to recognize that to truly ensure DEI&A, we must also publish the results from these clinical trials in a manner that's understandable and digestible by all study participants. We want to make sure that information gets back to them. And then there is also the topic of rare disease and disabilities, which we heard Sarah mentioned. Awareness of disabilities is just the first step in designing clinical trials that are accessible to patients that may have a disability. For example, consider a clinical trial for a patient population impacted by severe vision loss. There's some barriers to participation that may not be very obvious to us. And so those are things that we need to keep in mind when designing these trials. So understanding the nuances of the rare disease space is critical to increasing diversity, equity, inclusion, and access for these underserved and underrepresented communities.
Maria, thank you so much for the introduction. And I agree. Thank you for pointing out some of the biggest challenges. And again, as somebody who works on the industry side of these things, us understanding and then talking about solutions is incredibly impactful. And that's why I'm so excited to also have Bonnie and Ginger join us. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Bonnie, to just give a brief introduction. Go for it.
Yes, thank you for having me, Harsha, and I'm honored, and I think it's a privilege to be here and share my story. My name is Bonnie Schneider, and in 2004, my 13-year-old son was diagnosed with a disease called IgA nephropathy. If you don't know what that is, it's a disease, it's actually an autoimmune disease that attacks the kidneys, actually can end in end-stage dialysis, requiring a transplant. And if it isn't bad enough, then it can come back into the new kidney. So the cycle can be repetitive and very scary. I was working in Manhattan at the time, and I was looking for any parent that could talk me off the cliff because I was petrified and I couldn't find a soul that had the disease. So that's when my husband and I decided, well, we need to start something. And it'll be 20 years, January 6th, that we have the IgA Nephropathy Foundation. We are now global. It's been a real struggle. I can honestly tell you it hasn't not been easy, 20 years, but in 20 years, not knowing a soul, we have 19,000 people in our Facebook group. We have monthly support groups. We encourage everybody to attend those. We have a conference called Spark every year. When your patient population gets large enough, it's a wonderful experience. Many of them in the room cry because they never met anybody with the disease before. We just try to, as we say, we try to build all of our information on what the gaps are in our patients. What are their needs? What do they need from us? And that's pretty much how we built all of our educational material. The other thing I wanted to add is 30% of our patient population is Asian and South Asian. So the past couple of years, it's been my army is to get to this underserved communities and really make a difference. And by networking actually in India, and I'm real excited to share my story with that as we go along. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ginger Davis. I am an adult living rare. I was the classic 2 out of 5 children inherit sickle cell disease, and was fortunate enough to be diagnosed at the age of 2, where my brother Mark Anthony died at 18 months of age while my mother was 6 months pregnant with me, and was unfortunately diagnosed posthumously. I think the first time I spoke up as an advocate, I was 3 years old, and at 8 decided to become an advocate for my brother, you know, whom I always imagined we would be thick as thieves in this thing, understanding what each other was going through. I am the president of the Sickle Cell Thalassemia Patients Network, started as an adult support group for adults living with sickle cell and thalassemia, also known as Cooley's anemia. And 36 years ago, I inherited this legacy organization 3 years ago and immediately set our attention to expanding our organization and its services, education, advocacy, care coordination, referral to services throughout our state, because we knew that in counties upstate and even Long Island or in Staten Island, like we call the redheaded stepchild, did not have support services and barely any educated practitioners to take care of our population. And so we were able to do that through creating affiliates and chapters with advocates in different counties who wanted to do something. We reached out to them and helped them either start an organization, which became a chapter, and we serve as fiscal sponsors, or those that were incorporated and were seeking tax exemption became affiliates. And I guess by the end of the first year going into the second, We had brought on international affiliates in Belize, Uganda, and Uganda. So we are definitely growing internationally, knowing the need. And if we're going to be talking about diversity, one of the things, one of my soapboxes that I stand on in terms of diversity, sickle cell is characterized as a Black disease, and it is not. Yes, Africa is the most predominant population and people of African descent in America, but we're not the only ones. Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, Southeast Asian. Today's the first time that I've heard Southeast Asia mentioned. In Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam has sickle cell, has thalassemia. You never hear about that spoken of. India is the second largest population outside of Africa, and everywhere else in between, Central and South America, the Caribbean. In the US, sickle cell had come by migration prior to transatlantic slave, but mostly from that, and the same in Canada, and if we really want to talk about diversity, we have to take the Black face off and show the faces of the other ethnicities and nationalities that are impacted by sickle cell trait and disease. And when we talk about race, I'm going to encourage the conversation to change from races to one race, human race. There are nationalities, there are ethnicities that are impacted. This is a global disease. And to coin a phrase from Dr. Anna Westphal, who is the director of medical affairs for Novo Nordisk, he says sickle cell is the least rare disease, and it is correct. It is the most prevalent inherited disorder in the world and the least supported, and particularly because of the perception of it being Black. We want to see the other faces, and this has given us the opportunity to do that. When you talk about inclusion, everything can't just be in English. Second is the second most populous Spanish is the second most populous conversation or language in this country, and we can barely find any literature in Spanish. If we don't create it, it doesn't exist. And now we need Hindi, and we need Farsi and Creole and French and everything else to represent the world population that is impacted by this disease. When we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, how do we have any of that without access? In 2021, 6 members of our Gambian affiliate died between March and August because they didn't have access to comprehensive care. 5 of the 6 were under the age of 30, died from complications that were treatable, that we have access to. So they couldn't afford to keep paying out of pocket for both treatment and medications. And this is happening everywhere else. I'm really happy to see that India's government is creating access and making such moves in a lot of ways. It's a little better than what's happening here in the US. When we talk about people in the Midwest, or the Northwest who don't have access, and telling us stories about how when they show up to the emergency room for treatment, they're being shown the door, escorted out by police saying, you're just here for drugs. This is our blood, and it impacts every organ and every organ system. We have end organ damage because of the severe anemia and because of ischemic damage from the sickling. And the pain is incredible. Healthy people could never know, unless you got hit by a vehicle, and broke almost every bone in your body, to understand the intensity of pain that we're feeling from as early as 5 months through the rest of your life. And we have a new term saying sickling is not seeking. Yes, we're coming in, and yes, we need pain management, but pain sometimes is an indication of some other complication that's happening. And instead of drawing a negative perception of someone based just on their diagnosis, hear a person out and listen to exactly what the person is saying. I've gone into pediatrics even where children were being put on ridiculous doses of narcotics, and they were saying this is not helping because they were giving medication for visceral pain when the patient was actually feeling neuropathic pain. And I'm like, change the medication. That's a simple thing, just listening to what the person has to say. Most of the time in dealing with our treatment is just listening, you know, and what we have access to here. There are 3 new medications since 2017, and all I ever hear is about hydroxyurea. I know professionals think that's a standard of care, but it became that way because you've had 25 years to prescribe this medication and view how it works. And what we're not seeing is diversity and inclusion of these new medications into our care protocols. When I have a doctor saying, yes, I prescribe this to my patients, but when she reports on how many of her patients are actually on this medication, it's 3 on one, 4 on the other, 2 on one. Out of how many patients that you have that you're seeing? It's not equitable to deny a person a choice. And then with the clinical trials, a lot of the barrier is language, imagery. It's not representative of all of the people who are impacted. And, you know, I've gone into hospital and see clinical coordinators sitting in their office expecting just the doctor to tell the patient, oh, we have a clinical trial here, or there are clinical trials going on. They're dealing with the patient and the issue at hand. I tell clinical trial coordinators, you should be out there in the waiting area talking to patients about this and giving them literature. And as an organization, we try our very best in many ways, social media, through our support groups, you know, going into the hospitals, doing virtual support groups to say, this is available. You should talk to your doctor and ask them more information. And if he or she is not willing to help you with it, we connect them directly with the companies. You know, so when it comes to DEIA, the act to have diversity, equity, inclusion, we need to have access. And that's something we're hoping that would kind of, you know, take root and to grow in order for right here in the US as an example, and then to help facilitate this access everywhere else in the world.
Great. Thank you, Ginger. I'm just going to flip back. And all our panelists on. So I come, as I mentioned, to this with the lens of industry, understanding that rare diseases, many, the large, vast majority of them do not have any treatments. And that in order for us to develop treatments, we need to have clinical trials. And in order for those clinical trials to really be representative, we need to have DEIA. And in order for us to recruit people who are diverse and represent different backgrounds, we also have to address that there was a long and storied history of problems in clinical trials. So I tried to think about how I could best present a stage for the advocates that you've just heard from to talk about the work that they've done, really starting from ground zero. And what I thought we could do is talk about DEIA in the context of the United States and the work that we're doing to coalesce patient communities, get them informed, educated, and empowered on their health, to activating them, to how to make sure that clinical trials and what sponsors like ourselves are providing are making sure that we're carving out room for everyone to be involved. And then I thought after we talk about the United States landscape, we can also hear from this group on ex-US activities, including in India. So I'm going to start by just asking to this group, you know, one of the things you have expertise in is just understanding how you start to build community and how you start to understand who's in your community. So I'm thinking about things like heat mapping to understand where patients might be, or genetic testing and screening, or you know, widespread participation in publishing data about who comprises your community. So if you could just speak to how can companies and how can we as a rare disease community start to implement activities that help us see what communities we're trying to represent. Sorry, brain fart.
Sure. The first thing is, as you know, directors of nonprofit organization, money. We just witnessed National Institute of Health give $7.7 million to physicians to study disparities in healthcare when it's coming from the healthcare system? What could that money have done for organizations like ours that are dealing with the disparities every day? You know, I'm getting calls at after midnight from people in tears saying they're denying me treatment. You know, we're looking on our social media and seeing people begging not to be thrown out of the hospital, and then finding out a day or two later that they died because they didn't receive treatment. Outside of some private foundations, funders don't want to give us money for operations when, if we don't keep the doors open and the lights on and the internet connections, how do we function as an organization to provide service? We are part of Synergy, Northeast Collaborative of Sickle Cell Organizations, from a grant out of Johns Hopkins. They do provide education. Our organization co-chairs ECHO 2.0 to do CBO to CBO education. And then with 2 hospitals in New York, one private, one public, we do CBO to provider education. And whether I go to Johns Hopkins provider feed or on our CBO to provider feed, we're talking to the peanut gallery, you know, the proverbial. It's the doctors who are already caring, not the ones that we're supposed to be reaching through ECHO to democratize health information, the neurologists, the hepatologists, mental health professionals. The other doctors who we need in collaborative care, who should be part of this, are not learning. The residents are not learning. When I go to hospitals, when I do grand rounds, I'm told in 15 minutes, I tell them more than they've learned in 2 years. So now we're going out to colleges. You know, the education has to happen from the schools and up, and it has to happen without the disparity, you know, without the stigma. And what companies can do, and with some companies that we work with are doing, are helping us with things like policy, defining that, helping to educate our population about policy. We're working with a company right now to build a registry, because outside of newborn screening, there is no data being collected on sickle cell. There's nothing credible, you know, to answer the slides here today. You know, I have my staff doing research, and what they were finding is old information that is woefully inadequate. It's they're saying 4.4 million. You could have 4.4 million people in one country between Africa or India with sickle cell disease. So that can't be our entire population. In the US, we're over 200,000, and we understand because of the rare disease, you know, designation. But when we really start to count, what does that mean? You know, are we going to get tossed out now because we're over that 200,000, which was I figured out was came when there was a lot less people on the planet. So you have 3 countries with over 3 billion, you know, with over 1 billion people each. Even how rare disease is thought of numerically has to change. So there's a lot of work to do in terms of how companies can help, you know, the community affected families and organizations like ours to reach DEIA.
I would love to add to this. So the past 4 years, all of a sudden there's a knock on the IgA Nephropathy Foundation door from industry saying, hey, we've got this drug clinical trial and we need patients. And I was floored because I'm thinking, oh my God, it's finally happened. The dream I thought of 20 years ago is actually going to happen in front of me. So lo and behold, you know, we are rare. So we realize we need to really find more patients that do not even know that we exist and get them this information. So that started our past 4-year quest to reach out to as many patients as we could, and brought in, we more than doubled our database just from getting out through social media, getting out through Google, God knows what they charge, but we were on it. Let's get the patients. And sure enough, we filled 2 trials, 2 drugs are on the market, and there's 8 others that I'm worried about filling as I sit here right now. But I have to tell you, like, it's really, really It's really important to us. Everybody within our organization are either patients or caregivers. We don't have any outside help. Mostly everybody's a volunteer. There's nothing like a patient on a mission, right? Or they're worrying about their kid. So we have 52 ambassadors now that are represent our country that just want to help. What can we do? What can we do? And we're getting the trials filled, but unfortunately, that 30% of our Asian and South Asian patients do not even know that this is happening. So I was really devastated to think, okay, we need money. I need more help. So I applied for the Chan Zuckerberg grant and I got it, $250,000. And it's going to Asian and South Asian outreach. And we're starting, it's a US grant, and we're going to be holding several forums to find out, in order to do this, I need to know where those gaps are in their healthcare. I need to know, I want them to talk to me and tell me, and our panel that we have set to be able to do this boots on the ground. We want to help you. We've got the funding. Tell us what your needs are and paper down 1, 2, 3, 4, and get it done. We've already translated our website, www.igan.org, into almost every language to help that. Now we just got to get the paperwork, like you said, the educational material translated, and the industry partners want to help. They do want to help. That's something that they can do internally. So ask them, if they've got, funding, they'll be more than happy to do that. Like, I will ask anything to move the needle for the patients that I serve. And I'm sure everybody in this room feels the same way. There's nothing we won't do for our sons, our daughters, our aunts, our cousins, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers. We just have to do it. You just keep looking forward and just do it, and look at the prize at the end. Don't let anything stop you. It's an obstacle is the way. You just have to go around it. I have a book. It's called The Obstacle is the Way. And I'm telling you, if something gets in your way, you're meant to go another way. Don't let it stop you. All of us rares, I'm telling you, it does work. I don't even know how, but take it from me.
Yes, if you don't ask, you don't receive, and the relationships, building relationship with the company. So this little inside thing with our organization, before January, we were just an office full of women, and we were renovating, get this painting, new furniture and everything. And we have a credenza and a file cabinet. None of us could move. So I called on 2 gentlemen from one of the pharmaceuticals. And I'm like, guys, we have some furniture in here we need to have moved. They said, when in what time, what day? And they showed up. And something happened with their company got bought up. And then all of a sudden, like, the company that bought didn't want them talking to us. And I sent the text and I said, you tell them they better not, because it's not going to bode well, and it won't just be New York State. I got a text back the next day, said, okay, they're not going to do it. We spent 6 years developing a relationship with the company, and being bought out or merged is not an excuse to sever those relationships, because they know what we need. Build on that instead of thinking that you know best and you're going to do whatever you want to do. And especially when companies prior to that didn't have a relationship with us in the first place. And, when they say, oh, we have this trial, we need people to fill it. From our perspective, is you're asking me for a life. And I'm not going to willingly give that up to you because you're asking for it or because you want to give us some money. You can't compensate us for that. Yes, we want people to be on clinical trials. Yes, we want to know, will this new medication help us? Would it modify the disease? Will the gene and cell therapies modify or cure? Absolutely, we want this. It's been over 100 years before anybody even really thought about sickle cell disease. And now we see, 48 trials in sickle cell and 58 in thalassemia. And it's an exciting time. But that's something I know we're getting into later about the social determinants. They're massive, and for us to be able to reach people. And another thing with sickle cell disease, unlike other rares, they don't talk about it because we've been made ashamed of the genes that we inherited from genetic recombination generation after generation. We've been made to feel ashamed by the people who are supposed to be caring for us. And so, one of the articles I wrote is, remove the cloak of shame. There isn't. If you're not ashamed of your eye color or the length of your hair or anything else, you shouldn't be embarrassed about or ashamed of having sickle cell disease. We have to start talking about it. And that's part of the barrier too, with us not knowing who and how many and where they are, because the community is not connected. There are a lot of people living in silos. And again, recently we saw a death of a 34-year-old who put herself in silo because of the shame that she was feeling. She became not adherent to her medical protocol. She wasn't taking care of herself, and she came to complications. What we need also is funding for media. That's the biggest thing. Rare disease does not get used. Cancer, yes. You know, you'll have some entertainers like Michael J. Fox who'll stand up and talk about, Parkinson, but nothing else anywhere else. And to get the media to even just cover our event, we get comments like, well, if the, everybody in the first row drops dead, you'll have media for life. But it's not important to them, so without media to help reach that larger audience is very difficult. I mean, we have a great person working on our social media, but what we're getting is other people. We need to go beyond that, because in this population, because of the chronicity of the disorder, we need people who are not affected by sickle cell, who are willing to understand and have some empathy beyond compassion, but have empathy and passion for it, and be an advocate, be a volunteer, help us do all of the different things that we need to do, raise funds, political advocacy, tutoring. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen within rare disease beyond medications and clinical trials that we need the general population to be involved with. And media is going to be that one thing that's really going to help us. And finally, we did get some funding now that for the first time ever, we're going to have a concerted public campaign targeted towards trait, because that's where the issue happens. You can find stuff on disease really, but not trait, and targeted towards men, because we go to the doctor, women go to the doctor, and we're going to find out one way or the other. Men find out after the newborn screening comes back positive for trait disease, and a lot of them in denial, oh, it's not me. Earlier we had the speaker who said, that's not going to be. Men have that attitude, unfortunately, for the most part. And so we want to educate men. You need to know your status. You need to get tested. You need to get genetic counseling. And you need to know that if you have a child with this disease, 50% of your genes, be part of helping to care for that child. We have so many women who've been left alone to care for a single or multiple children with the disease. And the economic impact of that is that family gets tossed into abject poverty. People with sickle cell are living, or any chronic disease that are living on government subsidies, are living below the average poverty level in the United States.
All right, Ginger and Bonnie, thank you. And Maria, before I give you an opportunity to speak, I just want to sort of summarize what I've heard so far. So, drug development is an ecosystem, and rare disease drug development is even more of an ecosystem. And one of the things I've seen in my 10 years on the industry side is a pathway looks really promising. And so we want to see where the unmet need is, but there isn't a patient advocacy group. There isn't a centralized body. There isn't the research to tell us. And that's when research stagnates. And one of the challenges, and I think, Ginger, you brought this up as well, and Bonnie too, is that the research can't happen unless there's money being put into the research. And so we come to this sort of stalemate where drug companies want and think that there's promise in a disease, but there's not enough information to make that decision, but they haven't put in the resources to help fund the research to help them make a better decision. And so I want to ask you, Maria, some of the themes we've talked about are rare disease registries, grassroots outreach, to build communities. If you could talk a little bit about Global Gene's work, especially as you intersect with a number of, I'm sure, biotech and pharmaceutical companies, in just helping industry to help understand the rare disease. And then we're going to pivot into some of the other topics we've talked about, which is activating the community through education and other resources.
Sure. I just want to piggyback on some of what my fellow panelists have, brought up. I know Ginger was mentioning, the importance of education and awareness. I think that is something, and it's starting earlier on, right, with medical residents, medical students. And I mentioned earlier our Rare Compassion program, where we pair medical students with patients and families and caregivers who are going through that lived rare disease experience, and just learning a little bit more about what it truly is to be compassionate, and with the goal also of motivating those particular individuals to become more involved in the rare space. Get involved with patient advocacy groups, driving that forward. So continuing that education and awareness. The other piece I heard mentioned too is just, taking the information and putting it into format that can then be digested by the various communities. So one of the programs that we offer is our grant, our Rare Impact grants. We have a health equity grant that we offer to our members of our Global Advocacy Alliance. And this particular program provides an opportunity for patient advocacy organizations to improve their outreach strategies, develop content, and address challenges that, can affect the underserved and underrepresented communities. Examples of the work that we funded this past year included training patient advocacy group members from various underserved populations, Black, Hispanic, and disabled patients, to serve as patient ambassadors who would be available for media interviews and to speak at conferences to really amplify the voice and the messaging around what, and being part of that discussion. Some of the other awardees that we funded also conducted awareness and educational campaigns specific to underserved populations who might be experiencing a delay in diagnosis because, as Ginger mentioned, a lot of these different rare diseases, oftentimes we don't, the education isn't there to recognize that some of them do impact. Yes, some of the conditions may be more predominantly present in specific populations, but we have to keep in mind that they also do exist in other conditions. So I think that's, something else for us to really keep in mind as we're moving forward, having those types of conversations. And then in regards to some of the research programs that we offer is to help offset the cost that's associated with attending different events. So that education is also brought forward back to these patient advocacy groups so that they can share that with their membership. So we have an event called Week in Rare that we had this past September, which was part of a health equity forum as well as a rare advocacy summit. And we provided support to the different attendees to attend. We offer it to individual patients, to family members and their friends and advocates of the rare disease community, and even to staff members of nonprofit organizations to, again, bring back that knowledge and help them advance their specific causes.
Great. So the next two topics that we're going to talk about is about activating the disease community and also about clinical trials. And in the time that I have been in the rare disease community, I've heard a number of stories where people went to their doctor. The doctor was part of a big university that was conducting a clinical trial, but they were never offered the opportunity. It was just assumed you wouldn't want to do this. It wouldn't be a good fit. It would be too difficult for you. It would be too difficult for me. I don't speak your language. I would have to get somebody to translate all these materials. And so before we talk about clinical trials and how they can be designed and how important it is for industry to use advocacy groups and the community's feedback to design trials that allow for participation, I want to talk about activating the disease community. So all three of you, are staunch proponents for clinical trials and clinical research, but there's also a storied past with clinical trials and clinical trial ethics. And so can you talk about how, and I think we've all sort of touched on this a little bit, but how you start to engage different groups that have been historically underrepresented to feel empowered in participating in their own healthcare and ultimately investigational research?
So what we are doing now is we help them get to the clinical trial site. If the pharmaceutical company does not help them, we have a fund that we set aside. Nobody should not be considered for a trial just because they can't afford to get there. That's not going to happen under our watch. So we have a fund, and it's called our patient aid program. So you can go on our website and just apply for that, and we'll help you get there. Many of the pharmaceutical companies do help you do that, but some don't, and they won't even go and go into the investigational study and see if they're eligible without knowing that they can get there. So we do a lot of posting. We use our Facebook page as a huge resource to let everybody know that the clinical trials do exist and when they're enrolling and what inclusion and exclusion and criteria is. And we post it on a regular basis. We've got like a running screen. I have one of my team members that does that, just to let them know, because one trial you may not be included in and the other trial you could be. So it's, and we don't steer anybody to anything. It's up to you. You speak to your nephrologist. Another thing that we're trying to do too in the back end, a lot of our nephrologists are not telling our patients that the trials exist. It's been a very, very boring space in nephrology for many years. And now all of a sudden IgA nephropathy is like on everybody's radar, like what is going on? So this is a wonderful time for us. However, we're all new. We're navigating this also as an advocacy, foundation. So we're learning along with everybody, but to get into the back door of the nephrologist, we have a medical affairs team that's now actually making phone calls and getting into the practices. Some of them have 60 nephrologists in a group that, we can hit one email and everybody will get that email. But it's a great way to get the messaging out that, hey, we're the IgA Nephropathy Foundation, send your patients our way so then we can inform them. Here's the trials, take this piece of paper, you print it on our website and go talk to your nephrologist. So there's different ways that you can get in there and to the community. You just have to be, it took us a long time to do it. I'd be happy to share this with anybody globally. Just pick my brain, Bonnie@IGAN.org. I will give you all my templates.
Wow. The negative history where particularly people of African descent in this country with clinical trials, young people who don't really know what Tuskegee is will mention Tuskegee. And I'm like, sit down and be quiet. You don't even know what Tuskegee is. Forget about that right now. Things are different. They're watchdog agencies. We're here watching. This could benefit you. And usually the young people say, I'm afraid, but I want to do this. If it doesn't help me, it'll help somebody else. And we've had twin sets who've been in early stage clinical trials like 6 years ago, who said, if it doesn't help me, if it helps my little sister or my brother, then I'm willing to do it. And, to sit there and listen to them, tears start coming, and we needed to get the adults to want to do it as well. And some of the barriers were the side effects. And I says, listen, if you're willing to take Tylenol or Motrin, they have side effects too. But the reason it got to market is because people were willing to participate in clinical trial. Here we have a chance to do this. And for research not to be stagnated, you got to be willing to do this. You may be on placebo, so maybe you will not have any side effects. Doesn't matter. Try it, because if it can help you be better, and if it can help all of us be better, that needs to be a consideration. I don't think there's enough of that conversation happening. This could help you to be better. This could help to cure you. We won't know unless you try. And there will be some people out there like myself who are willing to try. I've been wanting to get on a clinical trial and always been told that I was too healthy, which I was like, really? But all of this going on, is that not and they're like, yeah, because I wasn't having 2 vaso-occlusive crises per year. And speaking with that, that's not the only thing we need in sickle cell. I've reached out to companies that are doing research in nephrology, doing cardiac complications, respiratory complications, vascular research, retinopathy, and they don't even respond. Pretty much everything that's going out there is a place for sickle cell in it. And all we wanted to do is have a conversation can you consider putting us in your pipeline? You don't really have to change anything, just open it up, because we're having this like diabetic retinopathy research everywhere, but we're having the same kind of retinopathy. We have renal disease. There's a type of, I'm going to get it wrong, so I'm not going to say it, but a type of renal disease that is common in trait and disease. We're not on those trials. So when we're talking about diversity, again, really look at the full scope of the rare disease and the complications that come along with it, and make pathways for us to deal with that as well, not just the predominant thing, like, and I really have to use sickle cell vaso-occlusive crisis. I think we have enough of those. We need to start dealing with the end organ damage, looking at how we can prevent some of these things. And again, with the patient registries, it'll give us information on, which variants of sickle cell is prevalent to what complication, what is the onset of these particular complications. And with our registry, we can pre-qualify people. We'll have the database of all of the companies and what their requirements are. We can pre-qualify and say, hey, you qualify for this particular or these, would you like more information? And we can also notify the company. We may have some people for you. Let's start this conversation. And again, New York, everybody thinks of New York as just a city. It's a big state. We have rural areas. We have areas where there is no comprehensive care. And now we can bring these things in, but then are the hospitals ready? Do they have a PI? Do they have IRB? Do they even have the equipment in the lab that's needed to do the testing and the follow-up? Do they have qualified, trained nurse practitioners to coordinate? So, these are all the things that have to be addressed, even just here. And then we start talking about doing this globally. How do we make that happen? And I have a friend who tells me, never say scale, because people just think money and it's out of control. But how do we actually start to build the capacity, here where we do have resources, and be able to match that in other places?
Sarah, there's a question on Zoom that has come in, if I may ask that. Sure. Okay. So I think this question is for Dr. Thangaraj. Again, excellent presentation, Dr. Thangaraj. And do you also plan to reanalyze the whole exome sequencing or the whole genome sequencing data with the latest analysis method to identify potential new variants? I believe this question is from Preeti, who is a student in Germany.
Yeah, we use Dragon software initially to pick up the variants, and also use existing online pipelines plus our own pipeline. So that means it'll go at least 3 or 4 round of analysis in the beginning. And if you find any variants that are significantly associated with the disease, then we really don't go for that. We don't find any variants, then we look for new pipelines so that we reanalyze. Otherwise, we don't go for it.
So let me just double check. Harsha, how much time do we have since we lost a little to the fire drill?
We will go over 20 minutes, so another 5 minutes, and then we'll try and make it up the rest of the day.
All right, another 5 minutes. All right, well then I'm gonna make sure that we move on to talk about ex-US. But I do just wanna give Maria the opportunity. Maria, do you have anything to add on the education piece around clinical trials, empowerment, et cetera?
No, I think my colleagues have touched on everything that I was going to mention. So thank you.
Excellent. So thinking outside of the US and the EU, as we know, rare disease companies and pharmaceutical companies in general sometimes tend to be myopic. We focus on the United States, Canada, and a select few European countries. And we also know that rare diseases know no geographic limits, and that every single one of us deserves access, equity, and inclusion, and white glove service and concierge care. I think each of your organizations has a global reach, and that you support folks from here in the United States, but that you've also done work abroad to set up infrastructure to have clinical trials, clinical research centers of excellence. So I'd like to spend the last few minutes talking about those examples of your work, and then again, just sort of closing out, what can advocacy groups be doing and what can industry be doing to support a broadened footprint so that we can support more patients?
So I'm really excited to share this information because it was a 2-year work piece on my team. So I am very involved in our patients. They reach out to me. Everybody has my cell phone number. Thank God they, well, don't call me, but everybody has my cell phone number. They have my email. And I take time to read some of these emails every day, just, 20 of them just to get, to hear what the sadness, it motivates me to do more, right? So I kept getting letters from India, and my brother is so sick. We have no money. We live in a very poor section. I have no way to get him to a clinical trial. Please help me. And they were so motivating to me, and I just felt so like I couldn't stand feeling helpless. So it was really important to me. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? So I Google's like good or bad, and I found the Kidney Warriors Foundation in India. And Vasandra, I don't know whether you're listening. I hope that she's part of this, but she became a very dear friend of mine, and she's a lifeline, and she runs like an NKF in India. Her son, she started the Kidney Warriors Foundation for her son who had a transplant. He's older now. And she became such a great resource, not only to teach me where the gaps are there, and also to open the doors to nephrologists. Some of the smartest, brainiest people ever are in India that understand IgA nephropathy and really want to help. So that door opened up. And then one of our industry partners, I mentioned this feat that I really wanted to do. They opened up trials in India in 7 sites. And then not only did they do that, but we opened up access to tell the patients there that if their doctor, because they couldn't afford a biopsy, their doctor thought 99% that they had IgA nephropathy. I'm making that up. It could be 80%. The company, I should mention the name, but they would pay for the biopsy, which then made them be able to get in clinical trials. So we have, I don't even know who they are. I'm just so blessed that we were able to open that door, and that door continues to open with 2 other pharmaceutical companies that I'm sending them patients that are there. So I don't know who they are, but I know I can sleep better knowing that we're doing our part. And that's just one of them. We're working on Philippines. We're working on other, but we're a small nonprofit. So the bandwidth is hard enough in the US, but the more I can have the pharmaceutical companies help us and engage them, we work it together. So it's less work. If we all work it together, it's so much less work.
We're taking advantage of this now, and we're educating other organizations to do the same thing, and that is to work with the companies, lobbyists, and government analysts and policy people. What we need is to, like we've gone through the whole 15 years of millennial development. Now I see a movement with rare disease and the least rare disease is not even the conversation. And I've seen, with other organizations like September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month, no mention of that outside of the sickle cell community. But what we need to do to gain access in other countries is to be at the table talking with government, with heads of state, with ministers of health. In the Caribbean with government, we've started conversations with the Virgin Islands. For instance, they're now developing a research and technology park, and what that could mean in terms of using those assets for healthcare, for rare disease, for chronic illnesses, and getting companies to be willing to go, let's go have this conversation with the governor and his cabinet about how we can develop access. When we look at wanting to be able to make clinical trials and disease modifying medications available, if you don't have somebody living with the disease or a caregiver caring for a child or a spouse, significant other at the table saying, this is my experience, aside from the impact to our daily lives. When we look at the cost of rare disease for Medicaid and Medicare, and we're telling you for decades, we can reduce that cost if you provide comprehensive care, if you provide disease modifying medications, if you make curative therapies affordable. Let's take those savings and be able to spend that money to give access elsewhere, right? So instead of having billions and billions of dollars in war budget, can we put that in healthcare? Can we take some of the money that takes away human life to help save it? You know, we need to be in the UN having this meeting. We need to be September, all of the head states come for 3 weeks. We're not there. They don't make, because I did try. And this was the 15th anniversary of the World Sickle Cell, of the sickle cell legislation, the bill and World Sickle Cell Day. We were not there. We weren't invited to be there. And they have a great document. It's kind of like the Constitution, a great document, but not implemented in the correct way, right? They have done nothing for 15 years around this resolution for sickle cell disease. And now they're talking rare disease. And I'm like, I want to see how that's going to play out, because I'm sure we're not the only ones, but you actually did nothing to implement. And when we talk to WHO, we don't have the resources for that. If you're doing malaria, you should be doing sickle cell, hand in hand. So really looking at how the companies can help is, let's get to the table with the people who are going to be making these decisions. I know CROs go in, and they, clinical research organizations, I'm sorry, talking the lingo, will go in ahead of time and set up everything, talk to government, find a location, find the patients, find the doctors. We need to be having that conversation with government, aside from just let us in your country and let's, to do this clinical trial. Have us at the table so we can talk about impact and why you really should be doing this and why it should be sustaining, not just, okay, we're going to do this to 2027. And then, after that, we got to have another conversation. It needs to be permanent.
Maria, I'll give you the last word here from Global Gene's perspective. The work that you've been doing to make sure that trials are reaching outside of these, few select countries, and also access for approved medicines.
I wanted to share that we recently had a rare disease open science data challenge, actually, that brought together researchers and data scientists worldwide in a collaborative environment to study the patient-provided data that we have in our RareX data collection platform. And the goal is to lead to shortening of the diagnostic odyssey with predicted diagnosis, identifying previously unrecognized symptoms that are associated with some of these rare diseases, understanding that full spectrum, and as Ginger mentioned, how these different variants may present differently within different individuals, and also generating insights from advancing the therapeutic research that we did. So the RareX dataset that was a part of the Open Data Science Challenge included clinical diagnoses, detailed symptoms, curated genetic data, and patient-reported clinical outcome assessment measures. And it was across 27 rare pediatric neurologic disorders, and included 35 patient advocacy groups with over 500 causative rare disease variants, 50 of them, more than 50 of them being novel, and encompass 27 ultra-rare neurologic diseases. And I think the really important piece to kind of highlight here that's kind of exciting to me is it included over 1,700 patients from 64 different countries. So there were a total of 132 scientists, many of them who don't normally work together on rare diseases. They participated in 24 teams to create 33 total submissions. And as a result, we now have algorithms that can be used to analyze patient-reported data to better define the phenotypic spectrum of each of these diseases and compare it to published data that's out there. And so we're super excited. And as more patients continue to, be part of this, we'll be able to learn a little bit more about all of this information, which can then be shared and used towards the development of clinical trials that are much more inclusive and diverse.
Excellent. Thank you, Maria. And I'm going to turn it over. Dr. Tangaraj, did you have a closing statement?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's a great initiative. I believe that both aspects, treatment and prevent, should go parallelly so that we'll have healthy children or healthy population in the future. So that's what I wanted to say.
I believe that it takes up, we're fully at time now, especially since we want to catch up. And I believe that there are breakout sessions that are going to happen after lunch.
That's right. So thank you all the speakers. So let's give our speakers a big round of applause. We will now do a quick photo session of all the speakers on the stage holding the.
Harsha, sorry, just one more question here. I thought it would be a good opportunity to ask one question.
It's actually a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for the inspiration and the words. I am the member of my nonprofit organization. So to see 20 years in and the work that you all do and how far you all have come, it's definitely been an inspiration for me. So I just wanted to say thank you.
We're going to be 20 minutes late, so just adjust that on your side. You all can come in. You all have books, remote presenters? You do? Fortunately, don't? We got you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you all. We will now break for lunch and learn for 1 second before I display the room numbers for the different topics on the screen so we know where we are going. They are all also live on Zoom, but for those who are in person, you will go, you'll pick one of these 4 breakout rooms. For rare epilepsies, room number 120. Undiagnosed diseases, room 118. Disease avatars and preclinical research, room 113. Living with a rare disease, room 111. And you'll pick your lunch boxes out in the corridor before you head out to the respective rooms across the hallway to the other side of the wall from where we entered. So thank you all. We'll get back here in an hour. Enjoy lunch. reminder, we can all use hashtag Bridging Rare Summit on social media. So feel free to share your insights or comments. And to start the next session, I invite the session chair, Dr. Reena Karta, to the stage from University of Minnesota. Reena is on the faculty in the Department of Experimental and Clinical Pharmacology and Associate Director of Translational Pharmacology in the Center for Orphan Drug Research. Her research focuses on understanding the pathophysiological role of oxidative stress and inflammation in rare inherited metabolic disorders, as well as the pharmacology of agents that target these molecular pathways. Her career goal is to help patients with rare diseases by developing therapies, train the next generation of healthcare providers, and increase awareness about rare diseases. Reena also is a founding board member of Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases and a core member of the organizing planning committee. So please welcome Reena.
Thank you, Harsha. So thank you all for being here today. And again, thank you to all the speakers and panelists in our morning session and also at the lunch and learn session. It's been really interesting to hear the real life stories and also the achievements that I've made, just maybe a single person doing all the job. So without much delay, I would like to get started with this session. And I would like to invite Dr. Madhulika Kabra, who is a professor in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. She's been keeping awake so that she could go on live Zoom. So please, if you can get her presentation started on Zoom.
So Reena, just allow me to share my presentation. Good evening. Good morning, rather.
Good morning, good afternoon.
So can I share my screen now? Yes.
Yeah, you should be able to share it.
Yes.
You can do a slideshow.
Yes. So is it visible, Reena? Visible,
Yeah,
and I'm audible?
Yeah, we can see properly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Harsha, Nisha, and Reena and the whole team of Indo-US Rare for involving All India Institute of Medical Sciences as one of the co-organizers of this very unique summit and giving me the opportunity to talk about care pathways in rare diseases. So I'm Madhulika Kabra and I work at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in the Division of Genetics, Department of Pediatrics. And this slide shows you some of my work areas which are related to rare diseases. So plan for today's presentation is that I'll be discussing a little bit about the basics of care pathways, the challenges, what is the present status in India and do we have any care pathways in place? And what is to be done to improve these pathways and how do we integrate these pathways with research and integrate it with the existing healthcare system. So we all know that rare diseases are a heterogeneous group of disorders with low prevalence individually, but collectively very high numbers, particularly in a country like ours where the population is huge. Each country has its own definition. We heard this in the morning, but we do not have any definition as of now because we lack epidemiological data. There are challenges in planning healthcare pathways for rare diseases globally, but there may be some country-specific challenges. But needless to say, the pathways must inbuilt prevention, early detection, treatment, multidisciplinary care and research. And very importantly, these have to be integrated with the existing healthcare system. So basically, care pathways are multidisciplinary tools, one of the best ones, which are evidence-based, and these reduce variability in management, improve outcome, improve coordination, increase patient satisfaction, and very importantly, the care process improves quality, safety, efficiency, and equity of care. So the challenges are that because these diseases are very heterogeneous, we can have principally we can have a care pathway which will be applicable to all broadly. But because these are highly heterogeneous disorders, the care pathways have to be individualized for diseases and also for individuals many times. There is limited awareness all over, particularly in countries where rare diseases have just come into picture or the policies are new, like like a country like ours. There may be lack of diagnostic facilities, cost of diagnostics may still be high, and there may be limited literature. We heard this in the morning for ultra rare disorders, and making care pathways for these diseases will be difficult. Very, very expensive lifelong therapies, and there comes the issue of accessibility, affordability for these therapies. And there we have a problem about selection of cases, and then come the ethical, social, and legal aspects also. Now, these figures I have taken from one of the recent articles where they describe the principles of creating care pathways for rare disorders, and they have selected 24 rare disorders. This is under the European Reference Network. So basically, what is to be done is that you have to identify the number of cases, plan a care pathway, and then sort of discuss this, reach to a consensus, and then you apply it. But very importantly, key performance indicators are to be defined in the beginning itself. More at the micro level, actually, which is very, very important to think about in the beginning itself, that where these patients will be treated, inpatient, outpatient, what kind of diagnostics do they require, what kind of consultations, core consultations and multidisciplinary consultations they would require. And if the diagnosis is confirmed after that, what will be done with these patients? And if we do not have a diagnosis confirmed, then what will be the care pathway for these patients? Now, here I've just put some of the important components of care pathway, which I think are important. So most importantly, having a national rare disease policy, which we fortunately have in our country. Once it is declared, then it becomes more systematic that the policy is implemented, and we find the components also. So the components which I have shown here, the ones in green, like identification of important disorders, identification of centers, review of the guidelines which are available, and trying to adapt them with the local infrastructure. This we have done some good work. The squares which are lined by a blue border, we have done some work in this area, but really need to do more in this particular area, which would include case selection criteria, availability of treatment, prevention, counseling, etc. But very importantly, the orange bars indicate that here we really need to work hard. Creating middle-level centers of excellence have been created, integration with the existing healthcare system, and evaluation impact tools. I have put research here in the center because, in my opinion, research in rare diseases is a part and parcel of care pathways. Because you heard in the morning that how for ultra-rare disorder, parents and group of researchers came together and trying to find out cure for that particular disease. So research remains a very, very important component of care pathways. So to begin with, just to find out the numbers, there was a meeting held in April 2017, and there ICMR declared that a rare disease registry would be initiated by the ICMR involving multiple centers, and that is going on now, and Dr. Amleen will be discussing more about this. The only thing which I would like to emphasize here is that through this registry, we are not getting prevalence data, but we are just getting the information about the families who are seeking care at these centers. So broadly, we will get some idea about the patients who are approaching the hospitals for management. So I told you that there are centers of excellence which have been identified, 11 in number, and this actually shows you the care pathway in most of the centers of excellence. It would differ depending on the infrastructure and the working what kind of workflow they have. So broadly, what happens is that when the patient approaches a center of excellence and it is decided that this particular patient needs to be evaluated, and then final management plan is to be given. So after evaluation and a final diagnosis, the application is submitted for managing these patients, and we have a chairperson and a nodal officer, the initial ones, and we see the applications initially and tentatively try to, based on inclusion criteria, try to find out whether this patient actually would be will be benefiting from any treatment, or is any treatment available for this particular disease. And then we have external expert review, and also there are co-opted members within the the committee of Center of Excellence here. And with the help of all these, we finally, during the meeting of the COE committee, the final decision is taken to send this application for funding. And then the process of funding is initiated, which is available to the government support. And we do have support staff to take care of these activities. So just to give you a broad idea about the kind of patients we see and the numbers which we see. So we have genetics and birth defect clinics. And through these, we see a large number of chromosomal, monogenic, and other disorders. So this is approximately 7,000 annually and 5,000 being new. But what I want to emphasize here is that we are not able to project the total number because there are multiple other clinics which are taking care of rare disorders like neuromuscular disorder clinic, cystic fibrosis clinic, hemoglobinopathies clinic. So through this program of rare diseases where we are trying to cover as many as possible, we do project all these families and cases, but then needless to say that the numbers which are projected are not the actual numbers, and it is difficult to get the actual numbers unless we have a very, very uniform system of collating rare disease patients from all the existing clinics. And this would be true for any tertiary care center. Needless to say, you need to have lab support, daycare facilities, counseling, and prenatal diagnostic facilities which are there. Now, these are the numbers which were recently collated from the centers of excellence, which are sort of being enrolled for possible treatment, both under the cover which is now provided by Government of India. We heard this in the morning, and also the more expensive treatment, the patients who are being put on the portal for CSR support. So what I just want to bring out here is that the neuromuscular disorder top the list, and we need to remember that these are the ones which have the most expensive treatment. So planning treatment strategies, we'll have to keep this in mind, that what are the disorders which are commonly reporting to these centers. And out of the lysosomal storage disorder, Gaucher was the commonest. So again, this is the tip of the iceberg because these are the patients who are reporting to the centers of excellence for seeking care. Now, this is the care pathway which I was referring to. So 11 centers of excellence, and patients are referred from all over. And here we do not have a proper referral system which has been identified. So what do I mean by this is that it is not necessary that from northern region, all the patients will be sort of referred to the centers which are there in the north. So anybody can refer any patient to any of the centers of excellence. Maybe patients even come directly, and any of the centers of excellence can evaluate any patients. But this is definitely there that region-wise, there will be preference to go to a center which is there in that particular region. After the evaluation, these patients are then put into the regular workflow, and then identification of treatment and management plan takes place. So here, the emphasis here is that we do not have a referral system, a structured referral system for referring to these patients to the centers of excellence. So what I suggest here is that probably we need to have a referral pathway which will begin from the periphery, from the primary healthcare centers, because there are peripheral care healthcare workers, and then we have referral system to the district hospitals, then state medical colleges. So here it will be required to train the healthcare workers in the periphery, because the awareness about the rare diseases and how to identify these patients is lacking. It is actually very less. And then we can utilize the state medical colleges. We have about 388 government medical colleges, and out of these, to my mind, I think identified some of the medical colleges as middle level care, which can really support the centers of excellence, and families would be taken care nearer to their home. And this would create a hub and spoke kind of models at multiple places, and which would streamline if we have a networking like this. So coming on to the second, another component of the healthcare and the care pathway is prevention. So in India, the preventive strategies are there and the services are also available, but they are not uniformly available, and they really need strengthening. We do have prenatal screening, prenatal diagnostic services. Newborn screening is not a national program, but state programs are going on, and then some funded projects are also going on. Recently, in our institute, we launched the newborn screening program, not only for the 5 common disorders, but tandem mass-based screening for metabolic disorders and for SMA also. And here is my colleague, Dr. Neerja Gupta, who is coordinating the whole program. So the vision of newborn screening in India, which is envisaged by one of the government programs, which is called Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, is to have a comprehensive newborn screening program, not only limiting to the dried blood spot testing, but integrating structural birth defects, hearing screening, CCHD, and high-risk screening. And some such programs are going on in the country, in Kerala and also in Delhi, named NEEV. Another program which is going on for newborn screening at the periphery is funded by the Department of Biotechnology, where multiple tertiary care centers have opted one of the aspirational districts, like we have Haridwar, and here the antenatal women and the newborn screening the antenatal women and newborn screening is taking place, and hand in hand the peripheral health workers are being trained in the area of rare diseases. Now, I talked about integrating these care pathways with the existing healthcare system. So, to integrate, we really need to know our own healthcare system. And we all know that the healthcare system in the USA and in India are quite different. So, we have multiple healthcare systems from National Health Mission, the Government of India, then for ministries, different ministries, railways, army, there are different systems. But there are definite opportunities to integrate these rare disease healthcare pathways at different levels, because they start from the periphery and go towards the tertiary care centers. And you can see our healthcare system on the right side. So this is a recent paper which was published by Dr. Mahua, and she is participating in this summit as well. And she has tried to find out that which are the national programs where we can actually integrate the rare disease care pathways. And there are many programs. I referred to Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, which is evaluating babies from newborn period to later age for various disorders, which also include neonatal malformations and genetic disorders. And there are many more: newborn health, maternal health, child health, and so on. So here we can find opportunities to train the individuals who are taking care of these disorders and integrate the rare disease healthcare pathways. So how do we integrate? So the important thing here is, I think the crux is that the primary healthcare providers, who are the first point of contact, are trained that how do they identify likely patients with rare diseases. And then this actually should be a formal engagement and a structured program to identify high-risk cases. Red flag signs should be told to them, and then they should be trained in the referral pathway. And not only for the peripheral health workers and district hospitals, I think in the medical education, we have to integrate the education about the rare diseases, and it will really help in the destigmatization. We heard a lot about stigmatization for rare diseases in the very brilliantly conducted morning sessions. We should also do advocacy through social media, and there can be some formal courses also which can be implemented. Now, these are some government-funded programs which are trying to create care pathways, and you heard about the hemoglobinopathy and sickle cell programs. And these documents are very, very meticulously prepared, and they are actually available free on the internet, and minutest details have been described. And I'll just show you some of the details which are there in this. So for the sickle cell program, which is a very recent one, a large proportion of mapping was done all over the country to find out which are the areas of high prevalence and low prevalence. And then there was a care pathway beginning from identifying these patients, the prophylaxis, the management, the awareness plan, prevention, and everything is there in this document. Even the awareness, there's a separate awareness booklet which is really beautifully made. Similarly, in the hemoglobinopathy control program, you can see from the beginning it was being talked in one of the sessions that how do you identify cases who need to be screened for, say, sickle cell or thalassemia. Those guidelines are there. Separate, very well-defined roles for all the stakeholders have been defined. And once you identify the case, what is the care pathway from the periphery, where the patient goes first and where the child would be managed, and what will be the management guidelines also. Another program which is again funded by the government, which is for the hemophilia treatment program, and this is a state program being run in multiple states, and many patients with hemophilia are getting the state-of-art care for hemophilia. And these programs are running very, very successfully, totally government supported. I also said that I consider that the research goes hand in hand with the care pathway of rare diseases. And this is one of the programs which is running in India, which is led by Dr. Ratna Puri. And there was a discussion during the lunch and learning hours regarding this program also. So trying to identify the genetic problems in undiagnosed families is the goal of this particular program. Another program which Dr. Thangraj also mentioned in the morning is a multi-center program of 15 centers. And again, multiple families are in pediatric age group rare diseases are being investigated to identify the cause. So Dr. Thangraj and Dr. Ashwin Dalal are leading this particular program. There are other programs and opportunities which are going on. ICMR task force on rare diseases, also many DBT funded programs. There is a national consortium on research and development funded by the ICMR and therapeutic strategies. A lot of work is going on in the research area for rare diseases, including gene therapy for hemophilia and sickle cell disease, and also many other therapeutic options like repurposing of drugs, and also the companies which supply raw material for manufacturing these drugs out of India these are being called, and we are discussing, the Niti Aayog particularly is discussing that the drugs can be made within India so that the cost comes down. So a lot of efforts are going in the area of research and trying to have medicines in-house for patients of rare diseases in India. So ultimately, what we have seen till now is that what is available in India, where are our strengths and where we really need to strengthen further, and which are the areas which we really need to begin, because we are in the initial stages and we have to have a very robust program so that the rare disease policy implementation takes place in a good way. So I have just plotted a figure kind of a thing where you can see that starting from the periphery, community primary healthcare center, district level hospitals, state medical colleges, and I already said some of the state medical colleges can be identified as middle level care centers, and then the centers of excellence and other centers and tertiary care centers are there. Awareness goes hand in hand, research goes hand in hand. Even at this level, there are multiple opportunities to have research, even awareness strategies, epidemiologies, research on care pathways, and then at the highest level, research collaborations, national and international, for with the basic science institutions and other institutions for many aspects of rare diseases, including drug development and drug trial. And needless to say, we have to partner with the industry since beginning. The policymakers, the DCGI regulators, all have to be on board when we are working in this particular area. And awareness goes hand in hand, and needless to say, support groups play a really big role whenever we are talking of rare diseases. So these are some of the rare disease patient organizations. This was discussed earlier also. There are many, I may have missed few, and these have been instrumental in improving care of patients with rare diseases and even bringing in the rare disease policy in our country. So this is just to show you the enthusiasm and zeal which now we have in India to really help the families and take care of the families with rare diseases. And this is last year celebrations for the rare disease in February. And you can see multiple centers are celebrating Rare Disease Day in different ways. And this just shows that we are all prepared and we have government support to take care of patients with rare diseases, and which is really, really heartening to know. So I would end here, and I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity and the patient hearing. And I would like to acknowledge the patients and families, Ministry of Health, various committees which are working in this particular area, the centers of excellence, and other experts who are really working hard to bring in the guidelines and trying to implement the rare disease policy in the best possible way. The humanitarian access programs, because most of the patients who require high-end therapies, lifelong, very expensive therapies like ERT, are being funded through the humanitarian access programs. Colleagues for inputs for this particular presentation, and I would like to mention Dr. Harsha's inputs, and he helped me to plan this particular presentation and the support groups. So these are the pictures of some of our patients who are doing very well on treatment, but there are many patients who are awaiting treatment, and there are many patients who are actually even awaiting diagnosis. So we really need to work together and work hard to sort of take care of these families. And I'm sure if we work together, we will be able to we will be able to help these families and implement care for all the rare disease patients, not only in India and the US, but all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kabra. Please join me. And I would like to also thank Dr. Kabra for her input throughout the planning of this summit. She has been a key component, part of our planning committee. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Gupta, who is on the faculty in the Blood and Marrow Transplantation and Cellular Therapy Division in the Department of Pediatrics in the University of Minnesota. And Dr. Gupta couldn't be here today. He was planning to be here, but things didn't work out. So he's joining us live on Zoom.
Thank you, Reena, and I hope next time I'm there in person. And thank you for this opportunity, Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit, to discuss the aspect or the perspective from the US side. And Dr. Kabra, thank you so much for that background here, because I'm going to take a little bit different approach with the care pathways in the US. I am an assistant professor in the Division of Pediatric Blood and Marrow Transplant and Cellular Therapies at University of Minnesota. And I primarily focus on transplant, the stem cell transplant and gene therapy for rare diseases, which include hemoglobinopathies here as well, which always has been interesting because during the medical training in India, hemoglobinopathies were so common that it was never in the realm of rare diseases. And as we heard this morning about the criteria for rare diseases, it is interesting that both sickle cell and thalassemia are quite under the consideration for rare diseases here. I also direct the Comprehensive Adrenoleukodystrophy Clinic, which is one of the diseases I'll be talking about today at University of Minnesota. And I also lead some of the gene therapy trials for hemoglobinopathies and rare diseases here. So the journey has been quite interesting, actually. I'm in Minnesota now, but where I really started was in the Run of Kutch. So from desert to snow-cold Minnesota, the change in latitude has helped me learn and understand a lot in both the places. I feel myself definitely being in that privileged spot where I'm at a center of excellence for rare diseases at University of Minnesota, where the first pediatric stem cell transplant was done way back in 1968 by Dr. Robert Good. And since then, University of Minnesota has pioneered the transplants for immunodeficiencies, inherited metabolic disorders, various bone marrow failure syndrome. We heard a very little bit about epidermolysis bullosa that Dr. Thangraj mentioned in his talk. We have done transplants for that, and there are cellular therapies for that fatal disorder as well. And then there is a whole spectrum of other malignant and non-malignant disorders for which stem cell transplant is needed. The ones that I have highlighted, I'll be focusing more on that in this discussion. So again, we have a long history of transplant for rare diseases here at University of Minnesota. We did one of the first transplants for mucopolysaccharidosis. The first one for Hurler syndrome was done in UK, and the second one was done over here. But not just in the mucopolysaccharidosis realm, we have quite a few disorders where we did early transplants. And it is the largest center for transplant for inherited metabolic disorders in the US. Not only have we done the transplants, we have also shown that it has significantly improved the survival and functional outcomes in these disorders. It is also the leading institute for novel therapies for inherited metabolic disorders, and not just the gene therapies, but other cellular therapies that are coming in this realm as well. So these are some of the rare diseases that we as transplanters treat here at University of Minnesota. And again, for mucopolysaccharidosis, I have just limited to Hurler and some of the Hunter patients who undergo transplant. But there are other lysosomal storage disorders where transplant is indicated and is the standard of care. Other than that, there are leukodystrophies and some of the peroxisomal storage disorder, just like adrenoleukodystrophy, where we are the largest center for the treatment for cerebral ALD. And then there is congenital osteopetrosis, for which, as the team might know, that Dr. Orchard is an international expert for this disease. And again, it is not, I do not take any credit for all of these transplants. There is a whole team, and Dr. Paul Orchard, who leads this team, has been a pioneer in most of these disorders. So care pathways in the US is very interesting, and actually for quite a few of these rare disorders, we have newborn screening here. So there is a recommended universal screening panel, or the RUSP, that looks into these different disorders, and puts forth a national guideline, and there are about 20 plus core disorders, and then there are secondary disorders, which are like about 50 plus. But it is not a federal mandate, actually, that you have to screen for all of these disorders. It is up to the states eventually, or the State Department of Health, to implement this national guideline. And depending on the states, some states have a policy to adopt whatever RUSP recommends, and other states actually have their internal mechanism. It's not that every single rare disorder gets onto this newborn screening panel. There are certain criteria for including them, and there's an intense discussion that goes on behind the scenes. There needs to be a validated diagnostic test. There needs to be an approved treatment, and also you need to show that the early diagnosis does impact the outcome. So one of this rare disorders is X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy, where it's a paroxysmal X-linked disorder with a frequency of about 1 in 17 to 20,000 boys born in the US. The defect primarily is in this gene called ABCD1, which codes for the ALD protein, which is a transport protein that shuttles very long-chain fatty acids into the mitochondria. A defect in this transport protein leads to accumulation of these very long-chain fatty acids. And if you can measure that in the plasma at an elevated level, that is pretty much diagnostic in this disorder. Newborn screening in this disorder became active in the United States in 2013, and it was strong advocacy from family foundations, and ALD Alliance being the leader in that. The first state to do that was New York in 2013. And since then, like in 10 years, there are 40 plus states who have adopted newborn screening for this disorder. XALD is in itself is quite a challenging disease. And where as a transplanters we come into picture is for the cerebral form of the disease, which involves the brain. And I'll show you in the next slide the image of what that disease looks like. What transplant has shown in this disorder is that for cerebral ALD, it can actually stop the progression of the disease. It cannot reverse it, but it can definitely stop the progression, especially in the early stages. So this is what an MRI looks like for a child with progressive cerebral ALD. And as you can see, the white areas that are pointed over here, they are the areas of defect, and it is like a wildfire that is spreading. So what you want to do is that you want to contain this disease as early as possible to minimize the neurological deficits and improve survival. Before the newborn screening, the challenge with this disease was that the diagnosis was usually in a later stage. The only cases where we would diagnose these little kids was actually if they were adrenally insufficient or in a crisis, or there was like early neurological symptoms, or there was a family history of this disorder. Most of the cases, as like I hear from India as well, actually, most of the cases are unfortunately advanced, and unfortunately at that stage, even bone marrow transplant doesn't work. So lack of treatment effectiveness is a big problem, and this disease has a high morbidity and mortality. So after the newborn screening, actually, the care pathway in the US is once the patient is identified on the newborn screening panel, the notification goes to the primary care team or the geneticist, and then they talk to the family and do the confirmatory testing. And eventually the patient is plugged into a comprehensive ALD clinic. Now, at University of Minnesota, we have built this comprehensive care clinic, which is a medical home for these patients and families. And it is not just that patient who was tested positive on the newborn screen. There is a wide cascade effect, actually, because it's an X-linked disease, and our genetic counselor sits down with the family and plots the pedigree and tries to identify all the potential cases. There have been cases where the baby brother was picked up on newborn screen, and there was a child in the high risk, another child in the high risk age group, a sibling who was identified just because of that positive newborn screen in the sibling. These patients were like still having the early disease, and they underwent a successful bone marrow transplant, and their disease has been stopped, and they're doing really well. So there is not just the patient effect, but there is a much broader effect of these programs. For the patients or the babies identified by newborn screen, we have a regular monitoring and surveillance plan, and the whole goal is to identify both the adrenal insufficiency and cerebral ALD at an early stage. It also provides the opportunity to counsel the families and discuss about the potential treatment options, and it has surely helped us to show that there is definitely improved survival, both improved survival as well as the functional outcomes. As Dr. Cabra also mentioned, that this is also the opportunity to do research and develop actually registries along with this. So along with this comprehensive ALD clinic, we also developed an ALD National Registry and Biobank, which is actually a whole remote platform where we do online surveys. Like we have a team that does medical data abstraction, and we also get biospecimen banking again, which we actually do remotely as well. The other disease that I want to touch in the next few minutes is sickle cell, which is definitely close to heart. So we live in this upper Midwest area where, interestingly, when I ventured into the sickle cell zone, I was told that sickle cell patients don't live in cold climate. So there's nothing in the upper Midwest area that you are treating. I didn't believe that because we do have a comprehensive sickle cell program in Minneapolis. Though it is cold, it is not necessary that you don't see families there. We do have a good chunk of West African immigrants actually who have settled in these upper Midwest areas, and there is definitely sickle cell in a lot of their second generation kids. So when I ventured into this territory, I noticed that there were different centers who were scattered across upper Midwest, and they were taking care of some sickle cell patients. But again, when the numbers are small, as we know very well in rare diseases, the approach and the resources that are there are limited as well. So we went on a mission to integrate all of these centers and identify the challenges that these families were facing. So I come from the curative therapy aspect of the sickle cell, where we offer transplant and gene therapies for these children. And we noticed that the referral actually that was made to the transplant center was quite late in the disease course. They already had end organ damage. There was a lot of issues that these children came up with when they were meeting our team for the first time. So what we did was we reshaped this model to target sickle cell cure. I know cure is a little controversial word in this side of the hemisphere, but we actually use a different approach here where community engagement was the key. So I don't know if Teresa is there, Ginger is there, but I work very closely with Ray Blaylark here, who runs the Minnesota Sickle Cell Foundation. And we partnered with the advocacy organization. We partnered with the sickle cell centers who were taking care of any number of sickle cell patients. We also partnered with the patients and the other community members who were actually stakeholder in this. And what it turned out to be in the last 3 years was that it actually helped us do a lot of these initiatives actually more aggressively and more upfront to help these patients and these families understand the true effect of these curative therapies. Again, so these are some of the things that we were able to do. HLA typing, we were able to initiate early discussion and education about these curative therapies. We were able to identify some of the issues with the current options and understanding the psychosocial barrier that these families had. We actually developed a consortium across Upper Midwest where we meet once a month virtually, and we discuss about all the potential patients and all the potential issues that our patients are facing, including the fertility preservation. We also address the social barriers. There are more than 50 people actually who jump onto these calls where social workers, the nurse coordinators, the research people, all of them are here, and we discuss about all the potential options that the patients might have. So what it ended up with is a strong community engagement with a community provider partnership. There are families who are seeking out this education at a much earlier level, and we do feel there is more awareness of the curative options. I cannot show you the numbers. Actually, I'm in an embargo by American Society of Hematology because we are presenting some of this data at American Society of Hematology meeting next month or in December. But we do notice there is much increased number of sickle cell patients undergoing curative therapies, including participation in the clinical trials. Sitting in the upper Midwest, we are actually one of the highest enroller for clinical trials for sickle cell gene therapies. Again, I think it is more from the community participation and identification of these patients. But at the end of it, this all melts down to one big word, that is stakeholders. We all are stakeholders in, be it ALD or be it sickle cell or any other rare disease. And these are the key component that I can visualize on my end, and I'm pretty sure there are quite a few that I'm missing here. But it is not just the patients and families, but all of these, as Dr. Kabra mentioned, the hub model where all of these spokes need to integrate and work together to build this collaborative where we can actually offer the best diagnostic and therapeutic modalities to these rare disease families. And with that, I will acknowledge my team over here, especially Dr. Orchard and Dr. Lan, who are the leads for this inherited metabolic disorder transplants that we do over here. But again, it takes a village to do these transplants. I'll also acknowledge and thank Indo-US Rare Disease for this opportunity to present some of the work that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. So now we will. Yep. So we have heard about care pathways, what is happening in India and what is in the US. And there is no care pathways if you really don't diagnose people. And so next we have somebody who's going to bring in a diagnostic angle. So we have Dr. Harsh Sheth, who is an assistant professor and head of Advanced Genomic Technologies Division at Fridge Institute of Human Genetics in India. He's a clinical geneticist by training, and I'm going to hand over the podium to Dr. Sheth. I think this mic is working, but if not.
Thank you. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to Dr. Harsha, Dr. Reena, Dr. Nisha for having me here today. I'm really grateful. And whilst we are on the topic of diagnosis, it's extremely important to think about costs. And not only that, which diseases that you're diagnosing, because sometimes diagnosing diseases that are ultra rare can become extremely challenging and can be a costly affair. Now, before I begin, I just want to highlight a few conflicts of interest. I'm a named inventor on two patents. One is international, one is national, describing technologies that are used in detection of rare diseases. And the second one is that I spearhead Fridge and Sanofi Disha program for free lysosomal storage disorder diagnosis in India. Now, I have been involved in a whole host of things in the past 10 years, starting from the pharmacogenetics of warfarin to rapid molecular diagnostics with a spin-out company. Well, now it's rather a huge firm called Quantum DX in the UK, to studying male infertility, to studying aspirin-based chemoprevention in Lynch syndrome. But it's only after coming back to India in 2019, I realized there are a huge number of challenges that are currently facing Indian community, starting from lysosomal storage disorder, autism spectrum disorder, male infertility. And not only that, binding into all together is computational power, because to understand all of these things, you require a whole host of computational knowledge and grunt. And that is exactly what I lead now. I lead the computational biology core unit, and I also established Advanced Genomic Tech Division. And the whole energy behind leading all of this is actually summarized in this one line that was written by Thomas Adams in 1618, that he is a better physician that keeps diseases off us than that cures them being on us. Prevention is so much better than healing because it saves the labor of being sick. And this is absolutely true when it comes to genetics, because this is one of the few branches of medicine that allows us to prevent the diseases from coming in the very first place. So today, my focus is purely going to be on lysosomal storage disorders. And you might already know about this quite well. There are a group of 70 different disorders put together, and they follow a recessive or an X-linked inheritance models. You have a systemic collection of phenotypes that means it's not only just one organ, but a whole host of different organs that are affected. And the combined prevalence worldwide is about 1 in 1,500 people, 1 in 5,000 people. So that's quite common when you put them in those numbers. Not only that, when you think about India, out of those 70 different diseases, there are 20 odd diseases that are extremely common. And this work was actually led first by my father in 2014, nearly a decade ago now, Dr. Jayesh Sheth. And he was the first one to show that Gaucher's disease is, in fact, the most common lysosomal storage disease in India, followed by Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease. Now, when it comes to diagnosing these children, the pathway is, well, for the past 2 decades has been rather simple. You see the child in the clinic, you try and understand the symptoms and perform a clinical differential diagnosis. You would then do a biochemical screening or a diagnostic test to identify in which group does this child belong to. Then you would do an enzymatic confirmation to be absolutely sure that, yes, in fact, you're dealing with Gaucher's or MPS type 1 or type 2 or whatever it may be. And once you have that, you then perform a sequencing-based test or an MLP or some sort of a genetic test to really identify the cause as to why this child is having this particular disease. The problem is that this is rather iterative in nature. So if you think about mucopolysaccharidosis, you've got multiple types of MPS disorders, and they all have overlapping phenotypic symptoms. So if you come across a child with MPS, it can become extremely tedious because you have to go around the circle multiple times. And because of that, sometimes the diagnostic odyssey can last up to 5 years. The per patient cost increases quite dramatically because you're going around the same circle again and again. And each time you go, it requires skilled manpower. And because you require skilled manpower in a complex lab setup, the cost starts to spike. And because of that, it is estimated that the diagnostic yield for LSDs in Belgium and even in India is all the way down to 5%. So if I put that in raw numbers, there are estimated 240,000 kids in India with LSDs right now, but only 12,000 of them are known to medical services. So that's a whopping number. And therefore, we require a high throughput, low cost, and easy to use diagnostic assay to identify these kids. Now, as a geneticist, my immediate reaction is, well, let's just do sequencing on anything and everything that moves. But then there's a problem. If you try and sequence everything there is, so you would see the number of genes at the top, and you would see the detection rate at the bottom. No matter how many genes you had, the highest you could aim for was about 65% diagnostic yield. That's not great in my view. I think as a geneticist, we can perform much better. Now, the other problem with NGS is the more genes you add in a panel, the cost starts to spike up. And it's not because the panel size has increased, but the laboratory setup you require also becomes bigger. The computational tools become bigger. The manpower required also becomes large. So if you want to make a panel, especially for a country like India that is cost sensitive, you need a panel that is small, focused, and easy to deploy. And that is why when I started to design a panel for LSD, I thought of Illumina MiSeq. That's the smallest instrument there is in the Illumina sequencing setup. And it's present in majority of the labs. And not only that, I focused on just 29 diseases that I know are common in India. So here are the list of diseases that I started to work with. And of course, this was the first father-son duo project that I had the pleasure of working with. And of course, I have my student, Adira Nair, and 2 colleagues from GBRC, Dr. Madhvi Joshi and Professor C.G. Joshi. And to cover these 29 diseases, we had 23 genes. And the panel was designed in accordance with American College of Medical Genetics sequencing guidelines. The aim was that it should fit well within the Illumina MiSeq platform. It should be able to detect not just single letter differences in the DNA, but it should be able to detect deletions and duplications, because in certain diseases, they are quite common and NGS has a tendency to miss them out if you're not careful. And most importantly, it should be cheap and it should be amenable to high throughput. And to do that, I went back to a technology that was first described in 1994. Back then, it was known as padlock probes. Today, it's known as molecular inversion probes. And to summarize it rather simply, think about a DNA molecule giving your target region a big, nice hug. That's exactly what it's doing. And every time it gives a hug, it makes a copy of the region that you're interested in. And it gives it a barcode. And when it gives it a barcode, you're able to identify how many unique DNA molecules you're able to capture. Now, when you're designing these probes, they're rather expensive. Each probe costs about $20 to make. But the beauty is, once you've designed it and you've manufactured it, they last for more than 1 million reactions. Or to put it in simple terms, they cost less than 2 cents per sample. So they're extremely cheap. And the first time I had used them was for microsatellite instability testing in colorectal cancer patients, which I'm very happy. There is now an international patent covering it, and it's being deployed in the UK's National Health Service. The pathway is very, very simple, just like any other genetic testing lab. You do a preparation of your sample. You would pool how many samples you have together. You would sequence them. You would run a computational analysis, and you have a result at the very end. And I'll break down these parts very, very simply for you. Once I started to design this assay, the first thing I wanted to check was, is it doing what it is supposed to be doing? So I had 49 samples where I already had the mutation known. And I said, okay, let's try out my assay and see whether it's able to capture that. And lo and behold, got 100% concordance, which is great. But what I hadn't anticipated was how good it really was at capturing deletions and duplications. So here is an example of a patient with a mutation in GALC gene. And you have nearly 4 to 5 exons that are deleted. And they're heterozygous. It means that deletion is only in one copy of the DNA. The second copy is intact. So it was excellent at picking that out. But then I started to come across samples where just one exon, just a very small part of the DNA was deleted. And lo and behold, the assay was able to capture that. And this meant that there was no longer a need to do MLPA-based testing. I could capture all of this in one shot. So over the next 2 years, me and my father embarked on a journey to recruit 250 odd patients. And to date, we have recruited 259. We did testing in all of them. And the idea was that these are the patients where either only biochemical test is done, or a doctor suspects that this patient has an LSD, but doesn't know which one. So in this cohort, we got a diagnostic yield of whopping 83%. If I have to split it based on the type of patients we had, if they only had a biochemical testing done, our yield was up to 87%. If a doctor just suspected that this patient has an LSD, our yield was 74%, because some of these patients had an LSD, but it was a very, very rare form that wasn't covered by our panel. Now, here's the part that I'm most proud of amongst all of this. In Gaucher's disease patient, you have one particular mutation that is most common. It's PL483P. It's a rather boring designation, but essentially, you find it in about 40 to 50% of Gaucher's disease patient. And even if you were to do whole exome sequencing, you'll not capture it, because the part of the DNA where this particular mutation is present looks eerily similar to another part of a pseudo gene, right? So whenever you do sequencing, it tends to miss things out. But our assay is able to pick it up with 100% accuracy. So we are better than exome, at least for this point. The problem is that even for that in Hunter's disease, the same problem creeps up. And this is where our yield is actually going down. That is why we are not at 100%, we are at 87%. But lo and behold, this is still better than any other assay that is out there right now. And to cover all of this work, we now have an Indian patent. In terms of cost, because we are talking about a very cost-sensitive market, when you have a patient coming through the clinic, the cost of counseling, DNA extraction, sequencing, reporting, and post-test counseling, we currently do it for $120 per patient. This is the cost to the patient that we have right now. If we get a variant of uncertain significance, that means we don't know whether this mutation is causative or not, and we need to perform a biochemical test, it's just $20 extra to the patient. So the cost is $145 at this point. Now, because of the instrument that we are using, we have the flexibility. We can have as low as 4 samples, or we can have as high as 50 samples in a single run. And the cost remains the same. The data analysis time is 30 to 45 minutes. It means I can run the analysis on my laptop, by the way, in under an hour per sample. I don't need a fancy big computer or a server to do this. My laptop is good enough. And the overall turnaround time for 50 samples is less than a month. So should I just say that my assay is the best thing there ever was and you guys should adopt it? No, I don't think so. If a doctor is absolutely sure that this patient has a Gaucher's disease or Hunter's disease or Hurler disease, go for the traditional approach, because the cost of biochemical test is about $30 to $40, and you get to the diagnosis within a few days. But if you are not sure as to which LSD this patient is having, then go for this new approach, whereby you first do this particular assay, and based upon what variant you find or what mutation you find in a gene, you then do a biochemical confirmation, and you get to that answer. Now, whilst this assay is currently being panned out, I'm very happy to say that right now, we are funded by the Department of Biotechnology, which is an arm of Government of India, to create India's first biobank for lysosomal storage disorders. And this includes all 29 disorders that I just showed you earlier. And in this, we'll have DNA, plasma or serum, urine sample, biochemical and longitudinal clinical data and anthropometric data for every single patient. Each patient will receive a biochemical test and a genetic test free of cost. So this particular assay will be utilized in this work, and the data will be made freely available, anonymized, starting from 2024. Again, this is a father-son duo work, so I'm very proud of that. And when it comes to clinical testing, I'm very, very happy to share that this assay is now out in clinical utility. Sanofi, which is the world's biggest drug maker for LSD, partnered up with us to create what is known as Disha program. So there are 5 LSDs, Pompe, Gaucher's, NPS1, Fabry, and ASMD. They are doing this diagnosis free of cost to the patient. So this includes both biochemical as well as genetic diagnosis. And we have so far done this on more than 100 patients. And we are very, very proud of that. In conclusion, even though this biochemical test is the current gold standard technique, it can be iterative, not amenable to high throughput, and can be rather costly. Our assay is able to cover 29 diseases, LSDs that are common to India, and is able to detect both point mutation as well as large deletions and duplications with a whopping 83% diagnostic yield. It is low cost, it is high throughput, it is accurate, and has a quicker turnaround time. It has, because of its abilities, it is flexible in deployment right now, and the assay is available in clinics right now. To do all of this work, of course, it's not just me and my father. We have a wonderful team right behind us. We have got wonderful team members. And as you can see, mostly are females, very few males, and all the wonderful national collaborators out here, including Dr. Cabra, and our funders, GSBTM, Department of Biotechnology. And I'm, again, very, very proud to say all of this is done, made in India and for India. Thank you.
Can take a seat here, maybe? Can take a seat here. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. We have a video now to be played. Colin, if you can play that video. And it is by Dr. Tina Erb, who couldn't be here today. She is the program director for Rare Disease Clinical Research Network, which is an organization within the National Institute of Health. So people in the US may be familiar with that. And they have a huge network of consortiums for different rare genetic diseases. And so she has been kind enough to send us a video message. So Colin, if you can play that, talking about the need for research, clinical research as a care option.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. I'm just sorry that I can't be there in person. My name is Tina Erb, and I work as a program director in the Division of Rare Diseases Research Innovation at the National Centers for Advancing Translational Sciences at the National Institutes of Health. I'm here to tell you about the Rare Disease Clinical Research Network, or RDCRN. For those of you who might not know, the RDCRN was established as part of the Rare Diseases Act of 2002, and the language directed the NIH to establish regional centers of excellence. The first centers were funded in 2003 and have been continuously funded every 5 years since that time. The current RDCRN is a network of 20 different consortia, or network of networks, with the support of a data management and coordinating center. NCATS partners with 10 NIH institutes and centers for the program. The NIH mechanism used to support the network is a U54, a cooperative agreement, and that means that there's significant programmatic involvement from the NIH program officials. There are research teams, and each consortium also is required to have significant participation by patients in our patient advocacy groups. We currently work with 166 different patient advocacy groups within the network. The focus of the network is clinical trial readiness, studies that move clinical groups closer to successful clinical trials. For example, natural history studies, or the identification of biomarkers, or the development of endpoints for clinical trials. Each individual consortium must study 3 or more disorders. They consist of multiple sites. They conduct 3 to 5 clinical studies, and they have a competitive pilot program for other research studies. They also importantly have a career enhancement program that they design themselves to help promote the younger generation or new investigators interested in rare disease. And again, they have a fully integrated patient advocacy group. The Data Management and Coordinating Center provides support for both individual consortium and the network as a whole. The DMCC provides administrative support that facilitates the operations, governance, and communication of the network. Clinical research is supported that coordinates best practices and standardization and good data practices across the network. There's data management that, in cooperation with NCATS, ITRB, builds and maintains secure infrastructure. And there's a engagement and dissemination core that supports and promotes patient engagement and broad outreach to disseminate the information that is gathered broadly. The RDCRN has a broad reach. Currently within the network, we have 358 active consortia sites, of which 197 are unique sites. What does that mean? For example, CHOP has 9 different consortia conducting research as part of the RDCRN at that site. Consortia also partner internationally, and this is where you all come in. 11 countries having active research sites across the network. So we hope to have outreach and a more diverse population for the samples for the researchers to sample. The RDCRN also have numerous consortia sites that are co-located with the CTSA sites that are also funded by NCATS. The RDCRN leadership has 3 branches: the PI leadership team, and then the CPAG leadership team, and they make up the executive leadership committee. So as you can see, the patient advocacy groups play an important role in our network. This group is coordinated by the Data Management and Coordinating Center, which is located at Cincinnati Children's Hospital and Medical Center, and I help manage the program. And this group serves as a vetting body of activities within the network. The network also has a wide variety of working and interest groups, all focused on improving research. Each consortium has the opportunity to join a committee, and every committee has researchers, patient advocacy groups, NIH, and Data Management Coordinating Center participants represented. When we were preparing to cycle into RDCRN4, one of the things we did was to evaluate and update the program. We felt data was of primary importance, and we wanted to take an economies of scale approach of sharing tools in the environment. The working environment that we have is the operational environment, where the different consortia has their sites. The DMCC provides an internal site where tools are available to be shared across the consortia. Tools such as REDCap, Ombra, Box, SAS, RStudio. So individual consortium don't have to buy licenses for this. They're all provided by the RDCRN. This cloud environment lives at NCATS, but is managed by the Data Management and Coordinating Center. The environment was developed through close collaboration with NCATS technical team, and to date, NCATS has been funding all the cloud-related costs of security. So one of the things when we were changing how the network was managed was we were wondering if we built all these things, would they come and use them? And they have been, as you can see from the slide. Much of this can be attributed to reaching out to the investigators to find out what types of tools they need and finding tools that would be relevant for multiple clinical sites. And we also often provide a sandbox environment so they can try out the tools to see which ones have the best fit for them. A benefit of working at the NIH is you know what's coming down the pike. And one thing we know is that data sharing was coming down the road, and we started implementing this early. What this means for the RDCRN is that we built and we developed a data sharing environment, or we're in the process of it in this current cycle. So as you can see is the data comes from the operational environment, and the DMCC manages the data and makes sure that the data is de-identified, that the metadata is there so that others can use the data, and that we have data use limitations, and it's then passed on to the NCATS team to the shared environment, which has NIH governance and NIH managed security and controlled access. In this way, we hope people will share the data that we've developed and established in the RDCRN. Well, how are we doing? So we wanted to take a look at some of the metrics to see. This program's been funded for a long time. We wanted to know how it's doing. So we used NIH portfolio management tools to find publications from 28 consortia that have been funded in the first 3 cycles. There were 2,763 papers published between 2004 and 2020. Individual consortia averaged about 9 papers per year. These are very productive groups. The same data was used to identify organizations that had published at least 5 different papers. And what we're finding is the reach of the network has been expanding, and that the number of research organizations have stayed the same, but there's been an increased number of international collaborations within our network. These are the co-authorship networks that you can see below, showing an increased collaboration over time. Despite the large increase in the size of the network, the number of clusters remain the same. So that basically means there are a lot of external people joining the network, which is great, and we like to see that. And let's look at how our impact has been doing on translational outcomes. We can split the clinical trials into 2 categories: those that are funded directly by the U54 grant and those that are not funded directly but leverage what has been developed using this grant. Predominantly, we funded phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, and currently 18 trials are funded by the RDCRN. But what's really interesting, I find, is the RDCRN associated trials, which are predominantly phase 2 and 3 clinical trials. And there are at least 13 ongoing clinical trials such as this. And funding has been, for these trials, has been by external sources: industry, different institutes and centers, the FDA, patient advocacy groups have funded these studies, and they have leveraged the data points, or the patient populations and clinical endpoints and biomarkers and safety and efficacy data that we've established in the RDCRN. To date, the RDCRN has contributed to 8 FDA-approved treatments for rare disease, and we're pretty proud of that. So one of the things that we do with the RDCRN that might be a little bit different than other groups is we really look at other problems, not just the science. operational challenges, financial administrative challenges, and how we can address those. So we know that bottlenecks in rare disease therapeutic development it's slow, expensive, and the data is poor quality. So we've really worked on getting consortia and patient advocacy group involvement, develop natural history studies, outcome measures, and biomarkers that industry can use. We also have the shared tools which save on expenses, and we've also focused on fair data principles, reproducibility and transparency, and very strong data practices. So the data that comes in and out of the network is strong and reliable. So what we're really doing is turning many consortia into a research community. I encourage you to look at our website, rarediseasesnetwork.org, where there are links to the individual websites of the 20 consortium. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you again, Dr. Orr, for the video. And now we turn on to our last speaker of the session, Dr. Tamanna Roshanlal, who is the Chief Medical Officer at Uncommon Cures. She is a geneticist by training and then moved to the industry, but she's going to tell you about the landscape of rare clinical trials.
Hi there, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Wonderful. All right, I'm sorry to be the barrier between you and your coffee break. I'll try to make this as interesting as possible. So my name is Tamanna. I go by Tam in the world of pediatrics because it's just easier for the children to pronounce. My background is in pediatrics, genetics, as well as biochemical genetics. I did my training at Hopkins as well as the NIH, where I did a lot of research in the lysosomal storage disease world. In fact, Gaucher disease is my baby. So I feel very passionately about it. Went on to work at the Rare Disease Institute at the RDI in Washington, D.C., and then turns out, as much as I loved my patients, I loved clinic, the one thing that was really frustrating was the lack of clinical trials, the difficulty in doing clinical trials. And that led to me joining my previous boss in starting a rare disease clinical trial center. We're new, we started in March, but we're all about the clinical trials and hence my talk. So before we talk about clinical trials, let's talk a little bit about the burden and impact of rare diseases. So we've been talking about this the whole day. About 7,000 rare diseases have been identified. The numbers are increasing on a daily basis because of the technology that we have. However, the burden is rather significant and it just doesn't affect the individual. We've heard it affects families, healthcare systems, and societies as a whole, not just in the United States, but globally. So, there are diagnostic delays. This we know because getting to see a geneticist, getting to see the right doctor, whether you have insurance, whether you can even see the doctor. So that's something that people have to contend with, limited treatment options. So we know that it's only symptomatic. There are a few, I say curative, but they're not. For instance, SMA, we have gene therapy, but mainly things are now just symptomatic management. Huge financial burden on the families as well on the healthcare system. Psychosocial impact, we've talked about that. The caregiver strain, now this is a huge one because they can barely even look after their child, let alone themselves because of the complexity of a rare disease. And research challenges, this is one of the big things because we have insufficient data due to a small population of patients. Funding for research, getting a grant is extremely tedious. It requires a PhD in itself to fill out forms, hampering the understanding, the underlying mechanisms, and then treatment development in itself. And then one of the big things that we often forget is parents have to take time off. Children have to take time off to, go to these doctor's appointments, to go for their treatment. And therefore, they can't work, extended leave, and therefore there is less productivity in the workforce. So why is rare disease clinical trials important and why does it matter? We need to start unlocking treatment options. Symptomatic management is just not acceptable anymore. We're diagnosing more patients on a daily basis. We need better treatments. We need to expand medical knowledge. That's what we should be doing. And we also need to take a patient-centric approach. So it's direct collaborations with families, patients, trying to ensure whether the trials actually meet their needs and whether it can lead to improved outcomes. Global collaboration, and that's what this summit is all about. The international collaboration and cooperation, the exchange of data, which is extremely difficult, as well as resource access. Fostering innovation. So we've got to work together to do more research together, to pioneer medical breakthroughs, and then for economic and social benefits, so to reduce overall economic burden on healthcare systems. Another reason why clinical trials are important. You get a treatment, patients benefit, they become contributing members to society, lesser burden on the medical healthcare system, individuals, and then, people are more productive. And then regulatory incentives. So FDA, EMA, they need to start working with us right now to see that how can they accelerate the development and the approval of rare disease therapies. So just a bit of statistics, right? It takes a rare disease drug. It takes about 15 years, 12 to 15 years for a rare disease drug to come to market. And that's not acceptable because it's long and it's really expensive. In fact, one of the medications that got approved for a disease called phenylketonuria, it cost them $1 billion to bring the drug to market. $1 billion because of FDA regulations and red tape and the difficulty in getting patients. So this shows us that not only are we utilizing too much money, this needs to be made simpler as well. So takes me to the key challenges. We've touched on some of them already. It's a limited patient population, so if you want to do a study design that we typically use for common diseases like diabetes, hypertension, those designs are not going to work for this population because sometimes there might only be one patient, and of one studies, right? The lack of natural history data. Now, the NIH does a wonderful job with natural history data. A lot of academic centers are doing a wonderful job. The problem is everyone keeps their own data. Nobody wants to share data because data is money. Data means papers. And this is where we should do better and we need to do better, right? Because with good natural history data, you can actually design a wonderful protocol and you can actually interpret the results better. Patient recruitment and retention. So this is a difficult one because regulators often demand very complex protocols. Patients get sick. They can't travel every 2 weeks for a blood draw. So we need to be decentralized clinical trials. We need to be able to utilize technology, Zoom, phone, telehealth. So that's where we need to change things, right? Ethical issues. So this is a difficult one because everyone wants to make sure that they are doing something ethical. We don't do something unethical. However, the problem is if there is only one patient in the world with a disease or 5 patients, sometimes you need to figure out how you can benefit that patient, by thinking outside the box. So this is where we need to work together. And of course, resource limitations, funding, parents who are trying to set up funds. I mean, you've got wonderful people here trying to get money for disorders and funding is a big issue as well. And then there's the expertise and the experience. And one of the issues with rare disease is the geneticists in the United States. I speak for them. There are only about 700 of us. Our waiting list is up to a year and a half long. In West Virginia, you have one geneticist, just one, a biochemical geneticist as well. So if they don't have time for their patients, how are they going to use their expertise to run a rare disease clinical trial, right? And we talked about regulatory barriers. And then we talked about data collection and analysis. That can be difficult as well sometimes. And geographic dispersions. So clinical trial centers sometimes are not convenient for patients to go to. Cost and sustainability. And then safety and monitoring. So safety and monitoring is another key issue because we don't understand the natural history really well sometimes. So when it comes to safety and monitoring of the disease, we falter and then that gets a study suspended and that leads on to further problems. And then long-term follow-ups, getting patients to commit to following up for 10 years because of a drug that's investigational is a long time. It's a lot of time from their lives. So, that's one of the things that can complicate us doing a clinical trial successfully. So, we talked about data sharing initiatives. We have the wonderful RDC-RN that's trying to regulate or trying to help with data sharing. And we also need expanded funding from government and philanthropic organizations to help make rare disease research more feasible. And genomic advances. So we have amazing people here working on technology, trying to diagnose patients, hopefully trying to limit the diagnostic odyssey. It takes a long time for them. And that in itself can aid us doing clinical trials successfully. And we talked about all this as well, right? Indirectly. So how do we bridge the gap across borders? Establishing international collaborative networks like what we're doing, using digital technologies, harmonizing regulatory approvals. So we need to start working as a group, talking to the FDA and EMA and saying that, you know what, we can't sit on our laurels anymore. We need to start working together, trying to make things less restrictive so we can get drugs out earlier, standardize protocols and data collection, develop global patient registries. I'm partial to Gaucher disease because I've always worked with them. They have a wonderful global registry. They work with people around the world. But there are others out there that we need to work with. Data sharing platforms that are unified, that we can use globally. Collaborate with rare disease organizations and the advocates, funding collaborations. And as I said, patient-centered approaches, regulatory advocacy. And I think the most important one is sharing best practices. I think we can't live, no man is an island. We have to work together to share what we know with others and not live in fear of, our papers getting scoped by other by other people in the academic world, so on and so forth. So yeah, that in itself, in a nutshell, is to why rare disease clinical trials are important, as well as to why, we should do better to make sure that we can help our patients as well.
Thank you, Dr. Arshan. Let's take this seat here. So I think we'll get started with a few Q&A or panel discussion. So if you can, looks like there is only one microphone here on the. Pardon? Yeah, so people on Zoom can, if you turn on the camera, I think it will be showing up on the. Yep. Thank you for staying awake, Dr. Cabra. Yeah, I think we can get started with the discussion. So first of all, thank you all for bringing in the concept of care pathways, both in India and in the US. And I guess there are a lot of similarities, but there are also differences and between the geographies. And are there challenges that you can think of if you have to do like an international collaboration, like whether it is in a clinical research setting or if Dr. Cabra, if you want to take the answer or.
As has been discussed by many speakers, collaboration is the key. Like even within the country, and you and Tam very clearly pointed out that collaborations would require sharing of data and all those things, and that is within the country, even within the country and outside the country, would at times would become difficult. But then for collaborations, I think as of now there are challenges in the sense that primarily for rare diseases, identifying cases, and I think registries in this particular area would really help. And in India, as of now, though the registries have been started, we would not have data for all rare diseases. So as you will hear in the ICMR registry, we have this registry for a select group of disorders, primarily the ones for which some treatment is available. So number of patients, and then we really need to know all the details which are required for the collaboration, say for clinical trials or anything. But then, and obviously for these collaborations, funding is another issue which may be a problem. But then if there's a collaborative effort and from both sides there's funding, or even for clinical trials funding is available through the companies which are conducting these trials, could be okay. But then there are some challenges, but I think that if we all work together and try to create the environment for collaboration by sharing information and sharing data which we have, we can sort of build collaborations and identify areas where research can be done together.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Cabra. Yep, you have to deal.
Yeah, I wanted to add. No? Oh, sorry. So I just wanted to add one thing. Data sharing can come in different varieties, right? You can think about anonymized clinical data that is being shared, but at the same time, sharing of anonymized genetic data is also rather important. And towards that, NIH has a wonderful platform called ClinVar. And I'm very happy to say we are one of the topmost submitters. Our institute is one of the topmost submitters from India on the ClinVar database. And through that, actually, sometimes we get queries from the US saying, hey, look, we have also found a patient with this variant. Does your phenotype match with what we have? And that really helps in getting diagnosis, not just for our patient, but for another patient as well.
And Dr. Gupta?
Yeah, Rina. So there are definitely opportunities, and we have tried some of the international collaborations, and sometimes it is limited by the rules and regulations. I'll give you an example here. So for our ALD national registry, actually, our plan was not to keep it national. Actually, we wanted to do more of an international registry. What limited it to go international was the rules around the biobanking. And it was interesting to know that you can enroll patients remotely on an online platform, but if you have to ship the biospecimens, there are certain rules and there are certain custom issues that you have to like be aware of across the country. So it can be done, but definitely there is a lot of policy and paperwork behind it, especially if you want to share some of the biospecimen data. I think this is one of the blessings of COVID, unfortunately, that we had to go all that way to get this blessing. That there is a lot of collaboration now happening in the e-space, actually. Like so on the cloud platforms, there is sharing of anonymized data. There are these registries actually that you can build on the cloud where like people can upload their even the scans and the labs actually that is done in any part of the world. So I think it is just we have to be innovative in identifying these platforms and designing the studies in which it has to be useful for all the collaborators. So again, I go back to my model of stakeholders where unless and until it is benefiting all the collaborators, it is difficult to do research. And again, because as Dr. Kabra mentioned, there is a cost associated to this. There is a time that researchers put into this. So it has to be a model which is benefiting community and the researchers and overall progressing the advances in the diseases.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add?
Nope, I think everyone's covered everything.
Okay. Harsha, is there a question online?
Yes, there is a question for Dr. Kabra from Anita Santosh, requesting you to speak about carrier screening of females.
Okay, so if I understand the question correctly, are you talking about carrier screening of females only, or you are talking about say families where you are suspecting a X-linked disorder and then you want to screen females for being carrier or no? So if that clarification is given, then otherwise, if you are talking of screening in general, I mean, even in low risk population, for primarily that is being done for recessive disorders to find out the carrier status, but some of the carrier screening for X-linked disorders, particularly for Fragile X syndrome and also for DMD, some of the couples come to us for screening for that targetedly, and so that is there. But if you have any targeted question in this, if you can tell some more details, I can answer.
Thank you. Is there another question there?
Yes, hi. Before I ask my question, I just wanted to say hi to Dr. Gupta. This is Ginger. I am here, and I will see you next month at ASH. I wanted to ask, how do we impress upon HRA in all of its agencies that we can't keep talking about newborn screening and identifying children at birth and subsequently members of their family and not have genetic counseling, because that is missing. You have 700 geneticists providing counseling in this country. Funding was cut last year, and we work with NIMAC, New York Mid-Atlantic, and Caribbean Genetics Alliance. We went to the Virgin Islands to talk about doing telegenetics because they don't have a geneticist, and it's pretty much the same way across the country. One person may be in the state, maybe none. How do we impress upon the government that genetic counseling needs to be funded? Because we have young people who have trait, who have no idea because the history didn't follow them, and they did not get age-appropriate counseling, you know, between being a child, being a teenager, and then again as a young adult. Again, you need to know that you carry a trait for this order. You need to know that you're going to ask the person that you plan to have a relationship with and maybe have children with to find out if they carry a gene, and for them to also get genetic counseling to understand it from your perspective, you know. So what do we do here?
That's a tough one. Up till March, that was my life. So at the Children's Hospital in Washington, D.C., as the geneticist, we would get all the phone calls for every newborn screen for biochemical genetics from D.C., Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, as well as Delaware. So we see all of this. Now, from a genetic standpoint, so we never saw sickle cell patients, all right? That went to hematology. But from our standpoint, we did provide genetic counseling in the form of the geneticist because they wouldn't spend money to pay the genetic counselors. So as part of our job, we would have to do the genetic counseling. And one protocol that we formed was we would bring the patients back or the families back a year and a half later, even though they were just, carriers, so that we could talk to them and reiterate the fact that when they got older, they needed to be seen to understand what was going on with them. Again, we're a very overworked workforce, so sometimes people fall through the cracks. Now, asking regulators or asking insurance companies to pay for genetic counseling, when you find the formula, you let me know because we'll be very rich after that.
Is there anything to add, Ashish?
Yeah, thank you, Ginger, for raising this issue. I'll just make a statement that we are really just scratching the surface of issues in sickle cell. The disease has been there for centuries, but we are just starting to scratch these real issues, right? We are at the tip of iceberg, right? We're talking about treatment, we're talking about curative options, but there are a lot more issues in sickle cell, as we all know. Actually, I was 2 weeks ago, I was in a APHL symposium where there was a very interesting study that was presented by the group at UAB. Najiba presented this study called Enhance 1, actually, where they looked into the newborn screening for sickle cell and how many of those kids eventually make it to the clinic. And we are talking about a US setup here. And more than 40% of the kids, and these are like heavily dense state actually for sickle cell, they do not reach the hematologist in the first 3 months of their diagnosis. So you're talking about a system where we all are very strongly like subspecialist heavy, and we want to make sure that these kids are in the proper care. It is not happening. It is not happening at a lot of different levels, and genetic counseling is such an important piece. One of the goals actually of my presentation was to bring two diseases where there are two different disease models actually per se, both undergoing newborn screening in the US, where XALD actually it's a different model where we have taken a bottom up approach. I don't know if it is right to say up there, but it is more of integrating that into a medical home versus sickle cell, where we as transplanters are put into the tertiary zone, which doesn't need to be. Like, we can definitely be more involved and integrate this care model where we are interacting with the community. But there are several different components here. And you brought up a very important stakeholder. Like, this kind of like applies to ALD as well as sickle cell. But yep, there are big deficiencies out there. And again, we are scratching the surface right now.
Even the trait.
Yes, absolutely. If you have to really cure the disease, you have to make that effect at the trait level. It is not going to be just those who are identified by sickle cell disease per se. Like, there is definitely a big role of patients who need to be counseled who have sickle cell trait. And as you know, there are issues, there are some medical complications that can happen in patients with sickle cell trait as compared to disease. So all that needs to be identified.
There's another question here.
Yes, hi there, Dean Sir with MLD Foundation. Tam, you really hit my button a few times. I just wanted to, you talked about a lot of the numbers and the things that we don't understand. The Every Life Foundation, who has a booth out here today, they've just been set up. They've done a burden of care study. This is the second generation of that. I just want to refer people to that. So much of our legislation and the support that we're after requires numbers to justify. What are the expenses? What are the direct expenses, the indirect expenses? This second generation of their report, which I think is from this last summer, the original report was about 3 years ago, talks about the cost of delayed diagnosis. So if we wait to get a diagnosis, then we're adding additional burden to the system, and it's an ongoing burden. So I encourage you to pick up a copy of that.
Thank you for that. And I have a question for you, Harsh. So it's a very good low-cost technology, but do you have a plan for making it global? I know you're testing it out in the UK systems, but bringing it to the US? Is that a possibility or?
Yes, actually, there's one thing I left out of that. So in the US, there is a heavy dominance, if correct me if I'm wrong, is towards having dry blood spots for getting samples from the patient rather than taking blood in EDTA vials. So all the stuff that I showed was from DNA that was extracted from EDTA vials, but just a little over a month ago, we started working with dried blood spots, because when you get DNA out of those, it's very fragmented. It's not of the highest quality. But I'm very happy to tell you that my PhD student, just before I left, did manage to crack the code. And we have just started working on that. We'll be analyzing a further 100 samples on dried blood spots to be absolutely sure that the assay is behaving the way we expect it to behave, regardless of the sample type. And that would allow us to crack into the American market. And hopefully next time, if we really do crack, then I can fly in a helicopter out here.
Thank you for that. And another question to Dr. Cabra. I mean, I think of the care pathways, one of the striking difference I noticed between research and the care pathways in the US is the inclusion of patient advocacy groups. I know there are not such organized, I mean, there are few groups, but not as extensive in the US as in the US. But even with those few, I don't know how much they are being involved in decisions around what does it matter to you? What is it that we are trying to measure as an outcome measure and things like that? Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so Reena, what is happening is that there are many parent groups which are there. And as I said that even the declaration of rare disease policy and many of the decisions which government has taken were actually because of the advocacy which was done by these parent groups. So it is important, and I was saying that their role is actually not really well defined as of now, and their involvement in decision making, if we are saying that decision making for say implementation of RD policy, or when the rare disease policy was being prepared, there were as such, I don't think that there were any representatives from the parent groups. But then having said that, the policy was put on the web for taking opinions, and I know that many of the rare disease groups actually they gave their opinion on this, and some modifications are probably done based on that. But now what is happening is that when it has now come to funding treatment, particularly for diseases where the cost is very high, there are discussions now. There is a National Rare Disease Committee now, a 5-membered committee, and in fact the court has asked this committee to interact with the parent groups also, because many decisions are pending and decisions are to be taken. There are efforts to I mean, you know that a 50 lakh thing, which is $60,000 of few diseases, can be treated for a longish time, and many diseases cannot be treated. So now the parent groups are on board, and the government is also talking to them. It was there earlier also, but not in a very formal or a regular way. But then now they're on board. And I totally agree that they have to be involved when decision making is being done for rare diseases.
And how about for research? Do you collaborate with patient groups?
So what happened was, when this rare disease registry was being planned by the ICMR, there was a suggestion, and in fact many of the groups like the hemophilia group, thalassemia group, the LSD group, they also volunteered that probably this registry can contribute patients to this registry. But as of now, they are not contributing directly to the registry, but then through some of the institutions who are linked with these groups are getting patients from there, and they are getting into the registry. So individually, they are not contributing. And as far as the research is concerned, if you're talking of core research, their involvement as of now is not as much. Even in clinical trials, we do contact these support groups if we are seeking for patients for clinical trials, and a word goes around, and they tell the patients that they can visit these hospitals, and if the inclusion criteria are met, then patients can be enrolled. But active involvement in planning research is not there as of now.
I think we'll close soon. Maybe any last thoughts or any last words? I'll start with Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, Reena and Harsha, for putting this session together. It was very helpful, and I look forward to many collaborations out of this. If there are any other questions for me, please feel free to share my contact information. I'll be happy to address them.
Sure. Yep. Dr. Cabra.
So a really nice session, a lot of good interaction. I learned many new things. And as far as collaboration is concerned, I really look forward, and I would like to tell Dr. Gupta that we are actively working on the HSCT for patients with lysosomal storage disorders, adrenoleukodystrophy. We have done a few in our department also, and we think that for many disorders where HSCT has not been explored, or there are very few cases all over the world, maybe in a setting like ours with resource limited settings, if we can have a good program for HSCT for many of the disorders where it is not very well explored, I think it would be a good idea, and we would be really happy to collaborate with you in this direction. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep, we'll be happy to.
Considering that Indians make up one of the largest diaspora in the US and other European countries, I think this forum is very timely. So a huge kudos to Dr. Harsha, Dr. Reena for organizing this. And I hope that this platform helps the patient support groups, the families, scientists and academics and clinicians come together and actually make something very fruitful along with the government regulatory bodies and take it forward. So thank you all.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you very much for having me here today. I've really enjoyed it. The one thing I think we have a lot of people in the audience here today, people in academia, people in the advocacy groups, people who have nonprofit organizations. Maybe collectively we could work together and form some sort of committee to talk to regulators, and say, hey, this has been going on for a really long time right now. We've got countries that we need to go to. This is not a community issue anymore. It's a global issue. And maybe get together and work something out and try to hopefully get some answers at some point.
Thank you. And I would add that I guess this is a good start for such international collaborations. And we do have platforms, the patient concierge platform, where physicians could refer the patients, or patients find us actually, and they can connect with international experts, researchers, and same thing with researchers. And we do have a research core, which is just a group of experts, physicians, researchers who are there to offer that second opinion or the expert opinion to the patients' families, or maybe to the physician themselves, or a genetic counselor. And so check us out. And I mean, this is a beginning, and hopefully there will be more collaborations. And I would like to thank all panelists for joining us, and thank you all for staying. So we will have a short break because we are running really late with thanks to the fire alarm. So we will come back within 5 minutes. And actually the poster session is open. Like if you have posters, you can put it up and Nisha can let you know where the place is. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This will be a very quick break. Please get back into the room within 5 minutes if you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said you told him this.
Fine. Hello. Is it working? All right, let's get started. Okay, please have your seats. Thank you again for keeping the break short. We will have a long networking break over beer and wine in soon after this session. So let's get to the finale of today with session 4, digitization of rare diseases, real-world data, registries, and emerging markets, current status and strategies to increase global representation. So for this session, I invite upon stage our session speakers who are already up on stage. Thank you, Subha, Sophia, Paul, and Amleen, who's joining us from Zoom. So for our plenary keynote, I welcome Dr. Subha Madhavan. Subha is a dynamic and results-oriented leader with a strong track record of excellence in organizations that operate at the nexus of science, technology, and business. She's currently Vice President and Global Head of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning and Digital Sciences at Pfizer R&D. She has led many high-impact programs at Georgetown University, Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center. She was earlier at the National Cancer Institute and the FDA Center for Excellence in Regulatory Science and worked with oncology and vaccine teams. She was an advisor to the Biden Foundation's Cancer Moonshot program and advised on pre-competitive data sharing initiatives across pharma, health tech companies, and research organizations to drive innovation. So I welcome Subha to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for that very kind introduction. It's such an honor to be here, and thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. I've been listening to the sessions off and on since this morning, and also this afternoon. It just amazes you every time you listen to presentations from rare disease that there is so much work that needs to be done. And I feel honored to be part of this community because me and my team, we work in data, right? So we help with data-driven decisions. We help with designing clinical trials, finding the right patient population, finding the right assets that we should be testing for a variety of diseases and disorders, including some of the ones that I'm going to mention today. I also have the honor of kind of looking ahead and thinking about innovation, right? So what do we need? We heard a lot of challenges today. There's a lot of siloed data. It's a resource-constrained environment. It might be difficult to bring, and Tam's presentation about clinical trials, right? And how do you do we need to bring people with debilitating rare disease into academic medical centers, or are there other ways for us to collect this data, et cetera? So I want to, we also look ahead into that innovation, and I want to share some of those experiences with you.
You can use the
Perfect.
mouse
I can use the
also.
mouse. Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. Perfect. So just to kind of lead into this, our reach at Pfizer is about 1.3 billion patients worldwide. And this is more than 1 in every 6 people on Earth are touched by our medicines and vaccines. The only reason for me to say that is because of the reach and the network that's possible with a community like this. I talk to scientists every day at Pfizer who are hungry for collaborations with networks such as the Indo-US Rare Disease Summit. We focus in these 5 different therapy areas: oncology, internal medicine, vaccines, inflammation and immunology, and anti-infectives. Many of these, people, actually, I've worked my entire life in oncology, and people kind of tend to think of oncology differently from rare diseases. If you actually look at some of the cancers, some of the advanced metastatic cancers, they're actually rare diseases because they impact very few number of people. So take, for for example, certain types of pancreatic cancers. They could be considered as rare disease. And so the same challenges and resource-constrained environment that we have been focusing on all day today applies to some of the oncology use cases as well. So our responsibility is, of course, product innovation. We want to bring the best drugs, breakthrough medications to patients, equitable access and pricing. And this is something that I've been learning after. So I have to say, just Harsha mentioned, I was a longtime academic, right? So for 10 years, I was at the Georgetown University Cancer Center, and then the pandemic happened. And I started asking myself, how do I, translate all that academic innovation and knowledge to helping patients? And that's when I moved to industry. And I've been learning a lot about companies, large companies like Pfizer and AstraZeneca, what they do in terms of equitable access and pricing. And it's especially important for our community here to make sure that we have the right access. In fact, I was just at the National Academy of Medicine, the NAM meeting, which was looking at, the future of generative AI just 2 days ago. And one gentleman presented a very rare condition that he had in the nervous system. And he was actually a physician by himself, and he had to navigate his own diagnostic journey. And we've heard multiple presentations today about not just speeding up the diagnostic journey, but actually making clinical research part of care for patients. And I think that's all part of the equitable access, product quality and safety. Harsha and I chat about this a lot, right? So diversity in clinical trials is paramount, and it's very important. I have some data to show you. We all talk about it. There are now agencies are putting out, for example, they want a diversity plan. So every time you go present a clinical trial, you should be presenting to them a diversity plan. So essentially, the demographic that you will recruit to your clinical trial must mirror the census of the country where you're going to be selling this drug, right? So these are all steps in the right direction, but are we there yet? Absolutely not. So if you look broadly across clinical trials, do we always mirror the census? And I have some data to show you, and there is a call for action here. Since this is an Indo-US forum, I wanted to highlight one of the rare diseases which disproportionately affects people in India. So sickle cell disease, which is an autosomal genetic recessive disorder. And you see some of the US incidence rates here, but India has a high prevalence of sickle cell disease, and especially the middle part of India, and then also southern part of India, there is a high prevalence of patients with sickle cell disorders. So this kind of a situation really provides a unique opportunity for us to engage with this population, not only from a clinical trial standpoint, but also in terms of scientific and clinical research. For large biopharmaceutical companies, they're looking for how do we enrich the patient population for these types of rare diseases? And I think this is a great opportunity to engage with populations in India. We do have a sickle cell portfolio, and I've shown some of the assets which are in phase 1 all the way through to phase 3. But there is definitely more to come. And this was just one example where the population in India makes a perfect sense in terms of a partnership. So wanted to just quickly touch on clinical trial diversity. So this was the COVID-19, the Comirnaty trial, right? So this is the vaccine trial where 46,000 participants were enrolled. I think some of us were actually drawing lessons from the pandemic. I think what the pandemic has done has showcased how we can do things better, faster, in more efficient ways, which I think we can take forward. This was one of those classic examples where the vaccine was brought to market within a span of 7 months, and patients were recruited across these different countries. And here is some data on, this is the vaccine trial, but if we look across the 5 different therapy areas that we focus on, there's a huge emphasis on increasing diversity in our patient population. And this was actually published by Melinda Rotas and team in Contemporary Clinical Trials a couple of years ago. And you see here, the gray bar shows the census in the country, and then the blue bar indicates Pfizer-sponsored clinical trials. And you see that there is very close mirroring of the census in majority of trials, but not in all cases. For example, older population, and this could just be a reflection of, for example, if we look at severe COVID, it mostly afflicted patients who were older than 65. So, just by the nature of the disease, or maybe even some of the oncology trials, there's more recruitment in patients who are 65 plus. But I think we're making progress, and the diversity plan that the agencies require are a good nudge in the right direction. So I want to switch a little bit to this patient engagement. I think we heard some presentations today about. I think it's a joint effort between the clinical research teams, the clinical care teams, and the patients to really make this happen, especially for the rare disease community. So let me show you a couple of examples of how we are approaching this. And I want to talk to you about what my team focuses on at Pfizer. Our team is we look at what are the opportunities to do things differently using artificial intelligence or machine learning or these digital tools. And here is a little bit of background. The Food and Drug Administration put out an action plan for AI/ML in 2021, and they published in 2023 a number of apps that were medical devices that actually went through the regulatory approval. But just in May of this year, the FDA has put out an AI/ML discussion paper, which specifically goes through guidelines for how organizations like ours, or also multiple research organizations and others, should be looking at applying AI/ML to clinical research. So those are all good references and guidelines. But as we move forward, we think about how do we practice responsible AI, right? So, ChatGPT, anyone? How many of you use ChatGPT? Oh, there you go. Me included, right? And there is all this talks and discussions about bias and hallucination. With few million parameters, it's able to summarize text for us. With few more million parameters, it's able to answer questions for us. With billions of parameters, it can now look at both images and text. So where are we really heading with this, right? So the regulation and the compliance needs to catch up with the technology, and we need to set the bar really high for utilizing generative AI and other classical artificial intelligence in clinical research, especially when we're talking about impacting patients' lives. So I wanted to share with you a couple of examples. This one is atopic dermatitis. So how we did things before is sort of take a snapshot of symptoms. There's frequent on-site visits, subjective data, there's recall bias. But what we're switching to is much more patient-centric monitoring, right? So this, we want to reduce patients' burden. We want to reduce on-site visits. We want to do longitudinal data collection. And so you could wear a simple watch that we can monitor the scratch and sleep of an individual. So atopic dermatitis, extremely painful, irritating condition where patients are scratching their body constantly, and they're not able to sleep, right? So essentially, you want to monitor not just if the lesion is reducing, but you also want to monitor whether their scratching has reduced and if they're improving their sleep. So you can do all three of these using a very simple device that the patients can wear, and we've published these algorithms. Here is a second example of measuring gait in patients with, for example, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So in DMD, the 95th stride velocity has just now been approved as a primary endpoint by the EMA, right? So to have a digital biomarker, something that measures longitudinally at home, so for all of you clinical trialists in the room, to have a digital biomarker that we can simply measure at home, and for it to be a primary endpoint is really revolutionary, right? So if you think about it, you don't need the patients to come into a center. You don't need to do all kinds of complicated measuring. It doesn't happen for all disease areas, but something simple like gait monitoring. And so here is, we have some data where we showed that you could, using this longitudinal data collection at home, it's a very simple lumbar device. It's very tiny. And kids love wearing it. It's, they feel like, so you can see this little kid wearing it, you barely see it. And you can monitor the gait and the physical movement, and you can tell the difference between the slow walk, the fast walk, and how it actually differs between patients with different age groups, right? So if you do this snapshot monitoring, you cannot decipher this level of detail in gait, and we're now trying this in achondroplasia, which is one of the rare conditions, and applying that same lumbar-based device to routinely monitor patients and to see how they compare to the healthy individuals. So I just wanted to kind of present some of these ideas as we look out into innovative approaches to collect data from participants. During the break, I had a couple of conversations with folks about we have all this data, there's multimodal data, there's image, there's voice, there's text from clinical trials. How do we integrate them? How do we derive most value out of it? I think a lot of those guidelines and standardization are emerging. But if you want to build AI ML models, you need to first fix the data, right? So I think for us, the data is really the elephant in the room. And if we can systematize those processes and have a concerted effort, I think that's going to help the whole community. So let me stop there. Thank you very much, Harsha. Looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Subha, for keeping up with time really well. Let's get back to the slides. So I now invite Sophia to introduce herself.
Thank you so much, Harsha. Thank you, everybody. I am on the board, and I'm leading a patient registry for Cure MIDA Foundation. I also work in pharmaceutical industry for a long time in data analysis. And I came to a rare disease patient advocacy community a few years ago. My newborn daughter died from Lee syndrome. It's a type of mitochondrial disease. And so Cure MIDA Foundation is an all-volunteer organization, and I help in my daughter's memory. And I bring my knowledge of data analysis into my work with patient registries, and I also help many other patient groups decide on their strategy and help them and advise them on their patient registries. So I'll share about all of that here. So I want to actually start on my second slide. So our foundation, Cure MIDA Foundation, our primary focus is Lee syndrome. Lee syndrome is a most frequent type of mitochondrial disease. It affects about 1 in 40,000 people, and it starts between 2 months and 3 years old. But it could also start earlier or later, even in adult age, and it could even start when a baby is just a few days old. And it could be caused by over 110 genetic mutations in nuclear and mitochondrial DNA. And there's a website that our foundation built. It's called About Lee Syndrome, aboutleesyndrome.com. It's for both patients and healthcare providers, and I encourage you to see it and learn more about Lee syndrome there. And just quickly about what our organization does, we have many resources for Lee syndrome community and mitochondrial disease community. We have an annual conference that we do for Lee syndrome. We have a lot of patient support resources. We fund research. We have Lee syndrome global patient registry that I'll talk about. We have a free genetic testing program for anyone with suspected mitochondrial disease. They can get free genetic testing. We have some fun things for families, such as the birthday club. We send a little surprise to kids on their birthdays. We have a corporate advisory council. If anyone here is in the pharmaceutical industry or interested in joining, then please reach out to me. We also work with Critical Path Institute on data sharing for mitochondrial disease community. And so this is kind of our overview. So I want to talk about our patient registry. Our patient registry is done in collaboration with CORDS. CORDS is so it stands for Coordination of Rare Diseases at Stanford, and it's a disease agnostic platform. It has data for more than 2,000 rare diseases, and it works with over 100 patient groups right now. It's a global registry, so anyone in the world can join. Right now, there is data from 95 countries on this registry, and it's patient-reported data. So we are collecting patient-reported data, and patients also have an ability to upload. They can upload any medical records, but the only thing we ask them to upload is their genetic reports. And what we are collecting is demographic information, genetic mutation information, time to diagnosis, specialist seen, symptoms, loss of milestones. So Lee syndrome is a disease when initially kids appear normal, they can walk, talk, eat, and then later on they lose these abilities. and eventually it leads to death. So we are collecting that information when these milestones are lost, what different children use for disease management, such as feeding tubes, tracheostomy, things like that. Healthcare utilization, so emergency room visits, admissions to the hospital, infections, quality of life, and caregiver burden. And so we've had this registry for 2 years now. We started it in September of 2021, so we're exactly at two years right now. And this is an overview of where we've been able to get in 2 years. So like I said, we've done it in collaboration with courts. So our registry is global. We have close to 300 participants now from more than 35 countries. And the important thing is that, so our registry, it's about 70% of our participants reside outside of the United States. So that's actually very unusual for a registry where, you know, our organization is US based. We even applied, we wanted it to be listed in Orphanet, and they said, well, we usually don't list US based registry because even though it's global, it will probably be like 90% United States. And I said, no, we sent them a list of our countries, and they said, oh wow, like, and they added it to Orphanet list. So we're very happy that we've been able to really reach patients globally, and a lot of that is because of the international families that we work with. So we have partner families from many countries in the world, and we translate to different languages, but we also ask these families to reach out to the families that they know and to the doctors that they know in their own countries and ask how we can work together and to share the information. And so this way we've been able to really, really spread across the world. About 95% of patients in our registry have a genetically confirmed diagnosis. And what's interesting is that about 60% were diagnosed within 1 year since the start of their symptoms. So again, that's very unusual. And usually in mitochondrial disease, what's published in the literature is that it takes patients 8 years or more to get diagnosed. And what we found is that it's important not to necessarily look at mitochondrial disease as a whole, because there are some mitochondrial diseases that affect adults. They're less severely affected. That may be why it takes longer, but if you look specifically at Lee syndrome, patients actually get diagnosed pretty quickly, relatively quickly. So that's very interesting. Our data is interoperable with CDISC standards. CDISC standards are data standards that are required for submitting the data to the FDA. And we actually work with a CRO called Sumptuous Data Sciences. And we've been able to, we wanted to see if our data would convert to CDISC and what we can learn from it. And it actually converted very successfully. We have these data sets that are available. And we are working, we have a paper that's, it's still undergoing peer review, but soon it will be published, hopefully, and everyone can read it and learn from it. We shared our data with Critical Path Institute. So they have a RDCA dev platform that's funded by the FDA. And so our data is integrated there. And we're also working with them to build a mitochondrial disease task force, which will be sort of a consortium that would include industry partners, academic researchers, patient groups. And so hopefully more people will share data and we can learn more through that. So we are working on that with CPATH. We had a listening session with the FDA last February, and that listening session was specifically to talk about the patient registry. It was with the real world evidence team. And so it was very helpful. We had some really good questions from the FDA. A lot of them were focusing on how we assure data quality, how we validate data. So it really helped us to know what FDA is looking for and kind of make that connection with the FDA. We shared this registry at more than 10 conferences already. We had 4 posters. We have 2 papers. One was published and one is in peer review. And we've shared we shared data with many researchers, with companies, and we shared clinical trial opportunities through that. So our hope when we started this registry was we didn't want to tell the patient community and everybody that we're just starting that registry with the hope that one day the researchers will do something with our data. We wanted to start a registry saying that we're going to do something with this data from the very beginning, and we're going to do it all along. So that was kind of our commitment, and that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing with so far. So throughout my my patient advocacy and my work with with this registry and with other groups, I've discovered that there are a lot of challenges for patient groups who start registries. A lot of times the data that's being collected is not used, or nothing really comes out of it. There's a lot of disappointment very often. And so one thing, I've done a few different things, but one thing I've done is I started a working group through Fuse. Fuse is it's sort of a community for data professionals, like statisticians, data managers, or statistical programmers. And I started this working group. It's called Best Data Practices for Patient Foundations and Researchers. And we work on several things, but one of the things we did was we created a few educational guidelines. So we created patient foundations, and we wanted this to be simple and easy to follow. So so these are just one-page documents. So one of them is Patient Foundations Guide to Starting a Registry. We did the transparency checklist, and we did something called Myths and Facts. And I have a few of these I put on the table so you can take them. And so we've had really great feedback to that. So hopefully, and we're working on more things, but this is what I'm trying to do, this to help others as they start their registries. So if data is collected in the right way, so can data collected by patient foundations help? So like I said, a lot of times it just nothing happens and it's very disappointing. So, but when it is done in the right way, it can really help. This data can be, these registries can be used to share clinical trial and research opportunities. And if it's set up right, it could be done very easily. In our registry, it's extremely easy to share it. It can really help raise awareness through doing posters, and patient groups can really, if they do it right, that's what I always try to convey to them. It's pretty much as soon as they start a registry, they can start sharing things such as posters, graphics, and it could really, really help. Data can be shared and be made accessible for research. And a lot of times it's easier with the patient groups than, let's say, if a data is collected by academic institutions. So the data can really be shared widely. It can be used to understand patient and caregiver perspectives, understand burden of the disease, and again, make insights widely available. And we know that patients who enroll into research studies and registries, they really, really want their participation to count and to know what's going on. And patient groups are in a really great position where they can really share that. That's all for me. Thank you. You can always contact me with any questions. This is my email, sophia@curomita.org. If you would like, please connect on LinkedIn. I always share what I'm working on. And Curomita Foundation, we also have a very active LinkedIn, Twitter pages. I didn't put the links here, but you can look it up easily, and please follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. It was a very interesting and systematic effort to create such a wonderful registry and best practices. I would request Dr. Paul Mehta to deliver his presentation on ALS registry.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Harsha, for the opportunity to speak at your summit. This is a great opportunity to discuss registries and rare diseases and so forth. The ALS is a rare disease. Like Harsha said, my name is Paul Mehta. I'm with the CDC National ALS Registry. And so this is just very quickly right here, no disclosures. So before I get started, I do want to talk about rare diseases very quickly. Rare diseases are rare, but they're not rare if they affect your family. ALS is a horrendous disease. And there's other diseases out here that today we discussed as well, which are also very life-impacting diseases as well. So though it's rare, my definition of rare is obviously, when it comes to the FDA, less than 200,000, or in India, less than 500,000 cases a year. But it's not rare if this impacts your family, because as ALS, you will learn, is a horrible disease. And I'm not sure how much you know about ALS. ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is a motor neuron disease. It affects your upper and lower motor neurons. There is no cure for ALS. There are a couple treatments out there. They only extend life by about 3 or 4 months. So just very quickly, I'm just going over my presentation, how we came about, the National ALS Registry, our methodology, our risk factor surveys, other federal ALS research initiatives out there, the prevalence of ALS in the US, our biorepository we have, and how we support clinical trials and epidemiological studies, the research we fund, and the impact of the registry. So we are a population-based registry, so we cover the entire United States. This was enacted by Public Law 110-73 back in October 2008. And it tasked CDC to go ahead and create a population-based registry, specifically to look at the incidence and prevalence of ALS, epidemiology of ALS, that is, demographics of the disease, who gets ALS, and more importantly, to see exactly the risk factors for ALS. What's the etiology of ALS? We have no idea what causes ALS. We know what the risk factors are, but there are probably more unknowns and knowns about ALS. ALS is not a notifiable disease in the U.S. What that means, it means that it's not reported to CDC, such as other diseases like communicable diseases like COVID-19, HIV, tuberculosis, which are person-to-person transmission, which actually are reported. Cancer is reportable, silicosis is reportable, as are other conditions as well, but ALS is not a reportable disease at this time. Because it's not reportable, we have to go ahead and have some novel case finding methodologies, which I'll go ahead and discuss momentarily. But because with the hierarchical of the public health system in the U.S., there are a certain number of states which actually do report ALS in their backyard. So Massachusetts is one of them, Vermont, Maine is one of them as well. Massachusetts actually has had the registry for over a decade now. California, I just learned 2 weeks ago, actually has their own registry they're launching as well. So California being probably the largest state in the entire country, as well as a fifth largest territory, or as in terms of GDP in the entire world, based on its population as well as its economic powerhouse. So California certainly will be very, very interesting when it comes to looking at ALS in their own backyard, only because it's a very diverse state. Like I mentioned, ALS is not a reportable disease. Therefore, CDC is not notified who gets ALS. So what we do is we go ahead and have novel case finding methodology to go ahead and determine ALS. So this is our case ascertainment methodology. So one of the reasons why I kind of reached out to Harsha several months ago, there was an article that was published about how the Indians want their own ALS registry. And so I think registries are very, very important to figure out exactly what's happening in your backyard. So I'm going to go over some information about the prevalence of ALS. That's a number of people living with ALS at any given time. Incidence is defined as number of new cases, but this right here is a case ascertainment methodology. The majority of our cases we get come from CMS, VHA, VBA, which is the Veterans Health Administration, and the Veterans Benefit Administration, and then CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. We apply an algorithm which determines if you're an ALS case or not an ALS case. If you're not an ALS case, we'll do a follow-up. And we also get cases from the National ALS CDC's website. So patients come in, they answer a series of validation questions. From there, they'll be determined to be either a case or not a case. If you are a case, you can get information about clinical trials, take our risk factor surveys. We currently have 18 risk factor surveys. Join the National ALS Biorepository, as well as something called the Global Unique Identifier, which is sponsored by the NIH. So this right here is how we go ahead and ascertain who has ALS in the US. We also have the surveys, like I mentioned. So these surveys right here are really, really important for us to figure out exactly the who, the what, and the why of ALS. We ask about, where did you work? Were you in the military? Did you smoke or drink? Where did you live? Were you exposed to pesticides? Did you have any traumatic brain injuries, TBIs, as well as looking at disease progression? So we have something called the ALS FRS, Functional Rating Scale Survey, which kind of measures exactly how you're doing and progressing. We also have an open-ended survey, which allows patients to tell us qualitatively what they think causes ALS and what they think caused their ALS. We're in the process of actually evaluating that data and getting it published. But these surveys are very important for us to go ahead and figure out, like I mentioned, the unknowns of ALS. We currently have over 100,000 completed surveys, and so we actually publish a lot of data currently, I think we have over 100 published articles when it comes to just ALS risk factor surveys and so forth. Just very quickly, the Federal ALS Research Initiative. So fortunately, in this country, as opposed to other countries out there, we are very, very fortunate because we have the NIH, who actually is a funding powerhouse, and they do a lot of the basic medical bio research in here. They sponsor a lot of programs around the country, but they also look at other areas like biomarkers, genetics, and so forth. And there's also Department of Defense, which actually has their own specific ALS program, which looks at the preclinical development of therapeutic drugs and so forth. We here at CDC, what we do is we look at what causes ALS, because we're the only group in the US looking at the causality and the risk factors of ALS. And so for us, like I mentioned, whether it's environmental or whether it's environmental or whether it's occupational whatsoever, we want to figure out exactly what causes ALS, because if we can figure out what causes ALS, we could potentially prevent ALS down the road. Switching topics right here, the prevalence of ALS in the US, like I mentioned, we don't know the exact numbers. These are all estimates. And so we currently estimate there's about 30,000 persons living with ALS in the US. That certainly meets a definition of a rare disease. And so the premise behind this right now, that 30,000 number is coming from it's coming from Medicare, the VA system, as well as our own data. And we also employ something called capture-recapture methodology, which kind of helps us determine the number of missing cases in the US. Our registry alone, we have over 20,000 cases sitting who've actually have joined the registry since October 2010 when they joined. And what we do is we actually do something called cumulative prevalence. So if you're an ALS case in 2015, you are an ALS case until we find a death certificate from you, then we'll go ahead and take you off as a prevalent case. So like I mentioned, the prevalence of ALS is like around 30,000 cases per US. Males get ALS at a higher rate than females. And whites specifically, especially males, whites get ALS at a much higher rate. We're not sure why ALS affects whites more so than any other group. Blacks also get ALS as well, and the other group would be Asians and Hispanics and so forth. So we are missing cases, and we know when it comes to underrepresentation, especially for minority cases, from Hispanics and Asians, certainly is that group right there, which actually is certainly we have to work on, because we know we're missing these cases and so forth. But just going back to what's happening probably in the subcontinent. We're not sure exactly what the prevalence of ALS is. I'm sure there are probably estimates out there, but I am very confident they're probably underreported, only because we're not sure exactly what's happening. ALS historically has been misdiagnosed. It takes at least 12 months to diagnose an ALS patient. And in the beginning, they can be diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome, fatigue, and so forth. And there's different forms of ALS as well. There's something called bulbar onset, as well as limb onset as well. I won't go into the details, but just going back to what's happening in India, I'm almost sure there's probably, considering the population of 1.5 billion or 1.6 billion, there's probably close to, I'd say maybe 100,000 ALS cases in India, if not more, but that's just my personal estimate right there. This right here just kind of gives you the rate. So currently we do our rates per 100,000 persons. And so the rate of ALS is 9.1 per 100,000 overall. Males are 10.5, females are 8.7, whites are 8.8. Blacks are 4.1, and the other group is 6.8, which we're estimating, like I said, makes up a proportion of Hispanics, Asians, and so forth. We also have a biorepository. Our biorepository works in the areas of genetics, biomarker identification, as well as environmental risk factors. This is a very, very large biorepository, encompasses the entire United States. We also get our samples sequenced and genotyped by the NIH. We have a close collaboration with the NIH, and they do all our genetics analysis and so forth. This biorepository, like I've said, is national. It's not a local biorepository. It's national representative. It's completely free for ALS patients. We come to the comfort of their home, go ahead and collect their blood or their saliva. Blood's more valuable. Saliva is really only for genetics typing and so forth. Like I mentioned, this is no charge for ALS patients for us to go ahead and come to the comfort of their home. We do both a pre-mortem and a post-mortem. So we also have a post-mortem component as well, which we work with Temple University and their tissue core. Switching topics, so we do a lot of clinical trial support. We don't do clinical trials at the CDC for ALS. We actually work with drug companies out there who want assistance in their clinical trials to augment their number of enrollees and so forth. This is open to both domestic and international researchers, not just for clinical trials, but also for epidemiological studies. We currently have over 70 institutions have actually used this particular system right here. These are some of the companies have actually used it. Amylyx has their drug already approved. Mitsubishi Tanabe has their drug already approved. Biogen has their drug already approved. And the Healy platform trial, I believe my colleague here mentioned something about how ALS and cancer are very, very unique. Cancer can certainly be rare as well. But the Healy platform trial follows the cancer model of doing a continuous evaluation of potential investigational products. So it's modeled after cancer. We also fund research. Research is very, very important. So the majority of our budget goes to funding research, like I mentioned, to figure out exactly what causes ALS and the risk factors. To date, we've actually published 26 research studies. We just funded 2 in September of this past year. We currently have a new funding opportunity announcement, which actually expires in December of this year. And this is both open to both domestic and international researchers. And it allows you to go ahead and apply to our program or grants.gov, that is, and submit a proposal. The areas of research that we fund are environmental research. So cyanobacteria is something that's potentially linked to ALS. We also look at pesticides, pollutants, biomarkers, genes. We're looking at the entire human virome. There was a publication that came out a few years ago which looked at Epstein-Barr virus and multiple sclerosis and how it found that link right there. The same researcher actually is doing the same thing with ALS, looking at the human virome as well to see if there's any sort of commonalities. We look at military service. Why do military vets get ALS at a higher rate? So we're not sure why that is the case, but the military vets in this country and even other countries are at a higher risk of getting ALS than non-vets and the individuals who have not served. Looking at TBI, chronic neuroinflammation, as well as gut microbiome and so forth. These are some of the institutions we actually fund. A couple from Harvard, Dartmouth, Columbia, University of Michigan, and so forth. We funded 2 international institutions, Trinity College and Karolinska Institute. Trinity College actually is out in Ireland, and what they were looking at was kind of unique. They wanted to see why the population of South America, specifically Uruguay, Cuba, and Chile, got ALS at a much lower rate than the population of the Irish cohort in Ireland. And so, because for whatever reason, Hispanics get ALS at a much lower rate than Caucasians. Karolinska is in Sweden. And Sweden has a very, very robust healthcare system. They're able to kind of get all their data together. They can kind of look at everything, whether it's, did you serve in the military? Where did you live? What were you exposed to? And so forth. And so Karolinska is doing that research right there. We also have other ones we've actually, I did not mention what they're doing, but this is certainly a very robust group of institutions that we actually fund. Just kind of gives you a schematic of what we do. Like I said, I mean, ALS, because it's unique, we do a lot more than just count ALS cases. Like I say, I like to say, we have biorepository, the epidemiology of ALS, our partner groups who work with the ALS Association, Muscular Dystrophy Association, Team Gleason, ALS Les Turner Foundation, some of the largest groups out there to kind of get the word out about the National ALS Registry so patients can go in and join. We have our survey data I mentioned, a notification mechanism which allows us to connect ALS patients with clinical trials, give them information about these clinical trials and the research we fund. But this right here is just, just a kind of summation of what my talk right here, the impact of the National ALS Registry. We are the largest ALS database in the US for research. We work with drug companies as well as academia to help with their clinical trials and epidemiological studies. We have a robust biorepository. I mentioned we fund research. And in closing, it's looking at the who, the what, and the why of ALS. That's pretty much it. Thank you. So. Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. You're too passionate about the work you do, so that's very visible about this registry, which is such a fantastic resource for everyone to involved in enrolling in clinical trials and many other impactful programs. So thank you. Now, moving on, Dr. Amlin Shukla, if you're still there, I know it's very late, so we really appreciate you staying up. It's probably 2 a.m. India time.
Yeah, that's right.
My sincere apologies for keeping you last in this panel, but we will have some discussion soon after your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Harsha and the organizing team for having me in this prestigious forum. And I'm really excited. It's a unique experience for me because it's 2 a.m., but you're saying, but I'm still thrilled. And I got a lot of insights from some previous talks. So I think I'm supposed to share my presentation. Okay. Yeah, is it?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
But is it in the presentation mode? Is it?
Yes, now it is.
Okay. So I'm Amlin. I'm a scientist and a pediatrician. I work at ICMR and I coordinate the National Registry of Rare and Other Inherited Disorders. So this is my bio. Yeah, so as I would phrase it, the rare disease research scenario in India is taking its baby steps, as I could understand from listening to the previous speakers and rephrasing it from hinging it onto a previous speaker. We are just scratching the surface. So, as everyone is aware, there are about 7,000 to 8,000 rare diseases described. However, there is no prevalence-based definition for rare diseases for Indian population. So, if we have an estimate of 6 to 7% population being affected, that would sum up to a huge number of 70 to 76 million individuals, which makes it a big public health problem. Unfortunately, the heterogeneity of etiology and presentation, and coupled with lack of awareness among patients, families, as well as clinicians, has been detrimental for the research scenario for rare diseases in India. So the awareness about rare diseases, as Dr. Kabra also put up, it arose after the patient advocacy groups presented their case to the government, and as a result, the rare disease policy of India was first released in 2017 and has since been revised once in 2021. So while the policy was being formulated, it was observed that it was a challenge to form a policy with no research backing. So side by side, while the rare disease policy was being framed, it was realized that nationally representative data and a registry on a national level was required. So the National Registry of Rare and Other Inherited Disorders took shape in 2019, and it's a general registry for selected rare disorders, which also, as told by Dr. Kabra, was based on availability of treatment and relatively common occurrence. So it's selective, but not limited to a single disorder, as we heard from our previous speakers. We plan to expand the representativeness of the registry more to more disorders and more geographical areas. And this registry is a prospective and hospital-based registry. And ICMR floated letters of intent from researchers all over the country, and we received letters of intent, and the institutes reporting to the registry were selected based on the presence of expertise and diagnostic facilities in these centers. So as of now, 21 centers all over India are reporting to the registry. So this is a map of India. You can visualize the regions from where the patients are being enrolled into the registry. So this is the map showing 21 centers, and they represent the 10 states which are a part of the registry. Apart from among the participating centers, These 7 nodal centers were identified, and they were entrusted with more responsibilities, including quality assurance and hand-holding other participant sites. So the purpose of the registry is to identify the burden of the rare diseases, to integrate their care with the available and upcoming national health programs and policies to attain health for all, to collect phenotypic and demographic data from the country on rare diseases, as I was informed that the diversity in rare diseases is a real issue. Then to identify natural history of diseases with and without treatment, and then to support research on disease pathways and clinical trials on therapeutics and diagnostics. Then to connect the patients with clinicians, NGOs, patient advocacy groups, and researchers, and to integrate and link them with the national programs. Broadly, these groups of diseases are being reported in the rare disease registry. These are storage disorders, LSDs and GSDs, small molecule IMs, hematological disorders. Some of these are not even classified as rare disorders because of their common occurrence, but still it was thought that their national representation is required. So some disorders like thalassemia and sickle cell anemia are also part of this registry. Then there are skeletal dysplasias, primary immune deficiencies, neuromuscular disorders. So this is a screenshot from the web portal of the rare disease registry. Currently, it is inward facing. It is visible to ICMR Central Coordinating Unit, and different interfaces available for the reporting centers. So you can see that the data on the cumulative data and the completeness of the data, and as well as the granular data of different diseases which form a part of this registry is displayed here. And on the left black strip, more features are available, like the quality control dashboard, monthly data. Then we brought an innovative way of prevalence calculation through a weekly prevalence calculator, which was a very rough, to get a very rough idea of prevalence based on the hospital-based denominators. But we are probably now moving over it, and we'll try to find more ways of prevalence calculation. Then the diagnostic facilities at one center are displayed and available to the other centers also, so that because ours is a resource limited setting, so even if a diagnostic facility is present at one center, other centers can make use of that facility to get their patients tested free of cost in that facility. Then we can easily export records from here for quality assurance purposes and all. This is how the data flow works. The participating centers, they are data entry operators who enter the data. They check it for the quality and completeness. Then the nodal administrators, the nodal centers do the quality check. And finally, the master database at ICMR is there, which we have the rights for editing, data deletion, and final upload into the master database. This is how the quality control works, and the data entry on the web portal by all the sites is there, and there are checks within the forms, and then the checks by site PIs. Again, the nodal centers, according to the disorders they are leading in, they check the quality, and the quality checked forms are again visible to the feedback is given to the participating centers. They do the corrections, and then monthly reports are sent to them, and the quality cycle goes on. There's for the technical oversight, there's a technical advisory group comprising of geneticists, neonatologists, pediatricians, public health experts, and there is one representative from the Ministry of Health. The tag has purposely been constituted heterogeneously to represent the multi-speciality collaboration needs of rare disorders. The salient features of the data are the total number of enrollments on the day I made the slide was 10,985, and I'm happy to inform that we crossed 11,000 yesterday. And the total rare disorders that are identified under the registry at present are 160, and there are 28 states of the country and 8 union territories are represented in the registry. The topmost categories of the rare disorders reported are neuromuscular disorders, storage disorders, followed by thalassemia. This is another map of India depicting the state-wise distribution of patients enrolled in the registry according to their residential address. And you can see that states of Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and Assam are leading. And this information can be taken with a pinch of salt because as you know that it's not a community-based registry, it's a hospital-based data, so the nature of data is affected by the nature of the institute reporting. So we have NIMHANS at Karnataka, which is primarily institute which reports on neurological disorders, and clearly neuromuscular disorders are the biggest feed into the registries. So that's how Karnataka tops the charts. It does not mean that Karnataka has maximum number of rare disorders. So this is pie chart. It shows that neuromuscular disorders, mainly comprising of Duchenne muscular dystrophy and spinal muscular atrophy, form the maximum major chunk of the disorders reported under the registry. It is followed by thalassemia and then storage disorders, followed by IEMs. So, and this was an overview of the registry. So, how the registry can be useful. I'm talking in future tense because even though the registry was started in 2019, we had to do a lot of work on from the scratch, making the data forms and making the software from the scratch, and a lot of background work was there. So the main data collection was initiated last year only, and till now we have reached 11,000 and we are in the process of quality assurance. And so I think it's the data that is being collected is soon going to be helpful. So I'll be talking in future tense here. So it's a powerful tool to describe the spectrum of rare diseases and with an understanding of disease progression, treatment options, disease outcomes, and all of this relating to the socio-demographics of the patients. It's not working. It's like, okay. So the access to this data can be a key for the policymakers, clinicians, researchers, patients, and NGOs together. The registry can be a monitoring tool and a surveillance tool for the delivery of healthcare to the patients across the nation. It can also be useful in determining if the healthcare services provided are compliant with the government guidelines and recommendations. And it makes a platform that makes it easier to do further research, clinical trials more efficiently and effectively, especially in the light that ICMR consortium is also coming up side by side, which is going to deal in therapeutic and diagnostic trials as well. It can be instrumental in development of newer technologies, therapies that can be beneficial to those affected with rare diseases and the community. So describing some challenges that we are facing and we have faced while developing this registry. Estimating the burden of the rare diseases is still a challenge that we are facing because it is a hospital-based and not a community-based registry. So finding that denominator to work on to find prevalence is still a challenge. For this, we are trying to make the registry more representative by adding more geographical regions and more diseases. And alternatives that are being thought of are like genetic analysis of the carrier of the traits with the non-trait as a denominator, but nothing has been finalized. So we are still working on it. Then the prioritizing information needed, especially in our resource limited settings, to get to know what is really required. And so the experts at nodal centers together with the tag members and ICMR, we have worked really hard on developing these case forms of the rare disorders to identify the most important data to be collected. Then developing the software support from scratch, including designing data elements for each disease and forming a database structure and providing regular IT support to all the 21 centers has been a real challenge for us. Then assuring the quality of data. For this, we worked really hard to develop these forms with mandatory fields built in, then allowable ranges for the quantitative parameters, checkbox type selection, checks to avoid data in multiple formats, then quality check by the nodal centers, and display of incomplete forms to site, and monthly feedbacks being sent to all the sites. There are more challenges like keeping all the sites motivated with like limited incentives in our resource limited settings. They have busy clinicians and they have to balance between patient care and reporting to the registry. Then to avoid duplication of entries, we have identified some identifiers like Aadhaar card, which is a unique identification of all citizens in India. Then mobile numbers are also used as identifiers, and improving representativeness. We are working on this, and then forming linkages between the government funding portal, the Center of Excellence identified by the Government of India, and the registry. Then another challenge that we're working on is forming a network of patients, clinicians, researchers, NGOs to form a unified voice for the rare disease patients. So the way forward for our registry is definitely increasing more awareness and utilization of the data. And how we are going to do that, we are planning on increasing visibility of the registry by forming a dashboard and a web portal for the registry, which will be visible to the common public, to the clinicians, to researchers, to the government. And then increasing representativeness by adding more geographical regions and more diseases into the registry. And definitely we have to think about the sustainability, because the models which exist in some other countries, like public-private collaborations and support from various organizations and patient support groups to retain the registry, they're not currently going on in India. It is currently only ICMR funded and supported. So definitely we need to find a way to sustain the registry because this data is very important and it must go on. So thanks a lot. The sessions have been really, really informative and insightful for me, and we wish that we are able to do much more and develop more collaborations and bring out a unified voice for Indian rare disease patients. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amlin Shukla, for the wonderful presentation and insights about the Indian patient registry. Please stay on the camera for a few more minutes for the panel discussion, and we'll close out in a few minutes. So thank you everyone for wonderful opening remarks and insights about your role and your perspective on data, AI, and the future opportunities. So one question I have for you to get started, and as a reminder, there is a microphone on this side. If you have any questions, please line up there. And to get us started, the question I have for the panel is, research is rare diseases heavily data-driven. But good quality data is not always available or accessible, like everyone pointed out, across all geographies. There is a lot of bias in the data. Over 90% of rare disease research is funding, and programs are US and EU based and focused. So how is this bias impacting research in your area of focus in your programs? Paul, maybe we'll start off with you.
We collaborate with a lot of international institutions, and we fund some. The European data is very restrictive, and they don't typically like to share their data. We have a Harvard grant, which is working with Denmark, and the Danes are very, very tight with their data. And they're also working with the Finns as well, the Finnish. And so they're also a bit, when it comes to their data, they want to keep it in country. And I think that is a factor. And I think that when it comes to collaboration, especially cross collaboration, there needs to be more data which can be shared, across borders as well, because what's happening in a country, whether it's Europe or whether it's the US or whether it's India, I think it's very important to see exactly what's happening with that data. And if you can't see that data and analyze the data itself, there's going to be some holes and some gaps as well, which could be down the road, not good for everybody.
Sophia, you mentioned that 70% of your registry is non-ex-US or outside of US. 5% of the world's population is US, right? So 95% of the people in the world live outside of US. So it's still not, it's an exception already, great, but 95% would be the normal, right, to get the full global coverage. So what do you see from your, but congratulations on ensuring really 70% outside US is commendable. What are you doing differently? How are you achieving that?
So again, our registry is different from the others because it's patient driven, and we're a patient organization, and it's patient reported data. So we don't have to worry as much about the same necessarily like data privacy laws that have to do with clinical data, right? It's easier with patient reported data. But I think what we are doing really differently is that we are truly working with the entire community. Our organization, we share all our projects very publicly, and we always invite others to participate and collaborate. So when we started our registry, we had actually a big webinar. We invited everybody. We said that we're going to start a registry, and they said, if you want to be involved, let us know. But when we started to collect some data, we started to work in a paper. We actually, again, announced that we are going to be working on a paper. Do you want to co-author it with us? So this way we got a really great group of researchers, including international researchers, who also shared with their patients our registry. I think a lot of it comes down to just being open to working with everybody. We have international families who don't speak English. We communicate with them through Google Translate, but we never said that like we wouldn't be able to communicate with them. There's so many ways right now. There's so many technologies that you can communicate with everybody. And so we try to reach out to everyone. We have partner families. Every family is welcome to join us as a partner family and work with us and help us and help share in their own country, in their own language. We translate the registry to other languages. So it's all of it combined, but it comes down to collaboration and really reaching out and just really open communication with everybody.
Super good.
Harsha, I think it's an interesting point you bring up, which is, are we over-indexing on countries that actually have the resources to collect its data, right? So I want to apologize for everybody who runs registries, and this might sound trivial, but can we think of platforms? So if we think about how we address missing data in data science problems, we have that same problem here. We have missing data from a number of countries, and we have representation from maybe a few percentage of people who have this disease. So could we kind of think about, and maybe this is absolutely impossible, and my apologies for this, but I'm just thinking, maybe social media or Facebook or Twitter, where people are beginning to share information about either their symptoms, their conditions, drugs they're using, etc. It's not the level of detail of case report forms and hospital-based or population-based registries, but could there be at least some data from the 95% that we could start to learn from, and then maybe direct the policies to where we need to drill down a little bit more?
So one of the issues that happens, especially for a research-based registry, is there's certain IRB protocols have got to be formed. And if you don't have consent, you can't join the registry. So our registry, you can go ahead and join, consent, and so forth. If you go to social media, we do social media all the time in our registry to get the word out, to inform people about our publications and our initiatives and so forth. But we don't get any data from those particular platforms because there's no consent process and they're not technically a research platform. Another thing you bring up about social media, drug companies hate social media, especially on clinical trials, because when the biases occurs, am I on the placebo? Am I getting the real formulation and so forth? And so there could be issues when it comes to clinical trials. And we've heard a number of individuals, or just stories about ALS clinical trials out there. Did I get the placebo? Did I get the actual real drug? Hey, I feel better. And so there could be a bias that could be certainly introduced in some of these clinical trials out there.
Yeah, I agree. The data is definitely messy, but could it give us some pointers?
Right. So it looks like, Sophia, you're having some success because of direct-to-patient approaches, reaching out to patient groups and such. So, Dr. Shukla, in India, what are you seeing the use of social media and or direct-to-patient strategies to increase the registry traction?
Yeah, while we were developing this registry, there were a lot of discussions and rounds of discussions on whether patients themselves should be allowed to register themselves into the registry. But like I earlier said, that the awareness of about rare diseases and how to diagnose them and identification of the clinical features of a particular disease, etc. They are really in the nascent stages. People are not aware of it. And if we allow people to self-report, there might be problems arising. Like I agree with Dr. Paul on this.
If I could just quickly mention, the Europeans have very robust registries, or registers as they call them, across the continent. But the Europeans have a different healthcare model. Ours is fragmented. In India, it's probably fragmented as well. And so because of that, the Europeans, because of their structure, can get a lot more data and a lot more granular data and comprehensive data as well than ourselves. And that's why there'll always be missing cases. Even in the European segment, there'll be missing cases too. But I think especially in areas which have that need or the capacity or the lack of resources, that's where those registries are very beneficial. But like what Dr. Shukla is saying, I think it's very important to point out the fact that, do you want a population of patients just coming in there and putting in data, and is the data any good? Because good data and bad data, are two different things. You can have good data, and you can have bad data, and your data scientists can, go crazy trying to figure out exactly what to do with the data as well. So,
great insight. We have a question from Dr. Bhaskar.
Sure. This question is for Dr. Amleen. This is Dr. Bhaskar here. I think just want to, see. It gives me immense pleasure to actually see the progression from when Dr. Soumya Swaminathan and Dr. Rita and Dr. Madhulika, Harpreet, yourself were all part of this initial group of creating the registry. So, and it has come a long distance. So it is really nice and heartening to see 11,000 patients there. The question now is, what is, in your opinion, the way forward? Are we going to use, the forms that are there for the other institutes as well, where we can actually, get in more data? Can we use we just saw LSD is about 400 only. There should be 30,000. So are we looking at something which comes in from the others, from the patient bodies, etc.? Can we actually start trading them on the forms, which is a little bit complicated, as I understand? So is that the way forward? Are we looking at using this data for policy shaping in order to drive the budget that can be allocated for this particular for the different so-called rare diseases? What is the way forward that you think that this should be used? Are we doing this at this stage, or is it still some time away to share this data with the public healthcare system in order to drive the budgets higher for healthcare?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. There's some very good suggestions, and I'm happy that you were a part of initiation of the registry. As I told that the registry took shape in 2019, but there was a lot of background work being done, and there were a lot of initial hiccups so that we could start actually entering data in the from last year in June only. So we actually started data entry from June 2022, and from June 2022 to today, we have 11,000 patients, and we are really now working on the improving the quality of the data. There was a lot of incompleteness of the forms, and you can see that there are only 21 centers reporting at present. So rather than going to the patient groups and the patients themselves to self-report to the registry, we would want more institutes to report to the registry who have their genetic diagnosis available with them, because the requirement of the registry at present is confirmed diagnosis with availability of genetic testing and or molecular testing in any way. Some disorders are not genetically tested. So at present, we are thinking of involving more institutions and more disorders to align ourselves with the National Rare Disease Policy. Maybe later on, we would, as the awareness increases among patients, and maybe we can think of training patient groups and all on filling up the forms. And but as of now, we are just hinging on the institutional data only.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla. We have a question from Dr. Aarti Santanam.
Hi there. I actually want to touch upon that social media aspect of it, Shobha, which you mentioned. I think there is a tremendous amount of opportunity, and there's a reach that social media has that very few of us, and an engagement that is lacking when it comes to patient registries. And I'd rather have my social media algorithms pick up on my searches on ALS and provide me a link to a telehealth or a CDC run registry for me to go and investigate. It doesn't have to be the data gathering portal, but just for awareness sake and making sure that these registries are reaching the general population. I think there's still something there in what you're talking about in trying to bridge that gap by using social media. I'd rather get that than any of the political ads I'm getting right now. I'd rather get that, right? So I think there is some potential there as long as we have a something along the lines of a telehealth portal that they can go to that would direct them to their local entity that would actually verify the data before it gets uploaded into the registry.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. It could be the somewhat of a first line of access, right? So it doesn't have to be the data access portal or the data collection portal, like you're saying. I think there is also, if we think about where we are headed with AI, it's becoming sort of, the earlier versions of AI were all required experts and data scientists, etc. But now it's ubiquitous. All of us are using ChatGPT. All of us are using large language models, etc. So how do we leverage those kinds of platforms to speed up some of this research? It may not be confirmatory, but it can point us into where to shine the light. And then you go back and, derive more data sets and collect more data.
Hi. There's a lot that other rare disorders can learn from conditions like ALS and Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. I was told at an Every Life Foundation event that, if sickle cell wanted to know how to do surveys you know, and start gathering data from our community. Go talk to Duchenne's. And, you know, in terms of ALS, the first time I heard about ALS was from Michael Zaslow back in the early 90s when he came public and said I was diagnosed. And, you know, his fans watching, he was an actor from Guiding Light, and watched the disease progress in him, and then ultimately found out when he passed away. And just to see how the organization has grown and the work that you're doing is amazing. And I'm very encouraged. But I want to say to Sophia, thank you very much for sharing, you know, your experience and helping organizations to, you know, beginning to collect data in the right way. And, you know, and was mentioned that, you know, some data really is incredible in what we need to be collecting. But what I would like to know is the cost, because I know the registry that we're starting to do now, you know, when I talked about it, it's like, how much do we need to budget? And the response I got wasn't how much. It was, well, you know, this can be very expensive. And I says, okay, I'm going to give you a budget, but this is what we want. And then we want to, you know, grow to all of the things we know we need to collect, but where can we start within a reasonable budget? And then talk about, you know, adding to that. So when you started your registry, but you're a data professional, so it's a little bit different, and you had people who can work with you. But for a CBO that doesn't have that technical expertise, what does it cost to start a registry?
So there are a lot of patient registry vendors that are out there, and they range in cost from free to, I don't know, 100,000 or more. I will tell you that we're working with Quartz, and it's absolutely free. Our registry didn't cost us anything. So they are funded by Stanford Research. It's a big healthcare system, and it's completely free for patient groups. What they provide is we can have 2 surveys, so that's a limitation. We can't have more than 2. But one of the surveys is a general survey that's the same for all rare diseases that are using this platform. It uses common data elements that are recommended by the NIH, and it's really excellent survey. And another one is a disease-specific survey that, like we create for our own disease, you would create for your own disease. And the data structure is very good. And I have looked into multiple platforms, including paid ones, free ones, expensive ones. The data structure is really excellent. You have access to all your data, and you can very easily use it right away and share insights with your community. So obviously it depends on what you're looking for. So we don't have clinical data there. We don't have doctors who are inputting data. If that's something that's very important to you, then that probably wouldn't work. But for us, we were looking for something. We were happy with a simple registry that would allow us to raise awareness and share insights and work with this data. And we've achieved so much out of this registry. We wanted it to be used to share clinical trial opportunities with patients. So for our purposes, this was good. So I'm happy to, if you want to connect with me after, I'm happy to help you. If you're considering different platforms, I'm happy to help you sort of consider pros and cons. I just wanted to address one point that was brought up about like patients entering their own data. It depends on the type of data. So for example, we are not asking in our registry for patients to enter their lab results or for enter their medication doses, because we know it would be really messy data where we could never ever verify, and it wouldn't be useful to us. So you have to think about what type of data, if it's patient reported, what are we asking, and how can we verify the quality of this data. So let's say if it's genetic mutation of a patient, we know it's very important, and we do get back to patients and we ask them if it's not clear from their response, we ask for that information. And so the way we designed our service, we have data that is acceptable, for patient-reported data. So that's something to think about.
If I could just quickly add to that. So all our surveys are at the 8th grade level. So we want to make sure that, and they're all validated to make sure they're easy to understand and so forth. There are no big words because we want patients to be able to go in there and put their information in there and so forth. Regarding cost, research is not cheap, unfortunately. So we came about, which I didn't mention in my talk, by by a tremendous push from ALS patients and caregivers to have their own ALS registry back in the early 2000s, and that's when they pushed Congress. So the premise behind that is I think your community has certainly a lot of power to say, hey, we want our own registry, because that's what happened with the ALS registry. There was a tremendous push. The ALS Association, which is based here in DC, came out and they said, hey, we want a registry, and Congress passed the ALS Registry Act. Our budget's about $10 million a year. It's been that way for many, many years now. We probably started off at maybe $500,000 and it kind of went up incrementally and so forth. The budget of the other groups I mentioned, I mean, obviously the NIH is probably $300 million or more just for ALS alone. I think DOD is about $40 or $60 million a year. So we're actually the smaller budget piece in that area right there. But certainly having resources to have you on registry is very important. And I think leveraging the community to go ahead and make sure their voices are heard is also very important as well. And going to the powers to be and simply saying, hey, we want a registry, and going from there. CDC has a number of registries. I'm not sure if there's a sickle cell registry at CDC or not. There are other registries. There is, okay. It's probably under, okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. So regarding data, all our data are available for researchers. So they can come to our website and they can go ahead and apply for the data, and they can get these data sets and data elements from us as well. And so they're all available. It's available for free. We just make sure the application submitted is efficacious and meritorious to make sure what someone's requesting is related to ALS research and so forth. But we do have our data and they're all available for researchers as well.
So, Ginger, I'm sorry.
It's all de-identified data. We never release any PII. That's where the consent form comes in. Your consent form has to say this is for research. Your data can be used and shared with other individuals or researchers for the express purpose of research. That's where your consent form comes in to go ahead and make sure that's fine.
A lot of sage advice. So thank you for those insights and great question. One very quick final question and before we close out.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It was a wonderful session. I'm Mahua. I'm a policy researcher from Indian Institute of Science, and presently I'm doing my Masters of Public Health here in Johns Hopkins. It was a wonderful session. I have actually two questions, if I could just quickly put. One is to Dr. Shukla, as you mentioned that the rare disease registry is still in its inward form. I'd just like to know from you when it is going out in public and when the larger public can access it. What is the plan for it? And maybe quickly, I'll put the second question as well. It is about the global data sharing. As you mentioned, I would like to understand what is the cross-border data sharing policy restrictions that you face in terms of, as you mentioned, the data quality. Every country would be having, if we have to tap on the quality data, then every country will have their own restrictions regarding the de-identified data as well. Unless we go for the patient advocacy route directly, for which also I think there will be some guidance for the country-specific data sharing. So if you could share what are the challenges.
So our data are available to researchers around the globe, both our biospecimens and our data itself. There are no restrictions there. So they're all available. The data I mentioned, the restrictions were our funded partners, where if there's a research grant and they're getting data from the Europeans and they want it to come to the US, there could be problems there or some limitations and so forth. But all our data is to researchers across the globe as well, and domestically too.
Thank you all for the wonderful discussion today. Very, very insightful. I'm Dr. Isaac Rodriguez Chavez. I am a former FDA official, and a former executive and one of the largest clinical research organizations. So I have conducted many trials, including rare diseases. I remember in my time at the FDA, there was a guidance that we developed, and I wanted to bring your attention to that guidance because we're talking about globality of registries and the importance and the applications of registries. And so this is pertaining to the FDA and the United States as a part of the regulatory jurisdiction of the FDA, and that is connected to real world data, assessing registries to support regulatory decision making for drug and biologics products, for drugs and biological products, and this is a guidance that was published in November of 2021. So I hope that you all are paying attention to this as a lessons learned and as a guiding principle as to what kind of elements we should consider in setting up registries. So what happened is that the agency faced the plethora of registries that were collected in multiple shapes and forms. And then many organizations wanted to use that information for decision-making and for informing intervention and clinical research. So this was a way to guide the field as to the type of registries, the type of data to be collected, the considerations included to be considered in the registry, the purpose, the specific objective of the registry, the kind of design, the kind of data collection, and the methods that needs to be used for the specific registry to do things in a systematic form, the data quality checks, the ability to link the data to other sources. Is trying to harmonize and homogenize and indicate to the field the type of things that should be put in place when it comes to registries. So I hope that you consider this as a guiding principle. And this is a current thinking. It's not an imposition. It's a guidance. It's just to guide the field and trying to improve the content of the registries.
That's a fantastic comment and insight. Thank you so much, Isaac, for sharing that with us. So I will give one last chance to all of you to answer that question, but also the final question for the panel, which is, when it comes to cross-border collaboration, the current relationships in terms of US and India, recently there has been a lot of exciting activity. Prime Minister Modi, visited US and addressed the House and Senate here, as well as FDA Commissioner recently visited India to assess the pharmacy of the world and its readiness for engaging on a greater scale. So tomorrow we have Dr. Peter Marks delivering a keynote address on his vision for the START program, which is the Operation Warp Speed for rare disease, on how we can accelerate and treat each rare disease as a global public health emergency and how we can accelerate that. So given all this exciting stuff, which is also going to engage rest of the world, including India, what's your, and one of the things that Prime Minister Modi said is AI is America, India, in addition to artificial intelligence. And so AI and US, India seem like a strategic synergy there. What's your vision or hope for US-India collaboration in tapping AI for data, registry, clinical trials from a rare disease point of view? You can also answer that question in your closing comments. Who wants to go first?
I really just wanted to answer the question about the FDA guidances, because I've actually read them. And it's very these guidances are all written for the industry. And it's so important to recognize that right now, most rare disease patient groups have registries that they're developing completely without an industry partner. They're doing it on their own. So these guidances are really needed for the patient groups. It's very sad that there's a lot of collected data by patient groups that ends up never being used by anybody. And it's so important. I mean, the reason that I started the working group that I talked about is actually because there are no guidances for patient groups. And I want to at least create something, some kind of guides. But FDA, it's so important. When we had our listening session with the FDA, I told them the same thing. I said, I'm happy to lead this effort. I'm happy to work with the FDA to start this working group or whatever they want to do with it so that we can create these guidances. I mean, it's just so critical. So critical, just given the situation that patient groups are all creating registries and collecting data.
Closing comment?
Yeah, as far as working between US and India. I mean, our foundation, we are very happy to be a part of Indo US Rare. We hope to continue and do a lot more together. We are really trying to get more patients from India into our registry. We only have a few, but hopefully now that I'm here, there will be a lot more. And yeah, really looking forward to more collaboration.
I guess my closing comment is 3 cheers to America, India, AI. I think we now really have the tools and innovation, at least, that are starting to explore and address some of these challenges. We won't have a chance to get into all the details, but I would urge everyone to, if we really want to push this forward in warp speed, we cannot continue to do stuff the way we have always done, right? So just centralizing data, why are we centralizing data? There is this new innovation called federated learning, right? So let the data sit behind the firewall of every institution. You can simply have AI go and crawl and draw the insights and merge the insights like that, right? I mean, it's not that trivial. Of course, devil is in the details, but these tools and innovations are emerging. So if we really want to do things in warp speed, my plea to this fantastic community is let's approach it with humility, but at the same time, start to think about how we apply these innovations to start doing things differently.
Just to quickly answer your question, we actually were we provided some guidance to the FDA document when that first came out. CDC is a sister agency of Health and Human Services, which is a part of the FDA as well, which sits within Health and Human Services. So we actually provided guidance on the FDA document to utilize registries and the power of registries. We have actually helped to recruit dozens of clinical trials throughout the since for the past 8 years since we had this program and so forth. But just going back to AI, I think AI is important, but it can't be the end all be all. I think you don't want an AI doctor diagnosing you. You want someone who's going to be diagnosing you and taking your signs, your symptoms, and so forth, and making the assessment, the differential, and so forth. I think AI is important, but I think it also must be utilized very carefully as well, because it's prone to mistakes and so forth. And whatever you put in, whatever the output is, it's based upon what you put in. So if it's bad data, you may get bad results. So I think it's very important to take AI with a grain of salt. Back to India and U.S. relations. I came to India. I came to the U.S. when I was 5 years old. So I speak Hindi and Punjabi still. I can still speak my mother tongues. But the premise is, I think it's really, really important to have cross collaboration among continents, among countries, because there's expertise which lies in India, which also lies here as well. And I think that certainly can be utilized and flexed to make, whether it's registries or whether it's patient care or whether it's treatments, come to fruition by having this cross collaboration between scientists and clinicians across both countries.
Dr. Shukla.
Yeah, it was really enlightening to be here and get perspective on what we are doing from the American point of view and where we stand. And I really hope that we able to learn more and continue this way and turn the baby steps into strong strides. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Please help me thank the fantastic speakers. So before we break, now I request all of you to hold a souvenir for a photo. Yeah. So now beer and wine is waiting outside, so I won't hold you too long. The next part is networking happy hour until about 6 or 6:30. The doors will open to the gala room, and we will all go and get a assigned seating. So please be sure to collect your gala ticket with a seat number. It's going to be a fantastic dance performance, musical performance, and award ceremony. So looking forward to seeing all of you there. Enjoy the evening. And by the way, tomorrow, first session, not to be missed at 8 a.m. So please be sure to show up here after the gala dinner at 8 a.m. sharp for Dr. Peter Marks' opening keynote.
Starting with line 1.
No, we will start by saying that please take your seats so we can get started. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats, we will begin shortly. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I am Amulia Karur, and I am a 11th grader at Westfield High School, and I will be one of your MCs for the gala dinner tonight.
Hello, I'm Rohan Hanganor, a 10th grade student at Thomas Jefferson High School, and I will also be your MC for the evening tonight.
Welcome to the inaugural Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit Gala Dinner. Tonight is the culmination of our shared commitment to making a difference to those afflicted by rare diseases. But it's also a continuation of a journey that began 40 years ago with the Orphan Drug Act of 1983. The Bridging Rare Summit is a testament to what can be achieved when dedicated individuals from diverse backgrounds come together, united by a common goal to bridge the gaps, overcome the challenges, and advance our understanding of rare diseases and conditions. Tonight will also include a wonderful dance performance to add a touch of magic to the special night.
Now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Harsha Rajasimha. Dr. Rajasimha has an MA, MS, and PhD and is the founder and executive chair of Indo-US Rare and Jiva Informatics Solutions. Driven by a personal cause, Harsha is the recipient of numerous awards for his work in genomics, precision medicine, and rare diseases, including awards to join the Committee on Rare Diseases at the United Nations headquarters, Lead India Foundation 2020 Award for Leadership, NTT Data Healthcare Life Sciences Silver Award for Outstanding Achievement 2017, Sanofi Genzyme Patient Advocacy Leadership Award 2016, Bioscience Company of the Year 2014, and NEI Directors Innovation Award 2012 for building their genomic cyber infrastructure.
So, without further ado, I would like to welcome you to Dr. Harsha Rajasimha, the founder and executive chairman of Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases, to the stage for a welcome note and brief introduction.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit and Gala Dinner. So this is a moment for all of us to celebrate Dr. Abby S. Mayers, who led the rare revolution in 1983 with the launch or enactment of the Orphan Drug Act that was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan back then. Since then, we now have 1,100 approved orphan therapies by the US FDA, which is impacting millions of lives around the world. So we are here to celebrate that occasion of 40th anniversary of such a revolutionary legislation. This day is to really honor 400 million patients with rare disease around the world. It's the struggles that they go through every single day living with a rare disease, and the parents and caregivers who make it their battle, and they are the true heroes and warriors. Since morning 8 a.m. today, and you'll see all day tomorrow, we have had a fantastic series of experts sharing their opinions and passionate talks in the auditorium right across. I encourage all of you to, I know we have several members from the biohealth capital region who may not necessarily be directly related to any rare disease associations or personally impacted yet, but I encourage you to learn more about what rare diseases are, how they impact, and how disproportionately it can affect people across the world. Today evening, you will see various talks, performances, so we'll have some fun. There will be a wonderful dance production and a keynote talk, and we will honor two stalwarts, as you will see, who have done decades of contributions to this field of rare diseases. So we are truly blessed. Our previous generation that has worked so hard to bring us this far with the first 1,100 approved therapies. We have taken upon ourselves to take this to the next 40 years where we can have greater impact. And as you saw the MCs, the next generation has already taken it over. So kudos to these high school students and Gen Z. So without going into too much details, I encourage you to get involved and be a partner, a supporter, and a friend for the cause, and develop more empathy for families affected by rare and genetic diseases. Thank you and enjoy a wonderful evening.
I now invite to the stage the brilliant Shashanka Sridevi Naresh, a 12th grade student at Briarwoods High School, who will perform a vocal Indo-US fusion piece.
Namaste and good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank Indo-US Rare for giving me this opportunity. Thank you to Dr. Harsha and Ms. Nisha Venugopal for this opportunity. I am an intern at Indo-US Rare. I have been an intern for this past summer, and I've worked on some very, very moving projects for this very, very moving cause. Today, in the spirit of this meeting between the East and the West, I'd like to present a fusion piece. This is a film song from the popular movie Morning Raga, a movie whose premise is also based on Eastern music meeting Western music. This piece is based on what is popularly known as raga music, a form of music introduced to the West by stalwarts like Pandit Ravi Shankar and John McClellan. It is set in a raga, or a melodic scale called Tori, in the Carnatic music style of music. And without further ado, Taye Shota. na 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 ra na na ra na 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 sa 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 ri ri sa 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 ri ri sa 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 ni sa ri sa ni sa ri sa ni sa ri sa ni ri sa da 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 ri 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 ni ri ni ri ga ri ni ga ri ni ri ni da ni da ma ga ri ri a na ga a தாயே யசோதா உந்தனாய குல துதிதா தாயே யசோதா உந்தனாய குல துதிதா மாயங்கோபால கிருஷ்ணன் செய்யும் ஜலத்தை கேளடி தாயே யசோதா உந்தனாய குல துதிதா மாயங்கோபால கிருஷ்ணன் செய்யும் ஜலத்தை கேளடி தாயே யசோதா யசோதா the son of yours. There's no one like him in the universe. தானம் ததானம் ததனனன தானம் ததானம் ததனனன தானம் ததானம் ததனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனனനனന
Sari sari sa, sari da da. Ramadani sa, nigani ni sa da. Sari sari sa, sa sa ni, sari ri da ni da ni da ri da ga. Gari ni ri gari. Gagari ni da gagari ri sa ri sa da ni da ri sa da ma da ni da ri sa ga ni sa ni da ni da ni da sa ni da ma da ni sa Gari sa ni sa ni sa ni da gari sa ni da ri sa ni da ba da ni da ba ni da ba ma ba da ba ma da ba ma gari da sa ri ri ga 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 ma ba ba da ba ma ga 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 ma da 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 ri ni sa ri ga ri ga ma ba da ni ba da ni da ri gari ni da ma gari ri ga ri ga ma da ma da ri da ma ri ga ma da ma da ni ri ma ga ri ba da ni ri ga ri ga ma ga ma Yashoda, Yashoda, Yashoda. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a breathtaking performance by Shashanka. Let's give him one more round of applause. We have gathered here today to honor over 400 million people worldwide who are affected by 10,987 named rare diseases. Each family has a unique journey and story to share with us. We have with us today Ms. Urvi Bam, a senior advisor, philanthropist, and patient advocate. In her professional career, Ms. Bam is the CEO and founder of Vicara Risk and Compliance Solutions, a boutique advisory firm with clients in the financial services industry. Prior to starting her venture, Urvi worked at Bank of America as Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer. Urvi's background also includes leadership tenure with Freddie Mac, America Online, and Ernst & Young LLP. Ms. Bam is a strong advocate for her community. At Bank of America, Urvi sponsored the Asian Leadership Network. She is an advisory board member for Ascend. Most importantly, Ms. Bam is the mom to Suhani, who has a diagnosis with Prader-Willi syndrome, a rare genetic mutation. Ms. Bam resides in Northern Virginia with her husband and her 2 children. Now, let us please welcome Ms. Urvi Bam to the stage.
Evening, everyone, and thank you for that warm introduction. So as you heard, my name is Urvi Bam, and I also go with the American pronunciation, which is Urvi Bam. So I answer to both the names. Just don't create a third one. Anyway, so in terms of my story, and that's kind of what I'm here to talk to you about in the next few minutes. My journey and my story starts with, when I was born in India and I was raised in India as well as I was raised in the UK. And, since then I was very different, to my friends who had kind of, stayed in the same kind of area, had grown up with the same set of friends. Whereas I moved around a lot, my parents moved around a lot. So we went to different countries, different locations, different cities. And as a result, on good days, I'm a good blend of both the worlds, the Indian world and the Western world. And then on some days, I'm a misfit where I just seem to stand out no matter what I do. And it's some of these differences that I've always been very proud of. So growing up, a lot of my friends, when they were preparing to get either married or learn cooking or sewing or knitting or singing or dancing, I was the one who ran away from dance classes. I was the one who basically was just focused on my career. And I said I had to be independent and I had to be a career woman. And that's what I really focused on, really a lot of my teenage years and a lot of my 20s. And I came to the US and I got married. I moved to the US. I went to get my MBA. And a lot of my friends, when they were entering a lot of the women-centric roles, I decided to enter the world of finance, and I was the only woman in a world of men when I was starting out. Of course, a lot has changed, really, really to my pleasure, now, which is great. So again, a lot of these differences that I always grew up with, I was very, very proud of them. And we decided to have our son, but we were very overjoyed when he was born. And soon we felt that we needed one more member in our family to complete it. And we had our daughter, she's now 13. But when she was born, the first day itself, I felt that something was not right. So I, kept talking to the doctors, and the doctor kept gaslighting me and said, no, there's fine. She's a newborn. Of course, they don't cry. She's tired. She's exhausted. And, there's nothing wrong with her. And I said, it's not that there's nothing wrong with her, but, there's something which is not right. So again, after, her lips started turning blue, her temperature dropped. That's when they said, okay, she needs to be admitted to the NICU. She was there for 15 days. We went through a lot of tests. And we went through our entire family history. There is nothing genetic or nothing in terms of anything we could think of in long, different, forefathers, great grandfathers. We looked through everyone's history. And then we were diagnosed on day 16 with Prader-Willi syndrome. And we were told it's a genetic mutation. And of course, I just wanted to really look someone and say, it's your fault, right? I wanted someone to blame. Because I was so angry about it. I was like, how can a daughter of mine have something which is something called a mutation? And they said, well, it's not your fault. It's not your husband's fault. Well, I started saying maybe it's his fault. And it's like, nope. And that's kind of how we came into the world of Prader-Willi syndrome. And it's a rare genetic mutation. And what it causes is hyperphagia, behavioral issues, skin picking, low muscle tone, and the key function being hyperphagia. Hyperphagia is something that really means that, you don't feel full when you eat. So when you eat, for example, your brain gives you a signal and tells you, that, hey, stop eating. Your stomach gets full, sends a signal to your brain. The brain tells you stop eating. In my daughter's case, and everybody like her, there is the signal is completely broken. So she constantly keeps eating and eating and eating, and she never feels full. And, the basic function of a mom is to make sure that your kids, right, have eaten and they feel full. And in her case, she's like, Mommy, I'm hungry. And I'm telling her, well, you just ate 1,000 calories, and she still feels hungry. So it's not that she's not getting the right amount of calories. It's just that she never feels full. And her only goal in life is to get the next meal. So while she is very smart, she is definitely high functioning. She knows, what is happening with her. Her only focus in school or everywhere else is, what is for dinner? What's for lunch? What's for breakfast? What am I going to eat? When am I going to eat? How am I going to eat? Right? All of those. And she's gotten into trouble for food-seeking behaviors in school. And, we've had numerous conversations. So there is a lot that goes on at home. Everywhere we go, it's a conversation for us where we are basically telling her, okay, this is when the meals are going to be served. This is what you're going to eat. You can only eat one piece of bread. You can't eat, 10 pieces of bread, right? And so on. And so it makes it very hard for us to socialize, especially, in the Indian community where everything is about food. And especially when you see a young kid, you want to even feed them even more. And we have a lot of conversations with, our friends, but sometimes it's just very hard for them to understand, not to give her more food or to make sure that the food is served at a certain time. Also, a lot of times in the Indian community, it gets very hard for us to socialize because a lot of the questions we get sometimes turn into gossip. Oh, so-and-so's kid, has this, and it becomes more curiosity versus really being more of, how can we help, right? So a lot of times it's more than the empathy. It is more about, oh, does she do this? Does she do that? And so a lot of times I have stopped talking about, my daughter. It gets very difficult for me to really, talk within the Indian community, to socialize within the Indian community. And that's really where I am trying to do, is create a lot of awareness within the Indian community and say, hey, it is not just about going out there and partying and eating food. It is really about resonating with people who have special needs and really trying to figure out how to help them. And that's where I really want to thank, the Indo-US Rare community and, all of you who are here, who are helping really create the awareness, create advocacy, as well as really kind of help, in moving the needle forward and getting, the Indian community really to the next level. And I also wanted to thank, PWSA USA organization who's here. And, in terms of all the things they are trying to do towards research and advocacy in moving the needle forwards for, parents and families like us. So thank you very much for listening. And I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Urvi Bam, for your moving and inspiring story. Let's give her one more big round of applause. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Juhi Naitani, an Indo-US Rare board member, to honor Ms. Urvi Bam. Ms. Urvi Bam, if you would please come up. Thank you.
We'll be taking a short 10-minute break for the caterers to confirm dietary restrictions and allergies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down so we can resume. The average time to diagnose rare diseases is 5 to 7 years. Often, families and patients have to go through a long diagnostic odyssey, even here in the DMV area, with some of the top healthcare facilities in the world. This was the case for Ms. Geeta Bhatt and her family. Geeta Bhatt is a clinical study manager, currently managing oncology trials at Daiichi Sankyo. She has worked for other pharma companies such as GSK and AstraZeneca, both as a lab scientist and a clinical researcher. Ms. Bhatt is the mother of 2 kids, one of them having multiple diagnoses, such as juvenile arthritis, POTS, and abdominal vascular compression disorders. Today, Ms. Bhatt will talk about her journey seeking a diagnosis for her daughter, who suddenly became very sick in 2019 and eventually lost her ability to even drink water without feeling pain. She'll talk about how she navigated the medical system, its biases, and the role played by social media and nonprofits in her complex journey. Now, I would like to hand over the stage to Ms. Geeta Bhatt.
Namaste and good evening, distinguished guests, parents, have patient advocates and friends. First of all, let me thank this wonderful organization, Indo-US Rare, as well as Harsha for having given me this golden opportunity to share the story of my daughter's diagnostic odyssey. It is really difficult to condense 4 years of very intense experiences into like 5 or 6 minutes. Therefore, I'll present to you a few highlights. It all started back in 2019 when my dynamic teenager one day came home with a swollen knee after a dance performance. And then this quickly moved on to becoming multiple swollen joints, widespread body pain. And 7 months later, she was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis. And most of that 7 months was just spent waiting to see pediatric rheumatologists. There's a scarcity of pediatric rheumatologists even in the DMV area and throughout the US. And therefore, during that period that we were waiting, she got worse and worse. And since the onset of treatment was a good 7 months after the onset of symptoms, she has sustained permanent injury to her back. It was at this time that I had contacted Harsha, and he had put me in touch with a few patient advocates and friends who actually helped me navigate the complex insurance system, as well as they gave me some leads to alternate medicines to actually ease her symptoms. With on the heels of this diagnosis came her abdominal symptoms. She was not able to eat. Like everything she put in her mouth gave her excruciating pain. Like her stomach just hurt constantly, and it came to a point where she lost 30 pounds, and even a sip of water would hurt her so bad. However, we had seen like 5 or 6 gastroenterologists, and everyone was very puzzled because all her scopes were normal, blood work didn't look off. So they concluded that this is a psychiatric illness, and told me that she just needs to learn how to eat with the pain. They also attributed it to various reasons, such as, oh, she's probably stressed from getting this arthritis diagnosis, or maybe, mom, your Asian parenting style is stressing her out. I've heard it all. Moreover, I also learned that when you take a teen of that, a teenage girl particularly, who has a dance background, to doctors, and you tell them that she's having trouble eating, they're going to immediately tell you to seek help for eating disorders. They even tried to put her on a trial for eating disorders, which she did not have. I believe strongly that she didn't have that, and eventually she ended up having a nasojejunal tube to feed her, and they just sent her home and said, you got to live with this. But I did not stop there. So I hypothesized that since everything inside her stomach looks normal, her pain must be coming from outside the stomach. And therefore, thanks to my background in medical biochemistry and my experience working in the industry, I had access to a lot of journals and articles. I researched late into so many nights, and I found that there are many disorders which are actually compression disorders, some of them being superior mesenteric artery syndrome, median arcuate ligament syndrome, nutcracker syndrome, May-Turner syndrome. All of these are compressions of either organs or arteries or nerves within the abdomen and pelvis, but they all have a common symptom, that's abdominal pain. Therefore, I tried to delve deeper into this. I also came across an article in one of the local newspapers in North Carolina where a teen had been diagnosed with some of these disorders and had actually gotten some help surgically. So I contacted that mother late one night, and that phone call was eye-opening for me. She put me in touch with so many other parents seeking similar diagnosis. And she also put me in touch with a few Facebook groups and also the MALS Foundation nonprofit group. I know many people think social media is evil, it spreads misinformation, but for me, social media actually saved my child's life, because it was through that I met other parents who actually guided me to go to various doctors. And eventually we were able to get her into a clinical trial in Johns Hopkins. They were testing a celiac plexus block, which is a nerve block that is long acting. It relieved her symptoms for about a week. So then we knew she's a candidate for surgery. I was able to also seek help from a surgeon at Johns Hopkins, an incredibly kind and compassionate surgeon who actually, went out of his way to help her. And he actually operated on her, released the ligament that was compressing her celiac plexus nerve. So the condition itself, it's called MALS. It's abbreviated MALS. She had a neurogenic median arcuate ligament syndrome. So basically her diaphragm sits very low, and therefore it compresses all the celiac plexus nerves. So over the years, it just gets worse and worse. So as a child, she was a bit of a picky eater. I mean, she got her fair share of stomach bugs and stuff, but we never thought she actually had an anomaly that she was born with until we encountered this situation. So, and during surgery, he also, got rid of her nasal tube, which actually was never helping her since she kept throwing it up all the time. It only made us go to the ER very often. He also put the tube in her stomach. So it was then a GJ tube. So it went from her stomach to the intestines. It helped her actually gain back the weight she had lost. She'd lost like 30 pounds. She gained it all back and some more. She still has other compressions like the nutcracker syndrome, which is a renal vein compression, and an iliac vein compression as well. But those, have not been treated yet because we haven't found surgeons who are willing to operate on it yet. And since she's somewhat stable and has just undergone a major surgery, we're letting it go for now. But she's managing much better. She's in college now. She's pursuing public policy. What I've learned from this journey is that number one is, as patients, as caregivers, we need to educate ourselves on all our conditions, because nobody else is more interested in finding, cures or help than ourselves, right? And secondly, I also learned the hard way that actually radiology is not an exact science, even though, I know the X-ray is black and white, but it's actually gray, because the, very eminent radiologist missed several of her compressions on the X-rays and scans. So it's important to always seek multiple opinions until, you feel comfortable with it. Do not make a decision with just one doctor. And the most important thing, I think, is that we need to share our stories. I found that just like, my friend Urvi just said, it's kind of hard within the Indian community to share these stories and be heard, because people don't want to listen to all these, kind of sad stories. All they want is, people like to be around cheerful, happy situations. So after some time, I started losing my friends too during this journey. So it's actually very important to share your story, because you never know from where you're going to get the next, help, or you never know who you may be helping by sharing your story. So there is no need to be all secretive about, any health issues you have. And then I know my daughter lost a lot of things during this journey. She was a teenager, so, nobody wants to talk to a teen with a tube sticking out of her nose. It was very difficult for her. She lost her friends. She lost her dance. She was an avid dancer. She lost her dance. She lost her art, but she also gained a lot of things. She's very empathetic. She's, very active in the Arthritis Foundation, running their social media, raising funds. And she's also a great advocate for disabilities. And she's also peer mentoring for mental health as well. And she hopes to pursue health policy and be a disability lawyer. So with that, I would like to end my talk. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to spending the rest of the evening here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Geeta Bhatt, for sharing your moving and inspiring story with us today. Let's give her one more big round of applause. Now, I would like to call upon Board Member and Director of Research Programs of Indo-US Rare, Dr. Reena Karta, to honor Ms. Geeta Bhatt.
Now we'll play a short video about Indo-US Rare.
I want to thank Dr. Harsha Karar.
Indo-US Rare to me is personal, emotional, professional, and a moral call of duty to help address the massive health inequities that exist between the Western and Eastern Hemisphere, particularly access to research and clinical trials for all persons affected by rare disease, particularly those of Indian diaspora, now the largest population in the world, who are still underrepresented in clinical research.
Indo-US Rare is the coming together of two significant geographies, India and the United States, to create an inclusive platform that develops collaborative solutions for those impacted by rare disease worldwide.
Indo-US Rare has helped us connect with other organizations and doctors in India that are aware of our gene mutation and help us identify patients.
Indo-US Rare is a nonprofit. Our mission is to connect rare disease patients in India, the US, and around the world with the latest information, patient registries, and expert advice on care navigation and clinical trials.
Indo-US Rare is our response to what we heard firsthand from many persons with rare diseases. Each rare disease is a global public health issue.
What Indo Rare US is doing is helping all the special families. So I feel that they are doing a very, very great job.
As someone who's Indian, Indo-US Rare has helped me realize this problem is an international, and it's a human issue, not a national.
At Indo-US Rare, we want to promote collaborations between the East and the West among all the rare disease stakeholders by empowering our patient communities as well as training the next generation of researchers.
What our partnership with Indo-US Rare allows us to do is connect with an underserved population in region, in language. We would not be able to do that if we didn't have Indo-US Rare in our network.
And what Indo-US does better than almost anyone is bring people together to explore our different but overlapping journeys together in a mutually supportive way.
To me, Indo-US Rare is a voice for the global rare disease community.
Wow. Those are inspiring leaders and warriors combating rare diseases globally. It's an audacious vision, a battle nobody wants to fight, but for the affected, have no choice. We understand that the challenges some of us face will often require more than just words. They require resources, support, and action. With the help of numerous supporters, donors, and volunteers, the organization has assisted over 75 patients one-on-one through the Patient Concierge Care Navigation Service, and has created a growing membership exceeding 45 Patients Alliance members. Indo-US Rare has impacted beyond 20,000 patients across more than 50 countries affected by over 500 rare diseases. The field of rare diseases is second to none when displaying altruism and goodwill. Your help and support can make our impact even greater. It's in this spirit that we kindly request your consideration for a meaningful contribution. You have in front of you an envelope and QR code with numerous choices to make a difference. Whether it's supporting rare disease patients or helping aid research, your donations can bring about a change in the lives of those who need it most. Indo-US Rare has been recognized by great nonprofits for 3 consecutive years and has achieved the Platinum Seal of Financial Transparency from GuideStar. This is a community initiative requiring community support. Thank you for your generosity.
Please continue to enjoy the dinner made by RSVP Catering. Coming up, we have an exciting musical performance, the Abbey Mayor's Cushy Bridging Rare Awards Ceremony, a special 30-minute dance production performance, and a vote of thanks to conclude the evening. In a minute, Mr. Vikram Karnani will present the keynote address of the evening. Vikram Karnani is Executive Vice President and President, Global Commercial Operations and Medical Affairs at Horizon Therapeutics. Before joining Horizon, Mr. Karnani was with Fresenius Kabi, where he served as Vice President of the Therapeutics and Cell Therapy business, with a focus on sales, marketing, and clinical implementation. He also held various positions in business development, corporate strategy, and strategic marketing. Mr. Karnani has a Master of Business Administration from the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, as well as a master's degree in electrical engineering from Case Western Reserve University, and a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Bombay in India. Now, I'd like to hand over the stage to Mr. Karnani.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vikram Karnani. First of all, if my daughter, who's 12 going on 21 can replicate what these two young individuals have done, I'd be a happy father. Kudos to you guys, really. Great job. Before I continue with the rest of the prepared remarks, I just want to thank Dr. Harsha for inviting me here. To be honest, I did not know what to expect. This is the first one of its kind, the first summit that's been organized, and I hope that there are many, many more to come. But I did not know what to expect. I was born and raised in India. I was born in Calcutta, and I was raised for most of my life in Mumbai. Or it's hard to call it Mumbai. It's Bombay comes much more naturally. Thank you. And when I moved to the States in the mid-90s, and I've been here ever since. My background was in electrical engineering, and over time I realized that my passion was more in healthcare. My mother was a retired anesthesiologist, and I was in and around hospitals for most of my young life. I really didn't understand how important or impactful that presence around healthcare was until my father, who passed away last year, suffered from idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. IPF is not necessarily a quote unquote rare disease. It's I guess depending on the country, it may qualify in the numbers, but it's a devastating disease. It turns out that after my father started suffering from IPF, which is a respiratory illness, where your lungs start to die. There's fibrosis that happens in your lungs, and it continues still, and there's nothing you can do about it. So your lungs that need to expand and contract for you to breathe, they stop being able to expand and contract. So as you can imagine, it makes it very hard for somebody with that disease to breathe, something that we all take for granted. Having seen what he went through, I went back and I remember talking to my mother about how did we not, were there signs? How did we not know this? What happened? As we started talking to more people about it, I go back to, I think, the comments that were made by either Geeta or Urvi, or maybe both. The very first question that I was asked about my father was he a smoker? It has nothing to do with smoking. Smoking can make it worse, for sure, okay? But that's not what causes it. It doesn't start with it. Was he a drinker? Was he a drinker and a smoker? I mean, there are so many misconceptions that people carry about serious rare diseases. It kind of opened up my mind. My own family, my own extended family would ask me that question. So I started digging into it a little bit more. And I realized that his brother, who passed away about 20 years ago, passed away from IPF. And then we dug into it a little bit more. His father, my grandfather, when he passed, we didn't know the cause of death. We just thought it was old age. It turns out he had interstitial lung disease as well. Now, why do I bring that up? It's because what the speakers before me have mentioned, in rare disease, in serious disease, the journey to diagnosis can be forever. And sometimes it's too late before you even realize what's going on. When I think about the power of organizations like this one, if we can even just raise the awareness of rare disease and the fact that diagnosis needs to happen in an urgent manner, I think we would be successful. I'd call that a big success. It starts with awareness, and then it goes on to raising the awareness of the existence of medicines. If you don't know what you have, if you don't know how you've been diagnosed, you don't know what medicine to look for. Right? A lot of things that many of us take for granted until somebody in your family gets affected by rare disease. So we call rare disease a rare disease. It's not that rare. I think Dr. Amleen Shukla earlier, when she was 2 o'clock in the morning for her in India, she was dialed into the Zoom. I loved that session because she said that in India, there are 75 million people suffering from rare disease. 175 million people, that's a quarter of the United States population. 1 in 4. If there are 200 people in this room, 50 people in this room. I don't think that's very rare. The individual diseases might be rare, the individual conditions might be rare, but rare diseases are not that rare. And I think that it's a problem that's been ignored for way too long. I was talking to Dr. Bill Gall earlier, and he said, in any one of these initiatives, it takes one person, somebody to really pick up and carry the torch, so to speak. And so I commend Dr. Harsha for bringing us all together, for starting this journey, and I really do think that it's going to be something impactful. I've been in and around rare disease outside of my family in a professional way for the last decade. I've been part of what was a small biotech called Horizon Therapeutics, which was started about a little over a decade ago in Chicago, just outside of Chicago. And I remember back then we were trying to figure out if we could pay the bills the next month and the month after that, and so on and so forth. And we were fortunate enough to be one of the companies that made it. One of the reasons we made it was because we approached rare disease slightly differently than many of our peers did. Number one, we put a lot of emphasis on patient advocacy. Okay, patient advocacy is a nicely termed word. It means different things to different people. For us, it was pretty simple. Show up. Right? It's not a question of what check you write. It's not a question of how much money or sponsorships or what have you do. It's if you dedicate your own time and effort alongside patients and caregivers and advocacy organizations. If you can do that, then you are serious about rare disease. If you don't, if you're writing a check, then you're not. Anybody can write a check. There's a lot of people in our industry that have deep pockets that can write a check. Our approach was different. So we decided to show up with our people, our energy. We decided to try programs that are different. I've got colleagues here who have been in and around rare disease. I have a colleague who's sitting there probably teary-eyed because I'm talking about her work. Christina, who's from Horizon also, she's a patient advocate. And she has worked in multiple areas, and there is a whole team of us, just like Christina, who are back in various parts of the country, but we're part of the patient advocacy organization. So our job is to listen and learn from patients. That is in the simplest form. That's what our job is. Right? If you have more parents like Urvi or Geeta or many others in this room, what's the one thing that frustrates you when you feel that the other person is just not listening? You're telling them what's going on with your child, and the person just doesn't listen. So our job at its very core is to stop, just engage and listen, and learn from the community. If you listen and if you learn from them, you can actually bring something beyond just the medicine to patients and their caregivers. We've been at this for many years, and last 3 years in a row, we've been ranked number 1 or number 2 in the industry